After another week of crash and bash of the European Cricket Series in Romania, the ECN Tour rolls on to England and the home of the ECL 23 champions, Hornchurch.
ECN is on the road again and we've landed on British shores. We're here at Hornchurch and the action is coming to you for the next 2 weeks and it starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome to Hornchurch, where we're excited to bring you more cricket action. We've got an ECS coming your way, we've got ECSW as well at the weekend, and we're so excited to be back here in England. Of course, we did have an ECS in Wimbledon last year, but we're here at Hornchurch, who of course we're very familiar with on the network, and they'll be looking forward to seeing if they can win their home series. It's 10 teams, 2 groups of 5. The top 4 from each group will go through, and then we're having a conventional quarter-final, semi-final, final, and also a third, fourth place playoff. Then at the weekend as well, we've got some women's action coming to you on Saturday and next weekend as well, so it's going to be an absolutely action-packed calendar. And well, the weather's looking great. It's not always the case in England, but for now the sun is shining and we're going to bring you some cricket. And the first game coming your way is from Group A, and it's the Mighty Tigers against the Sharks Cricket Academy. It's the battle of the animals. And before we have a chat about the teams, let's go out into the middle with the tournament referee Ian Ramage for the coin toss.
Tigers, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Sharks, the away team, you'll call. There you go. Tails. It's been called tails. It has come down heads. You've won the toss.
We're going to bowl first.
Okay. Toss won by Tigers, who will bowl first.
Thanks Ian, there you have it. The Tigers have won the toss and they will have a bowl. I think that's a good decision. 4 out of these 5 teams in Group A don't have an enormous amount of T10 experience. Of course, we've got Hornchurch, the hosts. They have a lot of experience on the network. We're very familiar with them. Of course, they lifted the ECL trophy back in 2024. Didn't quite manage to go the distance in 2025. Of course, it was quite rain affected in Khartoum, so they'll have a point to prove, and they certainly want to keep the trophy here in Hornchurch. For the other 4 teams, because they don't have that amount of experience, it'll be a learning curve for them and a pretty quick one. They don't have too much time to get into their business. So I think it is a good idea getting all the players out there, getting them in the field and seeing what they can do. So it's the Mighty Tigers who have won the toss. They'll have a bowl. And joining me in the commentary box, it's a new duo has been unlocked. It's me and it's Nish in the commentary box joining me for the whole week. We're looking forward to the action. I hope you are too. Nish, take it away.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Great to be here in the home of Cricket England. Looking forward to these next couple of weeks. Should be very exciting. Got a great match coming up for you here between the Mighty Tigers and the Sharks Cricket Academy. As you saw in that coin toss, Mighty Tigers winning the toss and opting to field first. This should be really exciting. A lot of new players, a lot of new faces. We didn't really have a chance to see a number of these players during last year's series we hosted here in Hornchurch, when of course MCCA went on to win that one very comfortably. They got an automatic berth to finals day. Here's a look at the team sheets for the Mighty Tigers and Sharks Cricket Academy. Should be some interesting players there. Not too much we can say about them, as we're all about to witness them for the first time on the European Cricket Network, but should be a really fun series. Last year's series just gave us a great battle between bat and ball. Saw some very competitive cricket and expect to see a lot more of that during this year's series as well. The win predictor has it pretty much even Stevens. It's about a coin toss, isn't it? 55 to 45. Sharks Cricket Academy, very slight favorites. That's what you love to see at the start of the tournament. Very hard to call this game. Hard to see which way it's going to go. Should be an exciting way to start off this series. Busy day for both these teams. They'll be involved in a number of fixtures today, so it's going to be a test of their fitness as well. They're going to have to play quite a bit of cricket. They might rotate their squad a little bit as well, give a number of different players a chance to play a few games. And the umpires are now making their way out to the middle. It's game number 1 of what should be a fantastic series. You can, of course, see Anthony Harris alongside Jug Singh. Third umpire is Hemel Vijaysurya. Of course, you had a chance to see match referee Ian Ramage during the introduction video. Got a few of our regulars in the chat as well. Great to see Dave in here, Johnny Heasham, Paul Kempin, Richard Birdie joining us as well. Looking forward to this series. Very good morning to Kroom and Jeffrey Mobbs. Big fortnight of cricket coming up here in England. These two teams, we're hoping they play a major part in it. And maybe end this fortnight with some silverware. Beautiful ground as well. Not too far from Romford. Looks like Gurveer Sani is going to bowl this first over. Of course, our fielding restrictions in place. These first 6 overs, just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. Left-handed batter will be facing. Looks like they've sent Long On out. Just trying to get a peek to see where second fielder outside the ring will be stationed. Looks like they're starting off with a bit of spin as well, so a brave decision here by the captain. Might just be a Long On as well as a cow corner. Trying to get a peek. Hassan Ahmed behind the stumps is also going to be captaining this mighty Tigers side. So we're just moments away from the first ball. Looking forward to this. Going to be an enthralling week of cricket. Saw some great action when we were in Hornchurch last year. Got a lot of new teams. 10 teams are going to be playing against each other in what should be a bumper couple of weeks of cricket. And we're just waiting a couple of moments here. And then we should be ready to get underway shortly. Bhardwaj facing the first ball. Got Mushtaq at the non-striker's end. And here we go, the very first ball of ECS Hornchurch 2025. And it's just clipped away towards mid-wicket. They're going to get a single here. And we start off with a run, so a fuller ball. Sani, left armer, going round the wicket. Now this should be an exciting matchup. The left arm spinner just relishes to go up against the right-hander. He's got a Long On out, as well as a deep mid-wicket. We're just shifting around here for the right-handed batter. Right-left combination to start off here in the opening batting for these Sharks Cricket Academy. It's just played away towards Long On. They'll get another single, so a couple of singles to start things off. Both the batters are off the mark. Just pulled his length back a little bit there. The batter just trying to rock back and flat bat that one towards mid-off, but ends up finding the fielder, Osama Ilyas. It's Fuller this time around. He's going to get punished for that. It was in the slot exactly where Bardwaj wanted it. And this time it was struck firmly to the left of Ilyas, who could just watch that ball race past him. Let's just take another look at that. Beautiful bit of batting. Nice use of the feet. Gets to the pitch of that ball and sends it away for the very first boundary of ECS Hornchurch 2025. Of course, got mini son to Mr. Maximo joining us in the chat as well. I'd like to say good morning to Ash. He says hello. Got ECN Supporters Club Australia joining as well. Of course, it's evening down under. Yeah, very good morning to you. It's just 10 to 10 local time here in Hornchurch. Goes for the reverse sweep, audacious stroke. And you got to say that's a very good bit of fielding by Shawan Chowdhury, who's just managed to get down in time, got a hand to it, and saved his side 3 runs. Going a touch too full there once again, Gurveer Singh. He just needs to sort that length out. Just pulls his length back a little bit there. You could just see Mushtaq trying to make some room to cut the ball, but he's unable to make any contact. 7 runs off the first over. Very exciting start. And here's just a look at the calendar. Well, got so many exciting events coming up on the European Cricket. We've already had the privilege of bringing you some extraordinary events. Just finishing off over in Estonia. Got Romania running alongside us as well. Phil G will be taking you through the action over there. And we're now going to see Mirza Beg coming into bowl this second over. And well, I've got the great privilege of welcoming German international cricketer Christina Guff into the commentary box. Very talented cricketer. 1,333 T20I runs, 34 wickets. Of course, seeing her come off that player of the tournament performance over in Corfu. Great privilege to have you alongside me here, Christina.
Thanks very much, Nish. What an introduction. Vinny just usually says hi. But lovely to be here. The sun is shining. It's not always the case in England. I know there's a few rain showers forecast for the week, but for now, we're going to bask in this sunshine, aren't we?
That was a full toss, just struck towards mid-wicket. No, really, the forecast does look pretty optimistic for the rest of this week. Fingers crossed. It has been a sunnier than a usual spring in the UK. Just back up a length. He was just trying to dab that one towards third. That's pretty decent bowling, you have to say, to start off by the Mighty Tigers. Just the one boundary of these first 8 balls.
Yeah, I said in my intro that it's probably a good move if you've won the toss and you haven't played this format before to just get out in the field, get a bit of a feel for the ground, but also the format. And I think for the Sharks, it's going to be a quick learning curve. They need to get some runs on the board quickly. But we saw in that first over the value for your shots along the ground, which is not always the case on the network. But here it's a beautiful outfield. And if you beat that rink, it's going to go for a 4 every single time.
Yeah, it's a beautiful outfield, isn't it? And yeah, I got a chance to see them do some nice maintenance work first thing in the morning, and that's dealt with really well. Takes one hop as it goes towards Abid Nawaz out at long on.
Just clubbed away into the leg side, and excellent piece of fielding. Right on the rope here. I've got to say, Nish, we're a bit in the firing line here, aren't we? We're very much straight behind the bowler's arm, so a nice shot from the lefty over long on, and we're in the danger zone. So we've got to adhere to rule 1 very firmly. We do have a bit of a protective homemade barrier going on.
Yeah, we're using some of the hard cases that our friends over at 2 Circles brought over to protect our equipment, but well, we're going to have to use our reflexes and catching ability. I'm relying on you over there to protect our monitor. And in the second over, Sharks Cricket Academy, 12 for no loss.
I'm very much in commentator mode this week, so that's my excuse. I'm getting it in early. If I do drop the catch, that's why.
Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up for you today. So Sharks Cricket Academy got a double header to start things off. Of course, we're watching them take on the Mighty Tigers right now, but they've got Markhorn London coming up in the next game. Tough day you got to see for Mighty Tigers. A triple header for them. That's going to really test their fitness, and then we'll see the hosts, Hornchurch, in our last couple of games.
Interesting for Sharks as well, because they have the first 2 games, so they have no time to get acquainted with this format. Blink and they'll already have had 2 games of the group stages down, so they need to make sure they get off to a good start. Here's a relatively okay start, 12 off the first 2. They'll learn pretty quickly, though, that those overs just tick down and down.
Just angling that one in, probably missing the leg stump. Yeah, I do wonder how much T10 cricket these sides have played. I mean, continental sides have got pretty accustomed to playing T10 cricket, but it's not as popular in England.
No, well, I kind of walked by the briefing that was happening before the game, and one of the questions was who's played this format before, and it was stony silence. So it will take some getting used to, but we see that on the network quite a lot, that they tend to get used to the format pretty quickly. It's quite freeing. After a while you realise, okay, it's only 10 overs. If I get out, the chances of us being bowled out are pretty slim. You can see Bardwaj just trying to move his feet there.
Oh, that was just a shorter delivery, angling that one in. It didn't quite get the line right, wasn't directed as nicely as he'd have liked. Bardwaj strikes a second boundary.
Yeah, it's worth noting the pitch, isn't it? We haven't talked about it yet, but it's a brand new AstroTurf, literally laid about a week ago. So that's something the players have to get used to, but also us and the match officials seeing how this one plays. At the moment it's playing pretty true. It's quite a thick AstroTurf, so it's almost like a tennis surface. So I don't think it's going to ping too much off the pitch. If anything, it's probably just going to be a bit slow, a bit low. That one came up a bit. It's nicely dispatched by Bardwaj.
See if Ilias has a comeback delivery here. Comes a little bit wider this time. Not a bad idea. I guess he's trying to go for the wide Yorker. Couldn't quite execute it, though. Getting some nice little bit of shape there, though, so you just might want to start that one a little further inside. Looks to go big over here. That's cleared the rope for the first Maximo of this ECS. Beautifully struck there by Bardwaj, hitting that right through the line.
That was a lovely stroke, and you can see some of these batters may be a bit more classically trained, but if you hit the ball as cleanly as that, then you're going to get value for your shots. It's just a lovely, it was almost a golf shot, wasn't it? Just a lovely swing of the bat. And well, you see those cars in the background. We're in the firing line. I think they are as well, Nish.
Yeah, they certainly are, and just for a second, I'd say my heart leapt when I saw that one hit straight down the ground, but gonna have to get used to it over the course of this series. I think we'll see plenty more shots like that over the next couple of weeks.
Look at that win predictor. Exactly 50-50 as they're just, I think, well, they found the Grizzly again. Ilias with his head to the heavens. And yeah, we're just waiting for the errant fielder there to get himself out of the car park, back into the field. There is a leisure centre to the left here. So it's going to be quite a lot of traffic coming around here. And, well, let's hope that the equipment and the windscreens all stay in one piece.
Pulled away really nicely, and that's fielded by Omar Akram out at mid-wicket. He actually kind of took his eye off the ball a little bit there when he was fielding that, and in the end it's quite fortunate that it's ended up right in his hands. Got a hoodie underneath his jersey as well.
It's not that cold. I mean, I did bring him out a winter coat this morning, but it's 15 degrees. It's going to go up to about 23, 24, I think, today.
Nice ball there. Back of a length, heavy length delivery. Not quite a Maximo, though. Just going to correct that graphic. I'm sure the batting side would like that, but didn't get a Maximo there. 24 for no loss at the end of 3. Generally speaking, though, you consider this a good power play for the bowling side. Just go back to last year's ECS here in Hornchurch. The run rate was 12.6 for this series. So, gotta say, I think the Mighty Tigers are pretty pleased with how things are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've used 3 different bowlers in the 3 overs so far, and well, that was the most expensive over so far, but still only went for 12. Just those 2 boundaries coming off it. Certainly a good start for the Tigers. A good move as well to get a lot of different bowlers in early, just to settle a few nerves maybe and get their eye in as well. It does look like Mirza Beg's going to come back for his second and final over here now, the man with 14 on his back.
Oh, nice use of the feet. This is struck firmly straight down the ground, just to the right of our commentary tent. Yeah, Bardwaj really playing the role of the aggressor here for the Sharks.
Yeah, that was a lovely hit. I thought we were in for an early fielding session there, Nish, but just smacked right into the sight screen. Don't know if we can yet. Well, there's the sight screen. We're very much directly to the left of that. I think especially for the left-hander, we're in trouble. Of course, if he reverses it, then we're safe for a moment, but he misses out on that one. Throws his head back as well, because the shot was on. 45's in the ring, and he made contact with that. I think that would have rolled down the hill. Dot ball, though.
Goes for the reverse again, and he executes it. Tried the shot out earlier in his innings.
Oh.
And well, got a spectator just walking by, tried to field that one. Went for a bit of foot fielding, but he's unable to stop that. But this is just a beautiful shot.
That's a lovely shot. He had a dress rehearsal the day before, the game before, and that time he gets all of it. And a good early morning sprint from that spectator over there. He missed it and then had to chase it. It's quite a steep hill there. Kept on chasing it and chasing it. I don't think he's one of the official boundary riders, but he did a good job there.
Oh, just gets a leading edge and slight misfield there by Showan Chowdhury, which will allow the Sharks to pick up a single.
Yeah, you can't really see it quite on the camera, but there is quite a significant slope from left to right as you're looking at the screen. So anything down towards, well, for the right-hander into the leg side, it's just going to run away. We've got two fielders right on the rope there on the leg side. But anything in the gap's just going to be a boundary all day long.
Oh, slight inside edge. And Mushtaq is struggling a little bit here. If you are Mighty Tigers, you want to try to keep him on strike, maybe just get someone in on the one and not let him get a single.
Yeah, it's an early test for him here, isn't it? 3 off 7. Not quite panic stations.
Pulls the length back. This could be a catching opportunity. Fielder underneath it, and it's taken really comfortably there by Abid Nawaz. Skies that one, Mushtaq. He never really looked comfortable in that innings. And we see the very first wicket of this ECS.
Yeah, just didn't quite get back and underneath it enough, and in reality nowhere near getting it to the rope. But I don't mind that. He saw that he was kind of struggling a bit. Decides to not chew up any more deliveries, goes for a big one, and he manages to find the grateful hands of Nawaz. It's the first wicket to fall, but Mushtaq, I'm sure he'll have learnt a lot in those 8 balls. Only manages to pick up 3 runs. Still a decent enough opening partnership for the Sharks in their very first ever T10.
Yeah, when that was in the air, I was just wondering, tactical drop? Tactical drop? I mean, he is struggling a little bit, but I feel when you do something like that, you're just tempting karma, and then you might see him strike a couple of boundaries after that.
Yeah, I think that's very much in chapter 10 of T10 101. So I think for now, they just have to take their catches as they come to the Mighty Tigers. Of course, I think everyone here is, we don't want to labour the point, but everyone in this game, I think, is pretty much playing their first T10. As I was saying in the intros, it's only really Hornchurch who we're familiar with on the network. Everyone else, it's a case of learning on the job and certainly taking your chances. That's chapter 1 of T10, I think.
So the new batter has made his way out to the middle. Shafi got the non-strikers in. Oh, this is really nicely struck by Bardwaj, but straight to the fielder. And, well, it's a back-to-back wickets here for the Tigers. And they managed to go bang-bang, so an ideal situation here for the bowling side. They got 2 new batters out in the middle.
Yeah, it was a nice catch. It was right on the rope, right in front of the 2 dugouts as well. Well, muted celebrations. It certainly was a decent catch, though. As you said, Nish, getting both openers out, especially Bardwaj, who was going well. 29, he scored, falls on his 17th delivery. Suddenly the Sharks have 2 new batters at the crease. It's Abed Kaini coming out to join Usman Shafi. But a wicket at the end of Baig's over, and then Mihad bin Maher. Well, what about that? First ball in European cricket, picks up a wicket.
Yeah, what an incredible start for him, and a lot of new players. Players we haven't had a chance to see earlier on the network. So we're learning about these players just as you are. So it's going to be interesting to see who really makes a name for themselves over these next couple of weeks.
I already like the look of the Tigers bowling lineup. They've got a bit of variation. The left-handed Bin Maher here, of course, they started with a spinner as well. So they're not afraid to switch it up. He's already the fourth bowler that's been used.
Slower ball there to the new batter. Kiani gets off the mark, clips that one away. Shafi now set to face his first ball. Very open stance here. It's very clear where he wants to hit it. And he certainly does look to strike it there. And hits a 6 off his very first ball. So, well, there's someone who clearly knows how to play in T10 cricket.
Oh, well, he called it an open stance. He's only ever going to be targeting that leg side. Takes a little shuffle back. Ends up getting on the front foot. Just lifts that one away for a nice Maximo.
Beautifully struck there by Shafi. Bin Maher was looking to go for that Yorker. Just misses it by a couple of centimeters, and Shafi just going nice and deep in his crease is able to just elevate that one away for a 6. Pulls his length back a little bit here. Wasn't timed as nicely as you'd like, and it's once again gone to that fielder, Omar Akram, the man with the hoodie, takes his second catch this innings. It's a very brief stint for Shafi, 6 and out.
6 and out indeed, and that was a brilliant catch. It was hit quite flat, quite firmly. You thought maybe Shafi got hold of this one, but it was diving forward. Nice catch, straight into the onion bag, and picks up his second catch there on the boundary. And suddenly what was not quite a blistering start from the Sharks, but certainly a solid one. They've now lost 3 wickets for just 7 runs.
Wickets tumbling here for the Sharks after a fairly steady start. That Arjun Bhardwaj wicket really was a massive one for the Tigers. No one else has been able to get going so far for the Sharks. Nice low catch there, very sharp catch for Omar Akram, demonstrating he's a pretty safe pair of hands for this side. And new batter has made his way out to the middle is Salman Khan. You're just going to have to build some kind of a partnership here. Going to need to be a period of reconstruction for this Shark side. The run rate, although not the worst, isn't exactly in an ideal position for this Shark side, but they're going to have to stop the fall of wickets as well. Another left-hander in for the Sharks team. They do have a number of left-handers in their batting lineup. That's a nice ball there. Top of the off stump by Bin Maher. Oh, looks to go big. Has he got enough on this? Yes, he certainly has. Khan off the mark with a 6.
That's the first time it's been lifted into those dugouts. And I think, well, alongside us, Nish, the dugouts are going to have a few Grizzlies saying hello. He didn't quite get hold of all of it. And once just slaps it away. Gets it high enough and says hello to his teammates in the tent there. So it's a maximum to finish the over and halfway stage then, 46 for 3. Expected score just over 100. Of course, it's the first game here, so not quite know what the average score is, but certainly you want to be looking at 120, 130, I reckon. But I suppose with new teams, I guess the run rate is going to be slightly lower than average, just as they feel their way into this new format.
Tucks this one away towards mid-wicket. And he will pick up a single here.
Yeah, Dave asking in the chat how far away those cars are behind us. So you can see it's an easy hit into the dugouts here. The cars are probably another 20 meters behind us, so it's probably a bit of an optical illusion, but certainly some of the hitting that will be on show. I wouldn't want to be parking my car there, let's put it that way.
Hit out towards square leg. Another single for the Sharks. They've done a pretty good job of keeping boundaries to a minimum. Just seen 7 boundaries struck so far this innings. Not bad at all in the first half of a T10 innings.
Side as he's bowling this 6th over, so already the fifth bowler used in the 6th over here by the Tigers. That one will be cut away though, will run for 4, and you can see there the value of playing shots along the ground as well. You don't always need to go aerial. That's maybe a lesson that will be learnt quickly by the Sharks. If you get a bit of width on the ball, just play it away along the ground and even up that slight hill. It's going to race away for 4.
He rolls his wrist there beautifully, doesn't he? Uses the pace of the ball and gets that one away for 4 runs. Nicely struck by Kiani into the gap. 4 runs for the Sharks. They need a few more of those boundaries. Looks to go big, and this one's going to clear the rope very comfortably. Back-to-back boundaries for the Sharks.
Lovely stroke there by Abed Kaini. He's come in, only faced a handful of deliveries so far, but made the most of that one. You can see it just about lands over the European cricket hoardings, but still, for now, safely away from those cars. Well, I have a road the other side as well from behind the keeper, but that would be a big, well, I suppose you could scoop it. It would unlikely to hit the road there. But we're certainly on car watch this week. Definitely on protect the equipment watch as well here in the commentary tent.
Just has to wait for that one a little bit. Just took some pace off the ball there, Aziz. Our ball to come in the 6th over. 13 off this over so far. The joint most expensive over we've seen. One more boundary here really would be ideal for the Sharks and just get them back on track. Struck firmly towards long off, and in the end, gotta say, Abid Nawaz has dealt with that quite well. The ball just bobbled along a little bit as it went towards him. Biggest over of the inning so far for the Sharks. 14 runs coming off it. And the Sharks find themselves 60 for 3 at the end of 6.
Yeah, decent over there from the Sharks, given that they previously lost 3 wickets in the space of just 5 deliveries. A bit of a steadying over there for them. 4 overs now to go. Certainly laid the foundation here of trying to get to at least the 100 mark, maybe even 120. You see the captain, Hiresh, he's carded to come in down at 8. Slanky, the wicketkeeper, before then. But it's also a case of the batters finding their way, seeing actually if they are good T10 players, because I suppose the sides here are putting their batting lineup in based on what they might do in T20s or even 40, 50 over cricket. Sometimes it's just a different game playing T10. Some batters might surprise you, come out with a bit of freedom, swing and swing hard, see what happens. At the moment they're just happy to play away the good deliveries. This is Abid Nawaz starting his first over on the network. Another left armour, so we've got a lot of left armours here, haven't we? And that is good quick hands there from the wicketkeeper, Hassan Ahmad. The question is being asked, let's take a look at this one.
It could be close, could be really tight. Let's just have a look at this angle. And oh, well, gonna have to look at that a couple of times. This is gonna be really close. Has he managed to just get his bat behind? No, he hasn't, and looks to me like he's in serious trouble.
Yeah, I think that one's probably going to be out. You can see that's the frame there. His bat is just short. It's a great piece of glove work by the captain, Hassan Ahmed. Just double checking. He definitely takes it behind the stumps. And, well, by our eyes here, Nish, I reckon he's a goner. And, yep, he is making the slow walk off the pitch. He does have to depart, so that's the 4th wicket to fall for the Sharks. Salman Khan has to go for 8. New batter in. Looks like it's going to be Raza Mughal in at 6 for the Sharks. So after a little rebuild partnership between those two, again, wicket falls at an inopportune time really for the Sharks, just as they were trying to build a bit of a head of steam. And Abid Nawaz, on just his 2nd delivery on the network, picks up a wicket. After Mihad bin Maher, of course, picks one up on his 1st delivery. That's the 2nd left armour then that the Mighty Tigers have. Of course, they have the pace of bin Maher, and the left arm orthodox spin here of Abid Nawaz doing the business there.
Looks to go for a big heave across the line there, Mughal. And once again, the keeper asking the question. Umpire at square leg doesn't look too convinced, but we'll have a look at this side on nonetheless. Does he just lift his foot there? Oh, that was a little bit cheeky, and I think Raza Mughal could be in trouble over here. He just lifts his back foot and just watch Hassan Ahmed here. He's patient, just waits for him to lift that foot and then whips the bails off right there. Yep, you can see his foot is in the air, and I think he's a goner here, Hassan Ahmed.
I think so too, Nish. You can see that. The foot is in the air. Raza Mughal, well, he was through his shot, really, wasn't he? And he was kind of like, oh, well, I'll miss that one. And just pivoted with his foot. And Hassan Ahmed, well, you could see he was wise to it. He was just waiting and waiting. He was like, go on, I dare you. He lifted his foot. And Ahmed picks up his second stumping and as many deliveries. And that'll be a very quick lesson learned there for Raza Mughal, because that's the kind of one, if it happens in Sunday cricket and Saturday cricket, up and down the country, no umpire is really going to give that, because they'll just say, well, maybe he lifted his foot, but I can't be sure. But with the technology here, thanks to our friends at Two Circles, Raza Mughal, well, his doziness is punished there. You can see Hassan Ahmed, he was absolutely convinced. The umpire rightfully went upstairs, and the 5th wicket does fall. Sharks in a bit of bother here, 60 for 5 halfway through the 7th.
Beautiful ball there by Nawaz. Just gets that one to rip away. Of course, that was the hat-trick ball. Let's just take a look at this again. Yeah, it just goes past the outside edge. Doesn't quite time this as nicely as he'd like, but gets that one away towards mid-on, and that's a single. So yeah, Sharks in some serious trouble over here. 60 for 5. The mighty Tigers are firmly on top.
Abid Nawaz certainly has his captain and wicketkeeper to thank for his first 2 wickets on the network. 2 stumpings. The first one was a good quick piece of work, and the second one was all guile and a bit of cheekiness as well.
Just walks across the stumps there. Slightly risky shot, was exposing his stumps, but manages to work that one away towards fine leg for 4 runs.
Do you think there's an argument on the stumping that I wouldn't say it's, I'd say it's cheeky, and I certainly think it's a great stumping. Do you think somehow it's, well, he wasn't trying to gain an advantage, was he? He was just being a bit dozy, lifting his foot. Don't get me wrong, it's 100% a stumping. I think it's a great piece of glove work. But you could almost make the argument for, you know, I don't want to say spirit of cricket, but I'm going to say spirit of cricket. What do you reckon?
No, that was certainly a good question to ask. I mean, I thought that for a second as well, but it definitely was a little bit cheeky. We're just having a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European cricket network. Of course, alongside us, we've got cricket going on in Romania as well. A really exciting series of it there right now. The Bliss Warriors are taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. Bliss Warriors, it's like the target of 104 for the Gladiators. And out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single.
In any case, I think Raza Mughal, he's not going to lift his foot up for the rest of the week. There's no way he's going to let that happen to him twice. Hassan Ahmed, though, he seems to have picked up the T10 game very quickly behind the stumps.
Oh, just going a little bit too far down the leg side there. Ahmed, and Kiani is able to help that one away. Got a big role to play here, Kiani. He's going to have to get his side to accelerate a little bit now that their run rate has dipped after all those wickets.
Yeah, Sharks just need to keep going. Part of T10 is also just holding your nerve, resigning yourself to the fact that wickets will fall. But actually, wickets is not that significant in this T10 format. It's all about, as you say, Nish, the run rate. If they can continue to score 1 or 2 boundaries every over, even when wickets fall, then they can certainly scramble their way up to a defendable total. That expected score has dipped below 100 now. I think at this point, the Sharks would happily take anything in the triple figures.
Towards mid-wicket, they'll pick up another single here. It's interesting, of course, Ahmed's the 7th bowler the Tigers have used so far this innings. You don't tend to see a side who are doing as well as the Tigers are so far. Use 7 different bowlers.
Yeah, it's a good point, but you wouldn't think he's the 7th choice bowler. Every one of them has bowled very well. We've only had a solitary wide bowled so far in this innings. It's the only extra bowled.
Struck firmly, and is it gonna clear the rope? Just about. That was a really good effort there by Bin Mar. Just tried to bat that one back in, flying a bit like a goalkeeper over here, and just making sure it doesn't go over the rope. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Yeah, it's a great effort, but he's not going to be able to prevent a 6.
He almost tries to claw it back, doesn't he? And he was not helped by that downslope. It was always just drifting away from him, but an excellent effort. Still can't prevent the Maximo.
He's going to just about get that one away for a single. Yeah, of course, Vinny chiming in with his opinion as well about what you mentioned earlier. And yeah, unsurprisingly, he's taking the keeper's side.
Very balanced opinion there from Vinny. Oh, don't get me wrong, 100%. I think it's a stumping. It's just how long can you wait, I suppose, until you say, okay, well, I'm not going to get the stumping now. Well, he's going to get the Maximo. I think that one, we're going to double check probably, but I think it does just land the right side of the rope. If you're of a Sharks persuasion, and the umpire does lift up his hands. 6 runs. I suppose it's like a figure skater, isn't it? They don't, you've got to nail the landing. So it's not until, you know, you're in control of all your limbs that the ball is completed. And I think on that occasion, he kind of just swung the bat, and then in the process of trying to steady himself, he just lifts his foot. And Hassan Ahmed was lurking around like a predator and manages to whip the bails off. So I think it's all fair. It's just an interesting discussion, isn't it?
Let's take a look at the form so far for this Sharks side. They've kind of been going at about a rate of 8 or 9 for most of this innings. It's up to 10.5 at the moment. Just all the wickets they've been losing, they haven't quite allowed them to accelerate. Shoaib Ahmed was the 7th bowler that this Tigers side used. They ended up giving up 19 runs in that over, the most expensive over we've seen so far this innings.
It looks like they're turning back to Abid Nawaz, and well, rightfully so. He only went for 5 runs and did pick up those 2 stumping wickets in 2 deliveries. And they've got a lot of bowlers that they can turn back to. I imagine Gurveer Saini, who bowled the first, he might come back to bowl the last. He only went for 7 in that first over. So everyone else has gone in double digits. But still, as you said, Shoaib Ahmed, the most expensive, going for 19. We haven't had a magical over so far in this innings. The 9th over gets off to a good start for the Tigers, as Safi Butt just hits that one into his own foot.
Struck towards long on. That's going to be another single.
It has really been an impressive bowling performance here from the mighty Tigers. They've bared their teeth and shown the amount of bowling depth they do have as well.
This one's skied, and it might just clear our commentary tent. Thankfully, it has. Goes all the way for 6 runs.
I was bracing for impact there as it just landed the other side of the tent. I heard the thud. I was looking up and I was just thinking, how durable are these roofs? We could have a grizzly tear through the fabric. I think we're going to find out at some point this week. I think we're safe enough as long as it comes over the top of us and not straight through this big opening. We need that net. Have you done Malta? They've got that netting up at Malta. Maybe we need Lee Tuck coming over, fly him over to put up the netting. Although in the end at Malta we took the netting down because it stopped our visibility. Everyone saw that one fly away to the boundary, 4 runs.
It picks out the gap really nicely over there, just dances down the wicket and helps it along, splits the fielders, long on and cow corner. Really nice looking shot. Yeah, last time it was in Malta though, they didn't have a net. We were kind of in it's like a wooden shack. That's what I'd call the commentary position. It wasn't really a tent. Yeah, it was more of a shack, if anything.
Yeah, last time in Malta we were up high, almost in the car park. We had a lovely vantage point. Certainly a bit further away from the action than we are here. It feels like we're fielding here. Oh, just about can field that one as well, as that one hits straight down the ground. And the welcome to Hornchurch CC banner is being put up, and welcome to the Sharks Cricket Academy as well, who are suddenly finding their rhythm just a little bit, inching their way closer to that 100 barrier, just one run away now.
Has he got a hold of this? Yes, he has. Kiani muscles that away for 6 runs, and now he's just 2 runs shy of a half century.
It's coming from nowhere, isn't it? Kiani, we said he was the key man. He's been there for a while, coming in at 4. Just been starved of the strike, really. And with the hitting he's showing here, maybe the Sharks wish they got him on strike a bit earlier. But he's making up for lost time here, 48 off just 13 deliveries, and the Sharks do get past that 100 barrier, 105 for 5. Still 1 over to go as well. Certainly want to be looking at 120 plus here.
First 20 plus run over as well. If the innings had been 21 coming off that, Bees Nawaz bowled superbly in his first over that went for just 5 runs and was on a hat trick as well. Ends up going for 21 over here. So it's going to be Saini to bowl the final over. Interesting, isn't it? Going to see spin in the final over of the innings, of course. Saini bowled beautifully in the very first over, giving up just 7 runs.
Yeah, start with spin, end with spin. Clearly they have faith in the spinner here to finish the job off. Saini. They scramble through here, and I think it's probably the right idea, just getting the 1. Certainly looked like Butt wanted the 2nd, but when Kaini is hitting it so well, got to give him the strike in the final over.
Full face of the bat out towards long off. Was bobbled a little bit by Omar Akram, but thankfully for him, Syed Aziz was right there.
A bit of accidental team fielding there, as it was completely fumbled by Akram. A nice pickup by the man running across from long on. So they do only manage to get the single, which is a good result for the Tigers, getting Kiani back off strike.
Doesn't quite middle that, but still gets enough bat on it there, but to strike it towards the European cricket banners. And he's pulled his length back a little bit there, goes a touch too short, and that's gone away for 4 runs. Good work there by the umpire to get out of the way.
Good evasive action. He saw it early, picked it up, and ran in the other direction. And good work from Sappy, but it was just dragged a little too short from Saini there. Can he deliver a comeback ball?
Looks to come down the wicket, gets the toe end of the bat here, should be caught. It isn't, though. It's been put down. Slightly disappointing there, because that's going to cost them a couple of runs.
Costly drop there by Shahil Ahmed. He just never really got all his arms and legs in the right place at the right time. In the end, it just bursts through his hands, and not only does it get dropped, it flies away so they can scamper through for 2.
Yeah, that should be a stumping. So we've seen some nice glove work over the course of this innings by Hassan Ahmed, some of which has, of course, drawn some questions, but that's fairly straightforward for him.
The 3rd stumping for the captain of the Mighty Tigers. That one, probably the easiest one. Actually, a bit of turn from Saini on that one. Just nips in, but actually by the time Safi Butt had run past it, he didn't even let the ball turn. He just kept on walking all the way to the dugouts. He goes down in a blaze of glory, though, after he does get a few boundaries. Gets his side into the 100 teens, 113 on the board. Going for 1 big hit too many. Loses his shape entirely. And Saini, I think, rightfully picks up a wicket. He's bowled well. It's not easy bowling the 1st and the 10th overs. He does pick up his 1st wicket on the network. Goes for a funky reverse. Does Iresh Saxena. Captain comes in. And I think it's going to go down as leg buys. He tries the reverse. Comes off. Looks like probably his thigh pad, and it will be 2 leg buys to end the innings. So the Sharks, well, it looked like they'd go over 100, then they had that period in the middle where they struggled. In the end, though, they do manage to scramble their way up to 115, and that's thanks in large part to Ubaid Kiani, who finishes, well, unfortunately for him, stranded on 49, not out off just 14 deliveries. As unfortunate for him that he wasn't able to get to his milestone, and really that he was starved of the strike. If you think of some of the other batters there, Safi Butt, he was there for 11 deliveries, only managed to get 17. Someone like Ubaid Kiani was out there just at the wrong end.
Well, now take a look at the highlights of this innings, and a very entertaining start, you have to say. See this ECS, saw a little bit of everything, a good battle between bat and ball, saw some exceptional fielding as well. Of course, that was the first boundary of this ECS, nicely struck there by Bhardwaj, who got the Shark side going early in the innings. He'd make 29 runs of 17 deliveries, struck 5 boundaries over the course of the innings, 4 fours and a 6. Played some lovely, elegant shots, some really aesthetically pleasing strokes. Tried that reverse sweep a couple of times, executed it perfectly on the second occasion. Mushtaq, he had a pretty difficult time out there, making just 3 runs of 8 balls. That would be the first wicket of this innings, and then we'd see Bhardwaj depart shortly afterwards. Didn't quite connect as sweetly as he would have liked. Struck that one out towards Omar Akram. Mahad bin Maher would pick up his first wicket. Shafi, it was a 6 and out for him. Struck a 6 off his very first ball, and then sent another one towards Akram. Brief stay at the crease for him. We, of course, did see Kiani play a fine innings, making 49 runs of 14 deliveries, falling just 1 short of a 50. Khan made 8 of 6, and then eventually he would depart. He was stumped in this moment right there. Hassan Ahmed just waiting for him to lift that back foot, and then he managed to get rid of him. We could just see the foot was in the air over there. Khan would depart, having made 8 of 6, but it was the Kiani show in the second half of the innings. Brilliant knock by him, just trying to get his side to a respectable score, and 115 certainly is respectable, maybe slightly below par based on the trends we saw during the course of last year's ECS here in Hornchurch, where the average score was about 125. But we'll see how we do. Good evasive action there by umpire Anthony Harris to get out of the way of that. We're now taking a look at the final over. Nice glove work there by Hassan Ahmed. Mughal, of course, just throwing the kitchen sink at that one. And eventually he would depart. So let's just take a look at the scorecard for our very first innings of this European cricket series. Bhardwaj started off nicely, making 29 of 17, laid a good platform for the Sharks Cricket Academy side. Unfortunately for them, their middle order just struggled a little bit, with the exception of Ubaid Kiani, who batted beautifully, 49 runs of 14, falling just 1 run short of what would have been the first 50 of this ECS. Safi Butt playing a nice knock as well, a couple of boundaries, and what he managed to strike over the course of his short time out in the middle. 17 of 11 for him. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. So they used 7 different bowlers, the Mighty Tigers. And you got to say a number of them did really well. 2 stand-up bowlers have to be Gravir Sani and Mirza Beg, with figures of 1 for 15 and 1 for 14, respectively. Abid Nawaz bowled a brilliant first over where he managed to pick up a couple of wickets as well, and a hat-trick at one point. But his second over was a little too expensive, going 21 in his second over, and that slightly spoiled his figures. Got to say, the Tigers, though, they really did well in the extras department, keeping it down to just 3 runs of extras. We're halfway through match number 1 of our ECS here in Hornchurch, and a fairly respectable score in the end, you have to say, for the Sharks. They managed to post 115 runs on the board. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for innings number 2.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. We saw the Sharks post 115 runs on the board in the first innings, largely thanks to a brilliant knock by Kiani, making 49 runs of just 14 deliveries. Bharadwaj, second highest score of 29-17. It was a good revival by the Sharks in the second half of the innings. They were just struggling a touch in the first half. They lost a number of early wickets and then just able to rally in those last few overs and post a pretty respectable total on the board, making 50 runs in those last 3 overs. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if the Tigers are able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will pick up 4 points. Meanwhile, if Sharks are able to restrict the opposition to 80 or less, they will leave with the bonus point. This doesn't really feel like a bonus point total, does it? It's going to take a pretty spectacular batting effort, you have to say, by the Tigers to get that bonus point. They'd have to go with just a shade under 16.5 and over to pick up that bonus point. So, got Omar Akram making his way out to the middle. He's going to face the first ball. Got Shawan Chowdhury out at the non-strikers. And I haven't had a chance to see these players in the past on the European Cricket Network. Can't say too much about them. One thing I can say for sure is that Omar Akram certainly is a really good fielder. Saw him take a couple of very nice catches during the course of that first innings. Of course, it is worth reminding that the average score during last year's ECS in Hornchurch was 126. This is a completely new tournament, seeing completely new teams here. 10 teams are going to feature over these couple of weeks, so it's a big tournament, really is. Going to get to see a lot of very riveting and exciting cricket. Got Raza Mughal, who was dismissed in that very interesting stumping we saw in the first innings. And we're just moments away from the first ball of the second innings. Here we go. Struck towards mid-off, and oh dear, that's a misfield. That looked like it was going to be a single, but this is not the way you want to start off an innings. Really doesn't set the right tone, does it? Looked like this was going to be a rather tight single, but I would have fancied the batters to make it anyway, and oh, right through the gap. That's a nutmeg. And you can see that hard to watch, covered a lot of ground to try to get to that, but wasn't able to. 4 runs. This time, Akram will strike it firmly. Nothing the fielders can do about that. Beautifully struck. Wonderful stroke. Just a little too much width there. He just had a chance to free his arms here. And he struck that one away towards cover for 4 runs. Nice start here for the Tigers. They were helped out a little bit with some poor fielding in the first ball, but gotta find a way to pick themselves up here, the Sharks. This time he's just gonna clip one away towards mid-wicket, get a single, get to see Chowdhury now for the first time on the European Cricket Network. Heavy length delivery isn't quite timed. Could be the first wicket, and it is the first wicket. Chowdhury's going to depart for a golden duck. It was a back of a length delivery there by Mughal. A good comeback ball after getting hit for a couple of boundaries earlier this over. He just wasn't quite able to get underneath that one, was he? And it's a nicely taken catch. So mighty Tigers lose their first wicket. Mughal will depart. Tigers are 9 for 1. Yeah, really needed that one, didn't he, Mughal? After the start he had to this over. Let's take another look at that. It's high up in the air. Really well taken. Straight into the pouch. Made his way out towards the middle, and let's see how Javed does here. Got deep mid-wicket out, and this one's gonna sail over that fielder's head. He was nowhere near it in the end. 6 more runs. First Maximo of this innings. Doesn't quite get that one right there, does he? Takes a couple of steps down the wicket and helps that one along. A little flick of the wrist, an effortless stroke in the end, and goes all the way for 6 runs. So 3 boundaries so far this innings. And the Tigers have come out here with some real intent, looking to play some positive cricket. I did mention that they do want to pick up the bonus point. They got to go at about 16.5 and over. 15 off this over so far. Still got a ball to come. Helps this one away, and foot fielded. Just the 1 run off that delivery. 16 off the first over. Tigers are 16 for 1. A good chance to welcome Tina back into the commentary box. So 116. It's just the first match. It's hard to tell what's a par score, but my feeling was that it was probably just slightly under par.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And well, that's certainly under par from our golden ball performances. 94 since a golden ball. If we're not careful, we're going to tick into the triple digits there as well. We don't want that. We've got the new partnership in the commentary box, and hopefully we can bring out a golden ball sooner rather than later. 94, that's bad. I don't think I've been on the network when we've got to 100 yet, so we'll have to raise our bats in 6 games. Of course, the game's going on over in Romania as well. It's going to be 100 by the end of the day. It's tragic.
Yeah, I think I've seen it when it was all the way up to the 200s at one point as well. So
dark days.
We've certainly seen worse. I think the last golden ball was out in Jersey, wasn't it? At the beginning of May.
Yeah, it was the final, wasn't it? That was it. The final. No, it was finals day, and that was one of the tightest golden ball we ever had as well, with the cameras working on overtime there to check the run out.
Yeah, that was back when you were smacking around some Greek bowling in Corfu.
Yeah, those are the days. The first time we ever met, you were in the commentary box. I was on the field. Now safely tucked up in the commentary box for now. Got a lot of cricket lined up this summer, especially now that Germany have got through to Division 1 of the World Cup qualifiers. So yeah, I'm in love with the game of cricket at the moment. It's a love-hate relationship, isn't it? But at the moment, riding on a bit of a high. That one's riding on a high as well.
Absolutely walloped him. You could hear the sound of the bat if you were a mile away. What a thumping stroke. Second maximum of the innings.
It's a great start here from Omar Akram. 15 off just the 4 deliveries. He certainly hasn't taken any time at all to get himself acquainted with this format.
Yeah, we did see a lot of messages congratulating you for Germany's recent success, picking up 4 victories over the course of the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, that one's going to be squeezed away. Not quite as elegant as his previous delivery, but still goes 4 runs. This has been a great start by the Tigers.
Yeah, there's no fielder out at third, so it's very risky to bowl there. And all Akram had to do was just get a little bit of bat on it, and away it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's the first time ever Germany have got through to the Division 1. We have played in that round before, but since it's been split to Division 1, Division 2, it's the first time we've got through. So it was a big tournament for us. Managed to beat Jersey as well. That was the big win. Defending 106. I think my nails were chewed down to the nubs by the end of that game.
You could just see the batter looking to advance, so he tried to push that one a little wide there, Jabbar Kale, but ends up pushing it a bit too wide.
You can see what he was trying to do, just hide the ball from the clearly dangerous Omar Akram. On that occasion, just falls foul of the wide line. Worth noting as well, to those new to the channel as well, especially to the bowlers who might not be clear on the regulations, that wide line, that blue line, never moves. Anything down leg side is always going to be a wide, as demonstrated there. Thank you very much. But whatever the batter does, whether he goes to the left, goes to the right, then that wide line stays exactly there. We simplify it on the network so that everyone knows where the line is, rather than the ICC regulations where it's a bit more of a metaphorical wide line. This one, try to keep things basic for our viewers. Not that we don't trust you, but maybe just basic for us.
Get some lovely shape away. You got to say though, Jabbar Kale really couldn't quite execute those last couple of deliveries. The idea wasn't too bad. I mean, you saw Akram just shuffling across. That leg stump was exposed, and he tried to strike it, but pulled it a little touch too far down the leg side. And this time he does get it right. It's going to be an interesting battle this over. It's been a good start so far for the Tigers. That run rate looking very, very healthy. Struck firmly and struck away for 4 runs, 1 hop. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. Just wonder if that went towards one of the team dugouts.
I think that went straight into the match officials' tent. See if we can track it here. Yep, in it goes. They've got a double width tent. So while they have a bit more space than us, they also have more danger. So I didn't hear any cries of agony. So I think we're all still in one piece for that.
Oh, this was an absolutely brilliant stroke. A bit of stand and deliver there by Akram, who gets that one away for a 6 as well. This run rate really is looking absolutely spectacular from the Tigers' point of view. They're on track to pick up all 4 points if they can keep this up.
He's got a very upright batting stance. Almost like a baseball stance. Whatever it does, it absolutely works for him. And that's the first magical over of this series as Jabbar Kale goes for 23 runs off that second over. Mostly off the bat of Omar Akram. In fact, it was the one at the start of the over by Noman Javad. And Akram plundered another 20 runs off that over, including a couple of wides as well. That's why the Mighty Tigers sitting pretty here, 39 for 1 to just the 2 overs. It looks like they're going to turn to a bit of spin here, the Sharks. And well, the captain's turning to himself. Uresh Saxena is going to bowl the final over of the power play. Left arm around, coming through the umpire.
This a little bit too far down the leg side here. Saxena, Javad's able to help that one away. Another boundary. Runs just continue to leak for the Sharks.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're bowling that left arm around action. Speaking from experience, anything that's drifting down the leg side, especially with this slope as well, it's just going to be punished, and there's not much the fielders can do. There is a player on the 45, but he had no chance there.
Massive, absolutely massive. That might be one of the biggest sixes we have seen so far this match. Javad gets that one away for a Maximo.
That would have been a boundary on any pitch. I was talking to some of the locals here, and they say for the local games, the league games, that boundary is way up towards those trees. But you can see the cut grass there probably ended just about where that ball landed. As Noman Javed, he's seen the carnage at the other end, dealt out by Omar Akram, and he says, I want a piece of that action. And Saxena, the captain, has gone for a 4 and a 6 at the start of his first over here. Going to be a big power play here for the Tigers, 1 short of the half century already.
Looks to get this one away as well. It's going to be another Maximo. This one almost as long as the previous one. 6 more runs, 3 consecutive boundaries.
Mighty Tigers are roaring here, 55 on the board now. And the Sharks probably thought, well, at least Omar Akram's not on strike. Noman Javed, before those 3 deliveries, hadn't really done a lot. Hadn't really had much of a chance, to be honest. But he's taken his chance here. And the Tigers look well on track, not only for the win, but potentially also the bonus point win. What a start to the series that would be for them.
Certainly would be a statement of intent to start things off. The win predictor already has the Tigers up to 99%, so looks like the Sharks' chance of winning are slipping away. Just got to at least try to get a point out of this game. Oh, this one's going to be massive as well. Struck beautifully through the line. We've seen a few strokes over mid-wicket. This time he goes over the offside, and well, Saxena, he's having an absolutely torrid time.
Not been the greatest of starts for the captain here of the Sharks. He's changed his angle. It hasn't helped at all. I think they've gone on a bit of a grisly hunt here. He's been hit to all 4 corners. Has already gone magical. 22 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries for him on the network. I suppose it can only get better for him as he has a long consultation with his wicketkeeper, Obaid Kiani, who was, of course, the chief distractor for his side, finishing 49 not out. It looks like it might be on a losing cause here, though.
Goes Fuller this time, and that is an exceptional bit of fielding. Boy, did Saxena need that. He really needed Salman Khan to just save him a few runs. He's already been clubbed for quite a few. Goes big once again, and looks like that's got enough to clear the rope as well. So that was some very temporary respite there for Saxena with that dot ball. It's another Maximo. 28 runs coming off this over. They are off to a flyer of the start. Are the Tigers 67 off this power play.
Well, you can see their intent here. They want to get this tournament off to a perfect start. That's a big, big power play in anyone's book. 67 runs coming off it. Each over bigger than the last. You can see the Sharks only managed 1 magical over. That was in over number 9. Just about magical. 21 runs coming off it. The Mighty Tigers, 16 off the first over, then 23, 28. 67 runs off the board. The Sharks only managed that much after the end of over number 7. See what an explosive start this has been for the Tigers, and setting themselves up for what could be a dream start to their triple header Monday. Remember, they're coming back in games 3 and 4 back to back against Marcourt and then against the hosts Hornchurch. So if they can get a win on the board here, they at least get their tournament up and running. As for the Sharks though, they've only got the 2 games today. They're coming back straight after this one. It could be the worst possible start for them.
Goes tempted slower ball there. Doesn't quite get that one right, and Akram's just managed to strike that one away for a 6 as well. So it really has been a pretty miserable time so far for these Sharks bowlers.
It doesn't seem to matter who the Sharks deliver up here to bowl. Every single one is going to the rope. That Saxena over went for 28. He somehow managed to sneak in a dot ball. It was only due to that brilliant fielding in the ring. Otherwise went for 5 boundaries. The treatment is the same here for new bowler Zain Mughal.
It's been a pretty difficult match so far for Zain. Mughal was stumped in a rather unfortunate manner in the first innings and comes into bowl here and gets clubbed for a 6 off the very first ball he delivers. Yeah, as you can see now, 49 runs needed. Should be 43 of 23 balls. So haven't quite got that 6 updated on the scoreboard. Gonna have to go with just under 12 and over here. The Tigers to pick up a bonus point, and you'd certainly back them to do that, considering the way they've been batting so far.
Yeah, you've seen the difference in the approaches, the mindset between the 2 batting lineups so far. The Sharks, and they came out with their openers, Arjun Bhadwaj and Shahid Mushtaq. Mushtaq in particular, he struggled, didn't he? He finished 3 off 8, and he, in the end, got dismissed just trying to go for any kind of big shot. But you could see they were, without sounding disparaging, because it's actually a compliment, they were playing proper cricket. They were trying to play these nice strokes along the ground, the cricket that is seen up and down the country every weekend. But T10 is just a different kettle of fish. You can see the intent that Akram and, well, okay, Chowdhury, he got out first delivery, but Akram and Javid coming out here for the Tigers. They've still been playing brilliant strokes, but they've just been playing with a bit more positive intent, trying to hit every ball to the rope and succeeding. Sometimes it won't come off, and that's exactly what happened to Shawan Chowdhury. But in this game, actually getting out for a golden duck is better than getting out for 3 off 8, because you've used up 8 deliveries, not done much, and 8 out of 60 is a pretty significant percentage. So it's maybe just a few quick learnings for the Sharks, and it will have to be a very quick lesson for them, as of course they come back in that second game, which is in just about 45 minutes time.
Goes big, but doesn't quite time it as nicely as he would have liked, and the catch is gonna be taken. That was skied. It wasn't as easy as it looked. It was up in the air for quite a while, and in the end, Salman Khan manages to get it. Akram's fiery innings comes to an end.
Oh, it was a bit of a commentator's curse, wasn't there? We're just bigging them up, but he's done the damage here. Has Akram 35 off just the 10 deliveries. In the end, well, I was fearing for those two. Salman Khan and the captain, Iresh Saxena, looked like they were destined for the back of an ambulance. But Salman Khan, he's the bigger of the two by about 100%. So I think Saxena did the good job there of getting out of the way of it. You can see there's only going to be one winner in that battle. Salman Khan manages to take the catch and also not get a concussion. In the end, though, it's only the second wicket to fall. The mighty Tigers needing pretty much a runner ball to win, but certainly they'll be eyeing up that bonus point win. The new batter, Osama Ilyas, comes out number 4 for the Tigers.
Got Darren Whitlock joining us in the chat. Any chance you're related to Mark and Billy Whitlock? Got a question for you. Of course, Mark and Billy Whitlock, both members of Hornchurch CC. New batter on the middle. Ilyas getting set to face his first ball, the left-hander. They've got a deep cover in place, a long off, deep square leg. Feel They're out at cow corner, and I had to guess the fifth fielder's probably at a wideish long on position. Oh, just gets the line slightly wrong over there, pitching that one outside the leg stump, and Ilias just whips that one away. Great use of the wrists. Off it goes for a Maximo.
It was all wrist, wasn't it? As Ilias picks up exactly where his teammates have left off, and an early one into the, I suppose we can call it the fan zone, as they were ducking for cover there. Just clears the picnic benches.
Goes massive once again. That is a flat bat stroke and a half. And well, you can just see Aussie's giving one of the teams a little bit of an integrity talk, and that when he was ducking for cover over there.
Nobody's safe at the moment as this one flies away. You could hear the explosion off the bat. He knew it was gone straight away. Well, Ross maybe needs to turn the team round so they can have the chat while they're watching the cricket, because you don't want to take your eyes off this one.
A little bit of width on offer here. Gets a chance to free his arms, Ilias, and it's 3 consecutive boundaries for him to start his innings.
That was probably the best hit of the lot as it goes racing along the ground. And there you can see it skips away. Basically one bounce to the boundary. You can see how quick this outfield is. If you don't clear the rope, you can fly through the ground as well. And that one flies through everything and everyone. Is it going to go to the rope? Yes, it is. Well, it doesn't rain, but it pours here for the Sharks, as that was a much better delivery there from Zaid Mughal. He gets no luck at all as it goes straight through the legs of Kiani. Just about gets a fingertip to it, but not enough to stop it racing away for 4 byes.
You made Kiani with a slight mistake there. Saw him bat beautifully in the first innings, falling just 1 run short of a half century. Just 23 runs needed to 3 overs now for the bonus point for the Tigers. And the way they're batting, you'd fancy them to get it within the next over. So we could be in for an early finish here in our first match of this ECS. We'll just take a look at the worm here, and well, as you can see, the Tigers are just in a completely different stratosphere to where the Sharks Cricket Academy were at this stage.
Yeah, that worm certainly rearing its head above the earth. There's another magical over 26 runs coming off that one. Still managed to sneak in that wicket, did Zaid Mughal. But it seems a bit academic now with the runs flowing for the Tigers. And there's going to be 6 more of them. Safi Butt comes in to bowl the 5th. And he gets the treatment as well. Norman Javed this time doing the damage. And the Tigers here are going to be roaring to their first win.
Yeah, we could well be watching the last over of this innings. That is all power, isn't it? It's not really a textbook shot. Really hard to describe that stroke, wasn't it? Just muscled it away.
Javed here. Well, he might pick up the first half century of this series after Ubaid Kiani fell just agonisingly short, finishing 14-9 not out of 14. Javed currently 42 off 10. 2 strokes away. 17 runs needed for the Tigers.
Goes big once again, and it certainly has the distance hung up in the air for an age, and it will finally land just beyond the European cricket banner.
He goes to 48 now. That was more high than long, but you can still a long old jog away for the fielders. They'll be cursing their luck at the moment, especially if they're down that slope. Might as well start fielding about 20 metres beyond the boundary. Certainly getting their cardio in at the moment, running to and from that rope. Javed 48 off 11, just 2 away from his maiden ECN half century.
Looks to go big once again, and he's walloped that one a long way away, and now they're just 1 mighty blow away from a victory. The mighty Tigers, 5 runs needed. They're making very quick work of the Sharks side.
Is the 50 up as well for Noman Javed. 54 off just 12 deliveries. And he gets there with triple sixes. 6-6-6 to start this 5th over. And now the mighty Tigers now just 1 hit away. And you know exactly what's in Noman Javed's mind, and that's getting there with a 6.
You'll want to end this innings with style, get that perfect finish for the cameras. Let's see if he can smack another 6 to wrap things up. But going for a shorter delivery there and gets that one badly wrong. It's going to be a wide, so a 4 will be enough to win it as well now for Mighty Tigers. Looks to go big, and he certainly got a hold of that. 6 to end the innings, and the Tigers will pick up the first victory of this European cricket series, and it was a dominant one with 5.2 overs to spare. They have made quick work of this Sharks Cricket Academy side, who've been in for a real humbling in the opening match of this ECS. They'll certainly have to go back to the drawing board and do a lot of thinking. But the Mighty Tigers, well, what a statement to start things off.
Absolutely. They have told everyone else in this tournament, watch out, the Tigers are about, because they knock that score off with absolute ease. Don't even get to the halfway mark. I guess it was a below par score, but 115, we've seen smaller totals being defended on the network. But this looked like, well, if you had 215, they probably would have chased it down. The Mighty Tigers showing that they're absolutely a force to be reckoned with in this ECS. They get off to the perfect start. Now they've got at least a game to put their feet up and a longer break as well, as the Sharks, meanwhile, they don't have too long to lick their wounds as they're coming back for their second and final game of the day. That's against Marco London. That's coming your way in just about 35 minutes time after that early finish here in game number 1, as we take a look back at the highlights. And pretty much all the highlights are just going to be an absolute exhibition of boundary hitting. Well, that was the alarm, wasn't it, for the Sharks, as it went straight through the legs of Salman Khan, and that marks the start of what was pretty ugly innings for them. They did manage to pick up that early wicket. That was a nice comfortable catch there by Shahid Mushtaq, but apart from that, Omar Akram and Noman Javed, they did the damage. Noman Javed in particular, 9 sixes on his way to 60 runs, not out of just 13 deliveries. Omar Akram as well contributed the 35 off 10. And that was really the key for the Mighty Tigers, that they scored, but they also scored quickly. And, well, on any boundary, I think most of these would have flown to the fence. That one almost flew into the car park. In the end, there was a catch taken. It was Salman Khan who dismissed the opener, Omar Akram. But that just allowed Osama Ilyas to come in and pick up exactly where Akram had left off. The left-hand, right-hand combination as well, working wonders for the Tigers. And even the good deliveries somehow found their way to the ropes. Not much to sing about for the Sharks. But I suppose the good news for them is that they can come back and reply in just over 35 minutes time. But for the Mighty Tigers, they have shown all their might here, picking up the 4 points. The bonus point victory, really the only ones that were doing any kind of work in the field were those boundary riders chasing the ball into the forest. In the end then, a comprehensive win for the Tigers as they beat the Sharks Cricket Academy by 8 wickets and get this tournament off to an explosive start, Nish.
Certainly do. We'll take a look at the scorecard over here. So Noman Javed with a half century, making 60 runs of just 13 deliveries. Omar Akram, of course, got these Tigers off to a great start. 35 runs of 10 deliveries for him. Osama Ilyas was a brilliant supporting act as well. 16 runs of 4 deliveries for him. Shawwan Chaudhary will really feel he missed out seeing some of the bowlings by the Sharks Cricket Academy. He had felt they could maybe got a few runs, but he was out for a golden duck. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for the Sharks Cricket Academy, and well, there's only one word to describe that: ouch. Really hurts looking at those figures. It was a rough outing for the Sharks Cricket Academy, and well, they're going to need to have a short memory, as it'll be a quick turnaround for them, as they'll be back in match 2, where they'll be once again out in the field bowling in the first inning. So we'll have to put this aside, go back to the drawing board, reassess, and put in a much better bowling effort in match number 2 of our ECS here in Hornchurch.
And well, the good news is, Nish, early finish means we've got time
we've been told about all the amazing food outlets around here, so maybe we can grab ourselves a coffee and enjoy the local hospitality. They've been looking after us brilliantly here at Hornchurch. Of course, Hornchurch as well, they'll be taking to the stage later today. That's against the Mighty Tigers in Game 4, followed by a game against Markle London to round off day 1. And speaking of Markle London, then they'll be back in game number 2 against the Sharks Cricket Academy. That's coming your way in just over half an hour's time. Sharks Cricket Academy certainly have to revise their strategy and come out firing, but the good news in T10 is that there's always another match around the corner. So we're going to go get a coffee. I suggest you do too, and join us again in just over half an hour for Game 2 here in this ECS Hornchurch on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Welcome back to sunny Hornchurch, where we're in game 2 of this ECS, and this one sees Marcor London taking to the field for the first time against Sharks Cricket Academy, who of course are into their second game. Without further ado, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Marcor, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Sharks, the away team, you'll call. Heads. It's been called heads. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
You will bat first.
Okay, toss won by Marcor, who will bat first.
Thanks, Ian. There you have it. So Marcor have won the toss and they will have a bat. It's a bold move from the captain, but actually they're a team with players who do have experience on the network. Some of them were playing in the series over in Spain earlier in this year, so maybe they're a bit more acquainted to the format than their opponents, Sharks, who of course played their first ever game on the network this morning. So it's going to be a quick learning curve for a lot of these players, and well, they don't have too much time to get into their work. Remember, it's 5 teams in this Group A. The top 4 will go through, so in that sense there's not as much jeopardy as sometimes we have in these group stages in the ECS, but certainly the teams will want to both get off to winning starts here. And well, the toss has gone the way of Marcor, so Nish in the commentary box will take you through the action. And Nish, the news is that Marcor have won the toss and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So looking forward to this second match. Got Marcor London about to make their way out in the middle. Of course, Sharks coming off a massive defeat in match number 1, giving up their sole point as well. So they're currently empty-handed as they suffered a bonus point defeat. They set a target of 116 for the mighty Tigers, who managed to chase that down with more than half the innings to spare. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Arjun Bharadwaj with 67 points over there. That is courtesy of the fine batting performance you saw from him in the first innings of our opening match of the day. Ubaid Kiani made a solid 49 of 14 as well. The win predictor does interestingly have the Sharks as favorites heading into this match. 58% favorites against Marcor London. So despite the fact that they were beaten pretty badly in the first match of the day, they are still seen as favorites by the win predictor. Let's see how things will work out. Should be an interesting game. Be interesting to see how the Sharks respond after that rather humiliating defeat. It just felt like they struggled to adjust to the T10 format. I think as Tina mentioned during the first match, they were playing a lot of proper cricketing strokes and playing the kind of cricket that most players in this country would be accustomed to, but didn't quite make the batting adjustments they need for T10 cricket. And then I think with their bowling, just gotta say, it was just a little bit too wayward. Didn't quite have the line and length they would have desired. It was all over the place and they were punished pretty badly. So it's going to be Ubaid Kiani bowling this, or should correct that and say Arjun Bharadwaj bowling this first over. Saw him bat really well in that first match, made a fine 29 of 17 to kind of sign off to a decent start. Didn't get a chance to bowl though, and they decided to give him an opportunity considering the bowlers they used in that opening match struggled mightily. His right arm round bowling to the left-hander. Should be a good matchup for him. Expect him to probably bowl a bit of off spin. Here we go. First ball of match number 2. Doesn't quite get the line right to start off, and it's another poor start for the Sharks Cricket Academy. They started off the second innings of the previous match with a massive misfield, and this time around it gets the line wrong there, and it goes past Ubaid Kiani, and it's going to be 4 runs. I just wonder if he got some bat on. They didn't quite see the umpire's signal, and yep, nope, it's no bat involved, so it's a minimo to start things off. To go Fuller here, and well, he's done well there, Salman Khan, to get down, get his body behind that. It's a dot ball. Should say single, beg your pardon. It's going to be Iqbal. Getting ready to face his first ball. Got a couple of Iqbals, K Iqbals in this team. Got Kashif Iqbal, the skipper, but it's Kashif Knock ball over here. Nice open stance. Oh, it's a full toss. That was asking to be hit, and it is hit. It's a flat 6, just clear of the rope. He served up a real juicy one, didn't he? Let's just take a look at this. It was very clear where he was going to hit this. Over cow corner, and it's just a snap of the wrist. And off it goes for a Maximo. It's another poor start, you've got to say, for the Sharks Cricket Academy. Couple of legal deliveries, and seen 12 runs scored off them already. Not better. Much better. Nice comeback ball there. Oh, and that might have been a bump ball. So let's just take a look at this again. He is coming off his foot. Struck firmly. Towards deep mid wicket. It's going to be a single. Dave joining us in the chat. Very good morning to you, Dave, and Chris Smith as well. Looking at a few statistics, just talking about the ODI going on between Scotland and Nepal over in Dundee. Tim Harmer joining us in the chat too. Oh well, if he'd left that one alone, it probably would have been a wide anyway, but he does get some bat on it there, old Huck, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. 17 off the first over. Go back to that opening match. They gave up 16 runs in the first over. And it's much of the same story over here. Not the start that the Sharks would have been hoping for. And it's a good opportunity to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. So, yeah, it's more of the same, really, isn't it, from the Sharks' perspective?
Yeah, I fear for the Sharks here, to be honest, as we take a look at the ECC happening over in Khartoum at the end of September, and it's going to be 3 weeks of absolute cricket craziness, I'm sure, finishing with the championship group on the 16th of October. England and Netherlands, they're already there, and the winners of groups A, B and C will be joining them. Back to the live action here, and yeah, Sharks, well, their inexperience in this format has certainly showed in that first game in particular, and haven't got off to the best of starts here. As for Marquardt, well, they are the one side alongside Hornchurch in this Group A who do have players with some experience on the network. More of that in a moment as Raza Mughal comes in to bowl the second over, and just a bit of width on offer here. It's slapped away by Kashif Iqbal, and it will be another boundary as Marco race into the 20s. Iqbal, for example, he's only played this year on the network, but he played for the Sonseca Sultans over in Spain earlier in the year. Scored over 250 runs in that series, averaged over 50, high score of 79. So he is certainly someone to look out for, as that one's a bit more of a conventional shot, and it's a vicious bounce there as Iresh Saxena, the captain of the Sharks, actually does well to get his face out of the way. He dives towards it, and in the end it just bobbles over him. It will be back-to-back boundaries to start the second over. This one, though, not really his fault, because that's a big old bounce. Not much he could have done about that one.
Yes, the old Tortuga bounces, we say on the network. It's a tough one to deal with.
He just waits for that one, does Mughal. Calls of catch it, maybe in the car park. As it's 4-4-6 to start the second over. Iqbal here already looking dangerous. You can see that's the definition of planting your foot. It was an attempted slower delivery from Raza. Just didn't quite get the length on it. And Kashif Iqbal saw it coming a mile off and just clubbed it away. And this is, I'd say, already alarm bells here, Nish, as Marco move into the 30s off just 9 deliveries.
Yeah, it just feels at the moment like we're watching a replay of that second innings from the opening match. Not made too many changes here, the Sharks Cricket Academy, to their bowling.
That one again, clubbed away this time through square leg. Of course, we're in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. And when you bowl a bit of a rank delivery down leg side, doesn't really matter where the fielders are. And that one just pivoted away. So yeah, Iqbal, he's inching closer to 300 runs this year on the network. Just 7 runs away from that margin. Usman ul Haq, he's certainly the less experienced of the two. He's just 20 years old, hasn't appeared on the network before. So Marco going for a bit of a mix of age and experience and young firepower. Usman ul Haq only faced the 2 deliveries so far. That one's going to race away again. It's just that punishing downhill slope as well as it crashes into the European cricket hoardings. And that's another boundary. Raza Mughal is gone already magical in the second over. 22 runs coming off it. There's still a ball to go. And well, I don't want to quite write the Sharks off yet, but this power play is certainly getting away from them. 39 runs already on the board. 1 ball to come in this second over. Does Mughal have a comeback ball? Can he pick up a wicket? Certainly a better delivery. Iqbal more than happy to take the single. That will keep him on strike as well as Usman ul Haq, the youngster at the other end. He's, I'm sure, learning everything he can from Iqbal at the other end. So the end of the second, Marco flying along here, 40 for no loss.
He's got the best seat in the house, doesn't he? Usman ul Haq at the non-striker's end, and that's a single which Marco will happily take. Just take a look at that run rate going at 20 and over. It's a familiar tale so far for the Sharks Cricket Academy side. We'll take a look at the standing. Of course, we saw the Mighty Tigers pick up all 4 points in our opening match of this series, handing quite a drubbing. The Sharks Cricket Academy, they were able to chase down that target of 116 with more than half the innings to spare.
You don't often see a 13 net run rate, either positive or negative. That just shows how much of a drubbing the Sharks Academy are on the wrong end of. As we go into the third over here, it looks like it will be Aziz Jabakile to bowl it. He, of course, was on the wrong end of a magical over in that first game as well. No one really escaped any punishment. That was a good half stop there by Shahid Mushtaq. Came at him hard in the covers, realised he wasn't going to get his hands down, manages to just throw his body in the way. Oh, yeah, right on the calf. Does well to stop it. Would have been destined for the boundary. They do just run through for a single, so Kashif Iqbal, he can finally take a bit of a rest at the non-striker's end, and the left-handed Usman ul Haq gets a chance now. He's only faced the 2 deliveries so far in those opening 2 and a bit overs. And Jabakile will go around the wicket to the left-handed bat. That one's skewed up in the air. There's calls to catch it. There's a fielder backpedaling, and he falls on his backside, but manages to take the catch. And it will be the end of Usman Ul Haq. First wicket to fall for Marcor London. And it's the youngster that goes. He hasn't been able to contribute too much. He goes for one big hit, kind of tries to swipe across the line. That's a nice catch there. Tumbling away backwards, grabs a hold of it. And Aziz Jabakal picks up his first wicket. Marcor 42 for 1.
And that was the thick edge, wasn't it? It was skied. A well taken catch there by Om Takaria. Jabakal really needed that wicket. He bowled just a 1 over in the previous match that went for 23 runs. So that's a little bit of respite for him and what has been a difficult day for him so far. We'll be hoping to turn things around in match number 2 for this Sharks Cricket Academy side. And well, it's batter's now made his way out to the middle. It's Karwar Khurshid, who's the new batter from Marcor, joining very settled batter Iqbal at the other end, who's in fine form.
He's another one who featured for the Sonseca Sultans over in Spain. Also cashed in on the runs on that occasion. 241 of them in that series, averaging just over 48. So these two will be very familiar with each other's games and a formidable pairing at the top of the order for Marcor. It was good to see them allow the youngster Usman Ul Haq to open the batting. Didn't quite pay off on this occasion, but as we were saying earlier, Nish, as long as you don't take up too many balls at the top of the order, then you've pretty much done your job. You're still part of a formidable partnership. And that one's just clubbed down the ground. Falls short of Salman Khan there at mid-off. That was Usman Ul Haq. He only contributed for 5 runs, but it was in a 42-run partnership with Kashif Iqbal. And some of the time just being there is half the battle. As well, the bat of Khurshid won't be there for much longer. As that one might have just found right on the toe of the bat and calls for a new piece of equipment. Maybe this one has a bit more of a middle, as actually this has been a good over from Aziz Jabakal so far. Going for just the 3 runs, 2 of those were wides, and of course picking up that wicket to break the opening partnership. They've still got 2 dangerous batters at the crease here, so if Sharks can get 1 or 2 more wickets, I think they'll feel slightly happier about things. Another swing and a miss though from Karwar Khurshid as he misses out on the first 2 deliveries.
Certainly a newer bat. Not as many cherries on this bat as the one he just exchanged it for.
There won't be many cherries if he keeps on swinging like that. His feet firmly rooted to that brand new AstroTurf. Just needs to get his feet moving here. It's still 2 balls left of this power play. Nice little comeback from the Sharks. Again, a good delivery. Just right in that block hole, but well, the bat does have a middle niche. That new bat has come into the action and into the boundaries. He just squeezed that one away. To be honest, I think he was going for the big booming cover drive, but he gets enough of it. And that man over there doesn't do the fielding. He lets that, keeps that to the team, but will be a boundary for Marcor. They're now 47. Still 1 ball left of the power play. If they get a boundary here, certainly they'll be more than happy with their first 3 overs, but well, just falls foul of that wide line. Thought he might have been able to get away with that one, Aziz. The umpire raises his arms.
Magnificent that last stroke, wasn't it? Just opened the face of the bat and helped it away behind point. Just going back to both of their numbers from when they played in Spain earlier this year. You've got Iqbal at the other end with a strike rate of 207 during that series, and Khurshid with 267.
Has clubbed away and almost into the grasping hand of Salman Khan, who just tries to get airborne. Gravity was almost against him there. He didn't quite get the jump as it just goes over his fingertips. And it will be a boundary to finish the 3rd over, finish the power play as well. Marcor, more than satisfactory power play for them. 52 runs on the board for the loss of the 1 wicket. That was Usman Ul Haq. As Nish was saying, the 2 in at the moment, both formidable batters, and the strike rates they go at if these two get going, this could be a big, big score.
Incredible power play here for the Markhor London Cricket Club, and yeah, Sharks did manage to get that one wicket, but it's very similar to the first match we saw today where Sharks just struggling, aren't they? Ended up giving 67 runs in the first match during the power play, so it is an improvement. 15 runs less, but 52 is still a very, very respectable total of the first 13 overs. As we can see, they're going at 17.3 an over here. It's going to be Akhtar to bowl the first over after the power play.
Goes high up in the air. There's going to be someone converging underneath it. It's going to be Salman Khan. He's a man who's in a bit of a hot spot there for the Sharks. And again, he shows he's got a safe pair of hands. And that's a big wicket to fall at the start of the fourth over as Laik Akhtar comes into the attack with the ball. And Kashif Iqbal is the man to fall. He goes for 31 off 12 deliveries. A good start for him, but nothing more than that. Maybe just a bit of frustration on his part as he mostly saw that third over pass him by at the non-striker's end. Gets on strike at the start of the fourth, but only manages to club that one into the grateful hands of Salman Khan. This has been a good little comeback from the Sharks. Markhor now 52 for 2 at the start of the fourth.
Second catch he's taken so far today. Saw him take a catch in the previous match to get rid of Omar Akram. Gotta say, one positive for the Sharks side has been their catching. Pretty good in that department so far today. They've held on to whatever's come their way. Now we're going to see Zadran coming here at number 4.
Again, the second time today that player gets a wicket with their very first ball on the network. This time it's Laik Akhtar, who didn't play in that first game, comes in straight into the wickets, but he'll get the other end of the European Cricket Network on the second ball as that one's clubbed away for a Maximo. Anwar Zadran into the crease and straight into the runs. That one just a bit too short. And it was easy for Zadran to just stand and deliver and smashes that one back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, talking about very first balls on the European Cricket Network. It's the first time we've seen Zadran on ECN, and he hits his very first ball away for a 6. It's all bottom hand on that stroke, wasn't it? Generated incredible power.
He's going to go 2 for 2. That one's even better. That one a bit more of a clean stroke. And well, you can see there are the cars, so probably still be a big hit to hit it into that car park, but I wouldn't put it past any of these batters, especially the firepower we saw from the Tigers this morning, and Markhor certainly showing what they're about as well.
You're going to have to watch out if you got your car parked over there. Certainly with the way that Zadran is batting. 2 6s up his very first 2 balls on ECN.
Some way to start, isn't it? 2 6s, can he make it 3? Well, he might still get the chance as that one has just slightly falls foul of the wide line. You can see Laik Akhtar just trying to hide the ball away from the hitting arc of Zadran. A bit too wide for the umpire's liking. And he will go 3 6s to start off his European Cricket Network career. This one, well, the fielder was interested for just a while. In the end, though, gets clubbed away down the hill. You can see the fielder there at mid-wicket on his bike. Doesn't manage to stop it. So not only a 6, but he's got to run down the hill to chase that one. Zadran, almost 18 off just 3 deliveries. Would you rather, with your first ball on the network, take a wicket or to have a 6?
Take a wicket.
Take a wicket? Yeah. I think I'd agree with that one. They're a hot commodity in this T10 format, getting a wicket. Well, he did do that, like Akhtar, but since then, he's come in for a bit of punishment. And this one's high up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? It absolutely does. As it's well fielded by some of the Hornchurch lads there, who have been helping out this morning. And certainly will be looking to score some 6s of their own out in the middle in the afternoon games. They'll be in action in games 4 and 5. Good piece of fielding there. unfortunately for the Sharks, it was about 10 meters beyond the boundary.
The checked swing there by Zadran, but obviously with these short 50-meter boundaries, that was more than enough to clear it. Oh, it's been pretty miserable, isn't it, for Akhtar? I think if you told him that he's going to get a wicket off his very first ball, he would have been delighted, but I'm not sure he would have taken that for getting hit for 4 sixes in the very next 4 balls.
Yeah, maybe he wishes he just stopped after ball 1. He says, right, that's it. It's not going to get any better than that on the network. I'll just retire. There's that one again. Just too wide for the umpire's liking. And it's tough as a bowler, isn't it? Because you try and bowl it wide to keep it away from the batters, and the umpire says, no, that's too wide. You bring it in a little bit, and then you get smashed away for a 6. Can he finish the over here? Oh, this one gets clubbed high up in the air. There's a chance here for Salman Khan. He's underneath it, and he drops it, and it gets from bad to worse for Laik Akhtar. A cry of frustration from him as he thought, well, he could at least bookend his over with a wicket either side. Probably, in all honesty, should have been. Salman Khan, he's had safe hands so far, and he just changed his mind at the last minute. He went for the hands down, then he went for the hands up, and by the time he decided what he wanted to do, the ball landed safely. So a missed opportunity for the Sharks as Marco London race away, 79 for 2 at the end of the 4th over.
The Sharks have generally been pretty good in the catching department so far today. That was the first catch they've put down, and wouldn't expect Salman Khan of all fields. We've already seen him take 2 catches so far today to put down a chance. We'll take a look at the warm for this Marco London side. A very productive 4th over for them, getting 27 runs off that over, going at just under 20 and over.
This is the thing that Marco, they've lost a couple of wickets, but there's nothing wrong with the strike rate. Well, there's a chance for another wicket here as it's a little and large combination again converging underneath it. And this time it's a brilliant catch taken by the captain of the Sharks, Iresh Saxena, who says to his colleague Salman Khan, calm down, I've got it on this occasion. Again, it looked like it might have been a case for A&E as the two of them come steaming towards each other. In the end, it's Saxena who grabs the ball just in front of Salman Khan, who, well, he's probably about twice his height, so I wouldn't want to get on the wrong end of him. But the captain of the Sharks takes the grab. There's the 3rd wicket to fall for Marco as Anwar Zadran goes for 25 but off just 6 deliveries.
Hard to believe that strike rate, 417. Truly eye-popping figures. We'll take a look at that catch over there. Yeah, well held on to in the end. Salman Khan was converging underneath that. Yeah, so we were talking a little bit earlier about how difficult it might be for some of these sides to adjust a T10 cricket. That is struck firmly at the man who just took the catch earlier. Iresh Saxena, this captain, decides to have a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers end. And we know for a side like the Sharks, it was probably difficult transitioning from the cricket they usually play to the shortest format of the game in T10 cricket. How different is it also just adjust to this massive change in the boundary length as well? I mean, usually they're probably playing with boundaries a lot longer than this. I'm guessing 60 to 65 meters, and now you got 50-meter boundaries. I mean, not only will that affect your bowling and your batting, but probably also your running as well, because that boundary is now a lot shorter.
Absolutely, and well, we sometimes joke that the fielders on the European Cricket Network are kind of there for decoration. It's difficult to really impact the game, especially when you're those boundary riders. Of course, there's those moments where you need to take them, like that drop from Salman Khan. You don't get too many opportunities in the field. A lot of the time you see the ball just flying over your head. So when it does come your way, you've got to make the most of it. It's a game of moments, especially these T10s. And if you don't get those moments on your side, then you could be facing defeat, as the Sharks realised pretty quickly this morning, and probably dawning on them again here as Marco moving to an imposing total, but they might lose another wicket here. Well, they should have done, but that was, well, casual, let's say, the effort by the fielder there. And the double teapot comes out, as that one should have been a regulation catch. He takes a little step back, then another one, and in the end, barely gets his fingers anywhere near that catch. And what should have been another wicket ends up being a run instead, but still a brilliant over actually from Safi, but he picks up the wicket to start off. Probably should have had another wicket in the end though. Marco London escape, but still just the 3 runs coming off that 5th over. The halfway stage then, Marco 82 for 3, still well set to get a big total on the board, but Sharks at the moment just ruining their missed opportunities.
The 2 catches they've dropped so far this innings, gotta say they were pretty good in the catching department in the last match, but now they are slipping up, putting a few too many opportunities down. You really don't want to do that against a side like Marcor, who do have some ECN T10 experience, as we've mentioned. Iqbal, we did speak about a couple of batters having some very open stances, pretty much telegraphing where they want to hit it. Very clear with Iqbal, isn't it? I mean, just take a look at that.
Wow.
And he's gone.
That's the danger, isn't it, Nish? If you have an open stance, you leave not only your middle stump, but also your off stump exposed, and that's exactly what the captain of the Sharks, Iresh, was zoning in on. And he didn't have the best of games in match 1, did he? But he starts off perfectly here. The 6th over, gets the wicket, and the big wide stance from Kashaf Iqbal doesn't pay off for him on this occasion as he has to depart. Marquardt do lose their 4th wicket then, 82 for 4 the start of the 6th. And certainly the last 7 balls have been productive for the Sharks. Just the 3 runs coming off it and 2 wickets.
Isn't really able to take advantage of that extra opportunity that came his way. We saw him get put down in the previous delivery phase. Doesn't get anywhere near the ball here and gets cleaned up. Strikes his off stump. Marquardt just wobbling a little bit, aren't they, now that they've lost a few wickets?
Waka Zafar, big appeal first up, and it's given 2 in 2. Iresh Saxena, the captain of the Sharks, has started brilliantly in this 6th over as he picks up his 2nd wicket. And exactly right, Nish, there's a bit of a wobble going on here for Marquardt as they lose their 5th wicket. Absolutely nothing wrong with that LBW appeal. Confident finger of doom raised there by the, not the man in black, the man in blue. And rightly so, as Waka Zafar played all around that one. He has to go for a golden duck. He offers his bat to the non-strike. He says, yeah, I haven't used it, so maybe you got a better attempt of it. And he says no. Well, probably the right call actually from Khurshid out there, given that Zafar goes for a golden duck. He says, I'm not taking your cursed bat. You will have to walk off the pitch though.
And Khurshid's bat's done a perfectly fine job so far. Struck a couple of boundaries. So for a 2nd time today, we're going to see a bowler on a hat-trick. And it's going to be Tahir Iqbal, wicketkeeper for this Marquardt London side, getting set to face this hat-trick ball.
The captain, can he put himself in the Hall of Fame? Big appeal. He was going to appeal whatever happened, didn't he? But there's not much doing there as the new batter Tahir Iqbal comes in and, well, middles it onto his pad. So he won't get the hat-trick, but he certainly got himself and his team into a bit of contention here as Marquardt, the last 10 deliveries, have picked up just 4 runs, 4 singles, and lost 3 wickets. 2 relatively new batters at the crease now. Tahir Iqbal has joined Kawar Khurshid, who himself not quite motoring along, 9 off 7.
We got Dave in the chat just commenting on that LBW with his iconic line of plum pudding with plum sauce. Yeah, time to rebuild if you're Marquardt. You can just see the expected score has dipped mightily. It's now down to 129.
It's clubbed down the ground. There's calls of catch it, and it's a nice catch taken right on the rope by Usman Shafi. It was right down his throat, but it's never easy when you're got your heels on that rope. You don't quite know how much room you have to play with, and Usman Shafi didn't have much room at all there. But calm as you like, takes that one at his chest. It's the 6th wicket to fall, and this has been some comeback here by the Sharks as they pick up their 4th wicket in just the last 2 overs. And it's now Marquardt London who have a bit of a rebuild job to do as they find themselves 83 for 6. Still 1 ball left of the 6th. As Kawar Khurshid who has to go. Maybe he should have swapped the bat after all.
You got to say, Safi Butt and Race 16 have completely changed the complexion of this innings, haven't they? Motoring along at 79 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Now finding themselves 83 for 6. You just wonder, are Marquardt London maybe just going a little too hard over here, throwing away wickets every other ball?
Dead ball called here. We just heard the shout from the match officials tent. But yeah, I think you're right, Nish, that there's a fine line, isn't there, between going hard and attacking and just throwing away your wickets, and that's certainly been the case for Marquardt here. Okay, the LBW, you can say Waka Zafar was trying to play the ball to leg, but even then, he just tries to whip away a ball that was pretty much on the middle stump. It's not quite the right shot selection, and then being caught on the boundary, they weren't the right shots at the right time, and when you've had a bit of a collapse going on, you just need someone with a calm head to come in and say, okay, just a couple of balls, let's just not get out. Even if that means just knocking it away for a single, you know, collecting the extras if they come. That's better than what's happened here, which is, as you said, Nish, they went from 42 for 1 to 84 for 6. So they've doubled their score, but lost 5 wickets in the process. And suddenly, from looking like they might get 160, 170, that expected score down below 130, but it might drop even further if the wickets continue to tumble. This time, good fielding along the ground by Usman Shafi. Well, yeah, I think into the start of the 7th over here, it's Safi Butt who's bowling. I think there was just a bit of clarification that was the end of the previous over. But we're into the 7th here, and it looks like maybe they're listening to our advice, because Khurshid and Majid out there in the middle just doing a little bit of a rebuild job, playing sensible cricket, which is not often seen on the network, but I think it's the right call here. And then if it's there to be hit, absolutely smash it. And that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen, I think, so far today. As Kawar Khurshid, the man with the 100 on his back, he's quite a tall fellow, and he just rocked back and smashed that one into the trees.
Yeah, wonderful stroke here. But a stand and deliver there by Kawar Khurshid. We know he's more than capable of making some big runs. He, of course, listed his incredible numbers from earlier this year in Spain when he was able to strike a couple of 50s. He's got a strike rate of 262 for his European cricket career, so he's more than capable of hitting the big shots when needed. I think it's just going to have to be a case of controlled aggression for Khurshid here. He's probably going to have to try to hang around till the final over from Marquardt's point of view.
Oh, that would have been an unbelievable catch there from Safi, but it was just clubbed back at him by Khurshid. He didn't have much time to react, just threw out his left hand. It's one of those where it either sticks or it doesn't, and he's unlucky there, as he gets more than enough of that ball. It just drops to the AstroTurf. It's double punishment as the next ball gets swiped away by Khurshid. It's another Maximo, and Marquardt, they've certainly steadied the ship here. It's Khurshid at the wheel as he moves into the 20s. Now just 2 runs away from the 100 runs, 1 ball left of the 7th. Khurshid, he's just effortless with his hitting, isn't he? He doesn't try to overhit it. He's a big guy, and he just uses all of those long levers to lift that one away for 6.
Just shows you how quickly the momentum can swing in T10 cricket. It was just starting to lean back in favor of the Sharks, and Khurshid with a couple of lusty blows these last 3 balls, and all of a sudden, Marquardt put themselves back in a good position.
This time he goes offside, and it skews away off the bat. It's going to go all the way for 6. It's not quite where he wanted it to end up, but he certainly was looking for that boundary. That's exactly what he gets. Marquardt do pick up the 100 at the end of the 7th over. They're 104 for 6. Khurshid here leading the charge as he moves into the 20s. And now you'd say they've set up a perfect platform here to really go hard in the final 3 overs.
He just threw the kitchen sink of that one. Khurshid threw everything at that and got that away for a 6. A magical over there, goes for 20 runs. And a little bit of a turnaround in the momentum. It's just back in favor of Marquardt now, you feel, after overs 5 and 6. One for just 5 runs. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in Romania. Not sure that graphic was entirely correct. We'll have to correct that. And this is going to be a fairly soft dismissal over here for Majid. Just playing that one very gently back towards the bowler. So take another look at this here. Saxena, it's had a great day so far. Picks up his 4th wicket and got 5 balls here and a chance to get a fifer.
Yeah, it's been a great comeback for the Sharks captain, who took a bit of punishment on a personal level in that first game, and of course his side were on the wrong end of a 4-0 defeat. He's come back fighting here, and a tame dismissal, to put it mildly, for Wasim Majid, who just chips up catching practice for Iresh Saxena. It's the 7th wicket to fall. Kawar Khurshid at the other end probably tearing his hair out. As the new batter Nabil Tariq comes in again, his first effort on the network. You'd imagine his job here is just to get his fellow batter on strike. Saxena, though, he's eyeing up a fifer.
Oh, that was just a whisker away from the off stump. So close to getting cleaned up. He's got his hands on his head over here. Saxena, he was just an inch or 2 away from a fifer.
Some figures so far for him, isn't it? As Saxena just given away the 2 runs in his 10 deliveries so far and picked up 4 wickets. Now he's still got a couple of balls left here to get himself on the Hall of Fame. Slight fumble misfield there by Safi, but doesn't cost his captain any runs.
I think we had a number of forfers during last year's ECS here in Hornchurch, but they didn't get a single 5-wicket haul. Are we going to get our 11th of the year?
No, that's the answer. Short and sweet, but Saxena doesn't quite get his figures ruined in that final delivery, but unfortunate for him that he doesn't manage to get himself in that Hall of Fame that just flashed up there. We've had a few 5-wicket hauls in 2025 so far, but unfortunately for the captain of the Sharks, he won't get one on this occasion, as the final delivery of his spell gets pummeled down the ground for 6 runs. Marquardt London moved to 111 for 7 off 8 overs. Saxena, though, still finishes for figures of 4 for 8. Could have been 4 for 2 or 5 for 2. Almost a figures ruiner with that Maximo, the first boundary that he conceded off his spell. Still can be very happy with his output, especially with the firepower that he's been coming up against from Marquardt London. It's Kawar Khurshid who hit that massive 6. Nabil Tariq, he's yet to get off the mark in his 2 deliveries so far. And again, surely his task here at the start of the 9th over is just to get Khurshid on strike. As it will be Raza Mughal who comes back to bowl his 2nd over. Remember, his first went magical, 23 runs coming off it. And Tariq does get himself not only off strike, well, off the mark, he gets 4 runs, keeps himself on strike. But if he's going to hit boundaries, then he's more than welcome to face up these deliveries, as again, shows the value of ground strokes here, as that one just gets hit into the AstroTurf, accelerates away 4 runs.
It clears the front leg and just plays it along the carpet nicely for a 4.
So he works it way into the leg side. And it will be another boundary as there's no one there. Sharks just chasing shadows at the moment. 119 is the score. Nabil Tariq missed out on the first 2 occasions, but manages to go back-to-back boundaries here. And, well, Iresh just missed out on getting into the 5 wickets Hall of Fame. The last one was in that Estonia-Bulgaria series, the 10th one of 2025, looking for number 11. I think we've got a fair chance here this week of adding to that Hall of Fame.
It's great to see a couple of exciting cricketers we had the chance to see when they made their debuts on ECN. Got Dinik Dania there for Cyprus, picking up the 7-fer, and then Victoria Frey, who's of course a very, very exciting talent for Estonia. Good to see her add her name to that list too.
Yeah, certainly looking for a few Hall of Fame entries here over the next 2 weeks, I reckon. I suppose at the moment it's certainly been a case of bat winning over ball with that big win this morning for the mighty Tigers. But last 2 balls have certainly gone the way of the bowler as Raza Mughal just digs that one in short. Bit of a surprise Yorker. We haven't seen too many proper short deliveries. This one just goes flying past the glasses of Nabil Tariq. He will finally manage to get Kamar Khurshid on strike, but I thought they were going for a second run there. A bit of a strange one. I wonder if the bowler took the bails off there, whether the umpire would have been forced into a decision, because they ran the one and I thought they were going for some kind of suicide or 2. In the end, though, they just wanted to change the bats around. So Khurshid does get on strike for the final ball of the 9th. He's been languishing away at the non-striker's end for the whole over so far. There's 9 runs coming off it, so not really the kind of explosion that Marker were after in the 9th. But Khurshid can try and add some gloss to this over here. Well bowled, though, from Raza Mughal, who has come back well after going for 23 in his first over. He goes for 10 in this, but he puts in a brilliant shorter delivery that flashed past Nabil Tariq, and he gets out the crunching Yorker. So he shows that he's got a few tricks up his sleeve as Marcourt moved to 121 at the end of the 9th. And, well, there's a few options to bowl the 10th. Arjun Bhadwaj, he opened up, went for 17. Maybe they turned back to Jabakale. He went for just the 12. I don't imagine they'll be throwing the ball to Laik Akhtar after he went for 27. It looks like they have gone back to Aziz Jabakale. So they've gone the way that the figures suggest. He went for 12 runs, but did also pick up that all-important wicket. It was the partnership breaker at the top of the order, Usman ul Haq. He's got the responsibility of bowling the 10th, and he might come and get another wicket immediately. He does. Salman Khan rediscovers his catching form as he safely pouches that one at the start of the 10th, and it's the danger man who goes, Kamar Khurshid. He could have done a lot of damage in this final over, but he departs on the very first ball for 36. Marco London now 121 for 8.
He just toe-ended that one, didn't he? Out towards long off, and I guess he's really disappointed with himself as he makes his way back towards the dugout. You got to say it was a fine innings by him, 36 of 18. It's also worth just adding a little bit of context to that as well. I mean, he made a lot of those runs during a period where his side were just starting to slip out of this game. It was just beginning to drift away from them, and he just brought his side back into it and put them into a commanding position.
Yunus, the new batter, gets himself immediately off strike. Nabil Tariq, who did score 2 boundaries in that previous over, but has eaten up a lot of balls as well. 9 off 7 so far. He's now got 4 deliveries to try and boost his side up to somewhere around 130, 135. Clubs that one, doesn't get hold of it. Probably will land, I was going to say land safely. In the end it does. It shouldn't have done, as Raza Mughal, who bowled that brilliant 9th over, comes flying in off the rope, and that one just bursts through his hands. So luck is on the side of Nabil Tariq on that occasion. They do manage to also scamper through for the 2 runs, so he retains the strike.
Just going back to that drop chance, I think Raza Mughal was a lot like us. He kind of misjudged the trajectory of the ball, and he actually ends up slightly overrunning it, trying to reach out to his left. Yeah, that ball, it just felt like it was just going to hang up in the air for an age and fall short of the fielder, but if he'd just been able to judge it correctly, it would have been at a nice, comfortable catching height for him. He's actually going to get swapped out right now, so they're moving him out towards deep mid-wicket or deep square leg, and got another fielder in at cow corner. It's funny that when you do things like that, the ball has a funny way of finding you.
Oh, this one will go in the direction of long on. Has their change worked? Well, actually, it goes into the hands of Usman Shafi, who took a catch there earlier in the innings, and he's not going to be swapped out anytime soon as he takes his second catch. Nabil Tariq falls. Mark will lose their 9th wicket. They're a bit in danger of getting bowled out here. 125 for 9. Still 2 deliveries left as the number 11, Amir Hamza, strides to the crease. And again, it's been an innings that has shifted him in momentum both directions. Markle got off to that blistering start. Sharks came back, and then there was a bit of a kick in the middle of overs for Markle. But again, it seems like Sharks are going to have the better of this final part of the innings, with the previous 9 deliveries going for just a handful of runs. No boundary since the start of that 9th over. And the first ball that is faced by Hamza flashes through for a dot. So 1 ball left now. 125 the score. They need a Maximo here to take them into the 130s. As Jabaka has picked up 3 wickets, 2 of them coming in this final over. Can he finish on a high? Oh, it's a tough call. That one looked like it might have clipped a bit of that wide line. Remember, anything on the line should really go in the direction of the bowler, should go in their favour. This time though, it's Markle that get the rub of the green. Amir Hamza, bit fortunate on that occasion. Can he cash in here on the final delivery, take 2? He can. And it's so unfortunate for Aziz Jabakaya. He thought he bowled pretty much the ideal over. He picked up the 2 wickets, only went for a handful of runs. And then the final ball is just a big swing by Amir Hamza. Didn't really know where the ball had gone, but it does end up flashing away to the boundary. So they do manage to pick up that 130 score to Markle London. I think based on the fact that the Sharks didn't really show too much batting firepower earlier, they will be happy with that. Will Markle London. I think maybe there's 1 ball left, is there? As there was the wide in there. Looking on the calculations of the over so far, maybe we have a bonus ball coming up here.
Yes, we've got 1 more ball to come, and yeah, just had that wide in between, which may have just thrown off the umpires a little bit, but you know, the approach has been pretty clear, hasn't it, from Markle London? I mean, they're just looking to attack everything, and that's why they've lost 9 wickets. Doesn't matter who's out in the middle, they just looking to hit everything towards the boundary. So they've certainly come out with a very aggressive T10 approach, and let's see if the Sharks display something similar in the second innings. We did see them during that first match maybe just play a bit more like a T20 side rather than a T10 side. So let's see if they make that adjustment in the second innings.
Amir Hamza then, final ball, take 3. And this time he does find the middle of the bat. You can hear what his teammates think of that one. They're roaring him to the boundary. As Hamza, well, he seems to be quite a genuine number 11 based on the reactions of his teammates, but nothing wrong with those 2 final balls, 4 and then a 6. So suddenly again, Sharks look like they might have escaped from that 10th over with not too much punishment. And let's go back to that wide call. It was the final ball. I think it probably shouldn't have been a wide, in all honesty. It caught a bit of the line. It was given a wide. And then the next 2 balls go for a 4 and a 6. So rather than something in the 120s, in the end, Markle finish with 136 for 9. It's going to be a tough chase for the Sharks.
It's a tough one, isn't it, for the bowler? I mean, you feel like the over's done, and you can go back to the dugout, and then you got to make your way back out there and bowl another delivery. Probably just wasn't in the right mindset, was he, to deliver that ball? Ends up going for a 6, so 2 boundaries to end the innings. That just helps propel this Markhorse side to 136. We're just watching the highlights of what was a very entertaining innings. You got to say it was a nice back and forth, a good battle between bat and ball. We saw some 6s, 4s, a few mishaps in the field as well along the way. It was just entertaining viewing altogether. Here's a look at some of the fine strokes we saw played over the course of this innings. There were plenty of 6s hit as well. 12 Maximo struck over the course of this innings. It was a brilliant display of power hitting. Man, we also saw the Sharks take some good catches over the course of this inning. This was the second catch that Salman Khan took in this match. He put one down earlier, but made absolutely no mistake over there. Anwar Zudran struck a few good strokes as well. Made 25 of 6 deliveries. That's an eye-popping strike rate of 417. And Salman Khan was trying to get to that one, but Ine Saxena skipper said, nope, that's mine. I'm going to take that catch. Saxena bowled absolutely beautifully, taking 4 wickets over the course of this innings. Could easily have had a fifer. Was just inches away from striking the off stump at one point in the innings. The missed out on what would have been the first 5-wicket haul of this ECS and the 11th overall for this T10 season here on the European Cricket Network. Watching some key moments from this innings. Some great power hitting on display as well. I think the shortened boundaries are certainly something that a lot of these batters here in Hornchurch are enjoying. They got plenty of power, and they're probably accustomed to playing in conditions where they'll usually have boundaries of 60 to 65 meters, and then all of a sudden they've got 50-meter boundaries, and they're certainly taking full advantage of them and got the license to go out there and play some big shots. That was another good catch by Usman Shafi. Took a couple of good catches over the course of this innings. And of course, saw that moment right at the end where there was just a slight misjudgment by the umpires. Thought the innings had come to an end, and then the bowler had to make his way back out to bowl that final delivery, Aziz Jabbar Kale, and he ended up getting struck for a 6 during the final ball of the inning. So they end with a flurry. You have to say Mark Hoare. They struck a 4 and a 6 of the last 2 balls of this first innings, and we'll see the scorecard shortly appear on your screens for the first innings, and give it a moment and hopefully it will appear. If not, then well, more than happy to read it out for you. So the top scorer was Khurshid with 36 runs of 18 deliveries. Iqbal with a brilliant innings as well. That was Kashif Iqbal, 31 of 12s. Zidran made 25 runs of just 6 deliveries. And then we saw a nice little flurry there at the end by Hamza, the number 11, making 10 runs of 2 deliveries, striking a 6 and a 4 to round things off and putting his side in a pretty good position. We take a look at the bowling figures, and well, there's no doubt who's the pick of the bowler. That's the captain himself, Ine Saxena. Ends up with figures of 4 for 8 and was just inches away, as I mentioned earlier, from getting a 5 when he just stepped, got one ball to angle in, and was so close to just clipping the top of the off stump. We'll take a quick break, and hopefully the scorecard will appear, and you'll have a chance to just read what I've just read out for you. So the Sharks Cricket Academy need 137 runs in the second innings to pick up their first victory of this ECS.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny London, where we're halfway through match 2 here in this ECS Hornchurch, and Marcourt at the halfway stage. They've put on a pretty imposing total, 130 runs on the board. They did lose 9 wickets. It was an innings that swung this way and that. They got off to a solid start. The two openers putting on 42 runs in just 2.2 overs before the first wicket fell. And then there was a slight collapse in that middle part of the innings, with 5 wickets falling for the loss of just 42 runs. But then again swung this way and that. Marcourt finishing strongly and managing to scrape their way up to 130, which you'd imagine is a competitive total, especially against a Sharks Cricket Academy side who are still smarting from that thumping loss in game 1, where they lost to the mighty Tigers by 8 wickets in pretty much record time. Just the 4.4 overs required by the Tigers to knock off the score. So Sharks, they are pointless so far in their campaign, and this is their second and final game of day one, so they dearly like to finish this day one on a high. If they want to take the points here, they're going to have to chase down 131 runs in 60 balls. And well, of course, they could do it with a bonus point if they manage to chase it down within 7 overs. You'd imagine that's quite an ambitious total for them, for the Sharks. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to just take home the win from this game. As for Markhor, this is of course their first game of this series. They'll be coming back in the next game against the mighty Tigers, and then the final game of the day against the hosts Hornchurch. They've got 3 games today, and they are looking to get off to a perfect start here and get some points on the board. Remember, this series, 2 groups of 5, with the top 4 from each group going through to the quarter-finals. So a slightly different format to what we've had, at least in the last few series here. You take a look at the bonus point equation then. 91 is the magical figure for Markhor. If they keep Sharks down to under 91, then they will take home all 4 points. Well, there's 4 runs on the board straight away for the Sharks. Khawar Khurshid opens the bowling for Markhor. Just doesn't quite get his line right to the left-handed Arjun Bhardwaj. Says thank you very much, flicks it off his pads for the first runs in this run chase. Bhardwaj joined out there in the middle by Usman Shafi. A very young opening partnership for the Sharks. Bhardwaj 19 years old, Shafi just 20. So trying to go for the exuberance of youth here against the experience of Khawar Khurshid. We were saying in the first innings how Markhor, alongside Hornchurch, are one of the sides that do have a bit of experience on the network. This is the first time that Markhor London have been playing on the network, but a lot of these players had some experience earlier in the year over in the ECS in Spain, and oh, that's a missed opportunity in the first over. Almost celebrating already there was the wicketkeeper Tahir Iqbal. Must have just been a feather down the leg side, and you can see he was almost trying to throw the ball up in the air in celebration. Forgot the fact that he has to keep hold of it in the first place. And it just pops in, pops straight back out. You can see the frustration on his face, even more so from the bowler, as they were convinced that would have been a wicket. In the end though, Bhardwaj lives to fight another day and sensibly knocks the ball into the leg side, gets himself to the relative safety of the non-striker's end, and hands over the strike to the right-handed Usman Shafi. The Sharks here have to have a good power play, don't they? As Markhor themselves got off to an excellent start in their first 3 overs, notching up 52 runs in the power play, losing that 1 wicket, but that didn't really stop the momentum in the early overs. Sharks need to keep up with that run rate. They don't want to be chasing their tails in the latter part of this run chase, especially given they showed a bit of fragility in their batting lineup in that first game. So you imagine they need to get off to a good start here to give themselves any opportunity to chase down the total. Has clubbed down the ground, it's clubbed firmly, it's going to go all the way for Arjun Bhardwaj. He showed in the first game that he's not afraid to just play conventional cricket shots, and why would you be when you get full value for them on that occasion? Just hits it straight back past Khawar Khurshid, races to the boundary, 4 runs, and Sharks at the end of the first over, 10 runs on the board as I welcome Nish back into the commentary box. And we need to do something about this ever-increasing golden ball rate, because we're almost close to raising it. I suppose we raise our microphones when we get up to the 100.
Yeah, we're getting close to that, aren't we? 96 is the figure, and if we don't get a golden ball within the next few hours, considering there's an ECS over in Romania as well, I think by this afternoon we'll probably have brought up the century in that department, but just going back to Bhardwaj though, what a classy, technically gifted player. You know, we saw him make that fine 29 of just 17 deliveries in the first match. You know, he's someone who just plays those beautiful straight back cricketing strokes, very pleasing to the eye, and certainly going to have a lot of success, you feel, over the course of these next couple of weeks with that solid technique he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was saying, he's still young, got time to learn, and the good news is that with the format of this series, each team playing 8 games, they've got time in this double round robin to really work out the format, but also just play with a bit of freedom. I imagine Arjun Bhardwaj is someone who, when he plays club cricket, the responsibility is on him to score a few runs. And here, of course, the pressure's still on. He can play with a bit more freedom, especially with those shorter boundaries, and knowing that the game's only so short that maybe a wicket is not quite as treasured as it would be in the longer format of the game. Otherwise, Zadran bowling the second over here. That one just teased Bhardwaj outside, off stump, caught him in 2 minds there, with his feet rooted to the spot, and in the end flies through to the keeper.
Very nice ball there. Terrific delivery, just beating the outside edge of the bat along the way.
He's worked away nicely. It's been a decent start to the second over by Markor and the bowler Anwar Zadran. Just the 2 singles coming off it so far. Zadran is someone else who is new to the network. There's about half of the team for Markor have played on the network before, but Zadran's not one of those. Yeah, of course, did some damage with the bat, didn't he? 25 he scored off just 6 deliveries. 24 of them came in Maximos. He didn't stick around too long. He was there for a good time, not a long time. But it was really the strike rate of all the Markor London batters that was particularly impressive. Zadran going at 416. Kashif Iqbal going at a more modest 250 plus. And that's what allowed them to get up to 130. Even though they were losing regular wickets, they weren't afraid to just keep going and going hard. And sometimes it pays off. Sometimes it does mean you have a bit of a mini collapse. But if you just have batters going out there, not afraid to lose their wickets, then more often than not, you can get up to a total which you can at least have a go at defending. I think that's certainly the case here for Markor with the 130 runs on the board. One goes high up in the air. Calls of catch it. Gone straight to the fielder in the covers. Has a little suspicious look up in the skies. Well, actually, at the moment, the sun is behind the clouds. And that was probably relief for Usman ul Haq, the opener for Markor. Standing in the covers, takes the catch. Sharks do lose their first wicket at the very end of the second over. It's Usman Shafi who falls, and they're 12 for 1 at the end of 2.
It was 6 and out for Usman Shafi in the previous match. This time around, making just a couple of runs off the 5 deliveries he faced, and never looked particularly comfortable when he was out in the middle. He's going to make his way back towards the dugout, so that'll be the end of his involvement in today's action, as of course this is the last match featuring the Sharks Cricket Academy side. That run rate, though, is just about to run the ball at the moment, so they've got to really pick it up here. They're required to shut up to just under 15. A couple of quiet overs is all it takes in T10 cricket to just swing a game away from a batting side.
Yes. Ubaid Kiani, the new batter. You'd imagine he's one of those key wickets as well. 49 not out. He scored off just 14 deliveries in that first game in the loss. He was one of the leading lights in that batting lineup. That one's hit nicely into the covers, but for no run. So Kiani, the pressure will be on him, seeing if he can go one better than the first game, notch his first half century, and if he manages to do that, then at least he'll get his side somewhere close to this 131 target, as that one's lifted over point, and it will go all the way for 4. And again, Arjun Bhardwaj, he's learning and learning quickly. He's realised that he can still play his conventional cricket shots. This one, just a lofted drive. Well, certainly not where he wanted the ball to go, but he's learning that if you go hard at the ball, then you're still going to get rewarded. It's almost about unlearning some of the lessons that you've been taught, especially playing cricket in England. That one's crunched away, and that's a beautiful shot. Back-to-back boundaries. This time finds the middle of the bat, does Bhardwaj. Because when you grow up playing cricket in England, you often say play with soft hands, let the ball come to you. But here it's more about going hard at the ball, because if you go hard just on that previous delivery, even if you don't get a hold of all of it with the shorter boundaries, especially going down that hill on the offside for the left-hander, then more often than not you're going to be rewarded with runs. Good comeback ball though by Kawar Kashid, who's come back for his second over here. And that one just zips through to the wicket-keeper Tahir Iqbal. Just nibbles a bit off the seam there, coming into the left-handed Bhardwaj on the angle, and then just tails away from him down the slope.
It's pulled away out towards mid-wicket, and slight misfield there, which just allowed them to come back comfortably for a second run. Bhardwaj gets to face the final ball of the power play. It's an interesting one for Bhardwaj, isn't it? You can tell he's got the foundations that one needs to be a great batter, playing technique, nice high elbow. It's just a case of how much is he going to focus on his T10 batting, and you know, he'll just be hoping that it doesn't start to affect how he bats in other formats of the game.
Yeah, it's difficult when you play all these different formats at the same time. I mean, players who are playing here at the weekend, so just the last couple of days, they might have played some T20 games, they might have played some 40, 50 over games, and suddenly shifting that mindset to the very next day, just going out and only having 60 balls in the whole innings, is not an easy switch to make. And we always talk about how T10 is more of a batter's game, but I think it's more difficult as a batter to change your mindset than it is for a bowler. Because if you're a bowler and you bowl a good delivery, there's a good delivery in any format. But as a batter, if you're used to building your innings and slowly notching some runs, and suddenly you're facing a format where you don't have any time at all to get yourself in, and anything under a strike rate of 150, 200 is frowned upon, it's a completely different game, isn't it?
I mean, Bhardwaj going along very nicely here, 20 of 13, but in all honesty, for T10, that's actually a touch slow. And I think for him, it's just going to be a case of he's just starting to learn to play some of those power strokes, starting to hit a few more sixes, and getting that strike rate up into the 220s, the 230s, where the real elite T10 batters find themselves.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Especially for a young player like Bhardwaj. You say, 20 off 13, that's a solid start for me, going at more than a run a ball, what's the problem? But when the runs required is up at almost 16 and over, then anything more than, or anything less than a strike rate of 200, and you're really almost not helping your team. It's a tough situation to be in, especially a young player chasing a pretty commanding total in a format that you're not used to at all. Zamir Hamza is coming in to bowl this over number 4. That one's clubbed away into the leg side and goes the distance, 6 runs. Amir Hamza, of course, was the number 11 bat who came out at the back end of that innings and was able to hit a few strokes. There was a bit of clarification in that final over with how many balls were bowled. There was a few wides in there, but in the end he did hit the final ball of the innings for 4 runs, did Amir Hamza. He's got the ball in hand here.
You're talking about a player who's had no problem whatsoever adjusting to T10 cricket is Kiani, coming off a wonderful undefeated 49 of 14.
That one will race away for a 4, slowly rolls up the hill, despite the attempted footwork there by Waqar Zafar Does find his way to the rope. You can see Ubaid Kiani had absolutely no idea where that one went. He was looking down the hill to the leg side, but ended up going more towards backward point. Still though, 4 runs. Kiani threatening again. 10 off 3. After such an explosive innings in the first game. This time clubs it though into the covers, and it's a half chance there for Kashaf Iqbal, the captain. Doesn't manage to get anything on it in the end, running up that hill. And a half chance goes missing there. And what could be a big wicket as well for the Sharks. As Ubaid Kiani lives to fight another day, gets himself to the non-striker's end, hands the strike over to Bardwaj.
Couple of balls to come in this over. Sharks 33 for 1. That required just under 15 and a half. Feel they might need another boundary or 2 just to make this a good over.
Yeah, 11 runs come off it so far. 12 now. Yeah, they've just got to stick around, don't they? When the strike rates or the run rates up at 14, 15, 16, it's not really about trying to go at that rate every over. Of course, in an ideal world you would, but if you can just get overs ticking over at 10, 12, 13 and over, then you're just looking for that one big magical over going for 20, 25 runs, and suddenly the game turns on its head again. And this one squirts away again over that point region, with the chase is on. And it's a good piece of fielding there by Usman Ul Haq, scampering away to his left, so they do manage to escape the over without another boundary being scored. Still though, they're sticking around are the Sharks, with just the 2 taken off that over, so 14 runs coming off it. So of course that run rate will continue to tick up, but they've got to be happy with going at 12s, 14s, and then just seeing what happens in the latter stages of the run chase.
36 for 1, going at exactly 9 and over here. We'll take a look at the worm, comparing these 2 sides. At the moment, you can see there's a massive gap between Marquardt and the Sharks. Of course, Marquardt were off to a flying start earlier in their innings. At one point, we thought they'd get away and maybe even post something north of 150, but the Sharks were able to just pull things back between overs 5 to 6, thanks to some good bowling by Safi Butt and Ere Sixain. Just to emphasize where Marquardt were at this stage, they were 79 for 2 at the end of the 4th over.
Well, that does also show how good the Sharks' comeback was, as they turn to a bit of wrist spin here in the form of Nabil Tariq, bowling the 5th over here. Yeah, Marquardt at the start of their innings, it looked like they might even been looking at 150 plus score. As you said, Nish, they were well on course at the end of the 4th over, and then just had that collapse in the latter stages, losing 5 wickets for just about 40 runs. And it was only because of a little flourish towards the end of the innings that they were able to get up to a score which is probably, it's difficult to say with only being halfway through match 2, but 130 is probably around par. It'd be interesting to see what the statistics look like by the end of the week. But about par might be good enough against this Sharks side, which is low on a bit of confidence, low on experience, and relying on batters like Ubaid Kiani and Bardwaj to score the vast majority of the runs. That's nicely played though. Racing away, and it will go to the boundary and say hello to the camera. There's a nice bit of invention there from Bardwaj. Take a look at this one. Goes for the paddle, gets all of it. It's a risky shot, pretty much doing it off middle stump. But it's a risk that has been rewarded with that fine leg region completely vacant. Not a single fielder in that quadrant. This time he goes for the reverse sweep, doesn't get hold of it. Wants to get the single, could have even then got a single on the overthrows. In the end, it's an eventful dot ball.
Loves to play these unorthodox shots, doesn't he? Bardwaj executed that little paddle out towards fine leg, got outside the line beautifully, and you seen him strike a couple of boundaries, reverse sweeping. There might have been a bit of bat involved over there, and it's probably the second time this innings that we've seen Tahir Iqbal have a little bit of an issue behind the stumps. Yeah, it would have been a tough one, wouldn't it? But a good catch if he'd been able to take that. He just kind of hangs back on that one part, though. Wasn't quite sure whether to come forward or rock back in the end. He opts to rock back, and just wonder if this is going to be the end of the over. Looks like it is, and Sharks find themselves 42 for 1 halfway through their innings.
Yeah, Bhardwaj, again, I like the look of him as a batter. He just needs to adjust that mindset to this T10 format. As we take a look at what's happening over in Romania into day 2 of that series. Remember, it was a series that was pushed back from its original start because of the unprecedented rain they had over there. It's Phil Enrico taking you through the action over there, and it's all action here at the start of the 6th over as Obaid Kiani, who watched most of the action from the non-striker's end in that previous over, gets in on the act and clubs that one away. 6 runs. They need a few more where that came from, do the Sharks, if they want to keep themselves anywhere near this run rate. It's up at 17, and really, well, they haven't had an over that's gone for 17 at all in the opening 5, and that kind of says it all. It's more or less now or never. Their highest over moment went for 14. That was Amir Hamza's 4th over. Since then it's been slim pickings, and this previous over from Nabil Tariq went for just the 6 runs, 3 dot balls to finish it, all faced by Bhardwaj. It's played into the covers and straight in and out of the hands of the captain, Kashaf Iqbal. Pretty much the definition of hard hands there. He just throws his hands out at it and doesn't manage to hold on to what would have been, well, maybe the key wicket for the Sharks, as Kiani again gets another life, gets himself to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it could be a costly drop for Marquardt. We saw Kiani bat beautifully in the first innings, 49 of just 18, and he's off to a flyer of a start here as well.
He tries to get inventive there, does Bhardwaj. They in the end go through a pretty suicidal single. The direct hit would have seen Kiani not even in the frame, as it's a wide ball, and then it pings to the man on the 45, and you can see here Kiani had pretty much given up on that one. Again, just getting a bit scrappy out there on Marquardt. They just need to tidy it up in the field. And this one's up in the air. There's a fielder converging underneath it, but it's going to fall safe. And they turn down the second as it's fired in by Usman Orhak, and with that ball flying down the slope, a second run's always going to be risky. Again, Kiani, well, he's at least going hard at it. He's 22 off just the 9 deliveries. If you think at the other end, Arjun Bhardwaj, 26 off 19. He's sticking around. He's playing some nice shots. He's not quite flicked into T10 mode just yet. That'll help though, as that one flies off the edge of the bat. 4 runs, takes him up to 30. But it's off 20 deliveries, and the easiest way to work out, okay, well, is he helping the team or is he hindering the team? Well, 20 deliveries is a third of the total, and if you extrapolate his score, it would go up to 90, which is far, far short of the total needed. 131 is the target. So Bhardwaj is a youngster. He's playing some nice shots, and I'm sure he will learn a lot from all of the balls he's facing out there in the middle. He just needs to try to find another gear here to lift himself and his side into any kind of contention here. Still 75 runs needed. Well, that's one way to finish an innings, and Bhardwaj, he's not a stranger to playing a few funky shots, trying to manipulate the ball, and that one doesn't get any part of it. Tries to go for the old reverse scoop, and only manages to look back in horror as his stumps are rearranged. Bhardwaj, in the end, does fall for 30 off 21 deliveries, and Amir Hamza picks up his first wicket of the game. And the Sharks 56 for 2, 1 ball left of the 6th.
It's overdoing it a little bit there, wasn't he? But it's about time that he took some risks, Bhardwaj. He's batted beautifully at times, but it just goes back to that point we made earlier about just making that transition from T20 cricket to T10 cricket. 30 of 21 might be a good knock in T20, but in the T10 is maybe just a touch too slow. There we go. It's going to be Khan on strike to face the last ball of the 6th over.
They've got left-handers throughout their lineup, do the Sharks, and it sometimes just wreaks a bit of havoc with the lines of the bowlers, and this time Amir Hamza just the wrong side of the left-handed Salman Khan. Delivery, but it's going to fly into the hands of the man at square leg. It's Kawar Khurshid who takes a very sharp catch as that one flew off the bat of Salman Khan, who tried to flash his first legal delivery away to the square leg boundary. In the end, he's off the ground as Kawar Khurshid, blinded by the light and by the grizzly, but manages to hold on. It's 2 wickets sandwiched by a wide for Amir Hamza. The Sharks falling away here, 57 for 3 at the end of the 6th.
A very sharp catch there by Kawar Khurshid. A slight weekend reference there as well with blinded by the light. Let's just take a look at that again. The bat's just turning in his hand a little bit. Well taken at square leg. Yeah, nice catch here. And you just wonder if this over might just have taken this game away from the Sharks. They lose a couple of wickets there. The run rate's starting to climb. Just feel that Kiani's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here to get his side close to this target. How deep he's batting in his crease. This one's gone up in the air and just falls short of the fielder. And it's also going to trickle over the rope. So Kiani's been riding his luck a little bit over the course of this innings. Seen a chance get put down. We've seen him get lucky with a run opportunity, and now he gets a 4.
Sometimes you got to make your own luck, and Kiani's certainly swinging and swinging hard. Look how deep he is in the crease. Almost sitting on the stumps. Gives himself a bit of room. Clubs this one now to the long on boundary. Doesn't manage to get a hold of it. You just got to make your own luck and try and make the most of these opportunities. Kiani's still there, still plugging away. He's been joined in the middle by Shahid Mushtaq. Swatted away. And there's 2 fielders out there, and neither of them can get hold of that one. And that ping, well, to me, that suggests it came straight off the rope. It's been signaled for. Let's take a look at this one. The way this one bounced up looked to me that it might have hit the rope flush on the full. Let's take a look. Nope, it just pinged off a trampoline hidden in the grass. So it will be a 4 runs. Shahid Mushtaq knows that he's just got to come out and come firing. And maybe actually that wicket of Arjun Bhardwaj was maybe a bit of a blessing in disguise for the Sharks. Yes, they've lost a couple since then, or at least the one since then. But it allows batters to come in and just swing and swing hard. And that's exactly what Shahid Mushtaq is doing here. As he goes 1 better on the previous delivery, 4 and then 6. And Sharks are at least giving themselves a sniff. I don't think it's quite blood in the water. Certainly still floating here. Run rate up towards 18. There'll be another boundary. Maximo. This time more towards mid-wicket. And Mushtaq, what's he doing down at 5? He should be opening the batting, especially when you're chasing a big total. This is the kind of batting intent you need to see. He's maybe showing young Arjun Bhardwaj exactly what this T10 format is all about. And sometimes you've just got to get down and dirty, clear your front leg and smash it. And that's what Mushtaq's doing here.
He did open the batting in that first match, made just 3 of 8, struggled mightily, had such a torrid time, and now he just looks a completely different batter. So it looks like he's more suited to the middle order.
This one falls short of the fielder. Long on will just be a single. And hello to Rico in the chat. He's of course over in what is now apparently a sunny Romania. Certainly wasn't the case last week, but I'm glad that the sun is shining down on you now, Rico. He says he loves the look of this typical English ground with the road. And what number bus was that? Well, you can see the bus there in the distance. You can also see it for quite a long time because it's just one permanent traffic jam that we're looking out on. I think there's some roadworks at the end of the road, so I know London traffic is bad. I don't think it's always this bad, but we can see the buses stationary at the moment. So maybe if you're coming down this way, get on your bike because the bus might take a while. So of course we've got more action coming your way with the Mighty Tigers facing Marcourt in the next game. So a quick turnaround for Marcourt, and they're coming up against the Mighty Tigers who have bared their teeth already in that first game, putting the Sharks to the sword by 8 wickets, and of course picking up the bonus point as well.
What a great part of the world Rico's lucky enough to be in right now. I mean, the Moara Vlasier ground in Romania might be one of the most beautiful cricket grounds on ECN.
Oh, got slingy old action coming from the arm of Ayaz Yunus. First one will be a wide ball. He's almost horizontal when he's bowling this one.
He doesn't quite get that one right, though, but he's just one of those bowlers where you fear that when he does, might send your stumps cartwheeling.
Just no correction there, so it'll be a wide down the offside, and a fumble from the keeper, Tayyip Iqbal, means they come through for a bonus run as well. Yeah, I'm glad that they were able to get some cricket on over in Romania. I know they had terrible luck with the weather last week, and I saw some of the footage, and it was weather for ducks, put it that way. Anything around the AstroTurf in the middle was just a lake. So I know that the forecast for this week is much better, and hats off to the whole crew and the office, and of course the teams who were flexible with their schedules, were able to push the series back so that we got some cricket on over there. That's excellent work from everyone. That one's a bit of a rank full toss, and it's dispatched to the rope by Kiani, who moves into the 30s, 33 off just 12 deliveries. It certainly hasn't been a chanceless innings. He's given away a few chances, and really Marcourt should have taken one of them. He's still there, and he's still firing, and this game's not over. 42 off 18. That run rate now at 14. And suddenly, it's just that one magical over needed. And just checking if this is a no ball. It will be a no ball as well for height. So the free hit is given. So it's a 7 up for the Sharks. And the free hit coming up on the back of that magical 7th over when it went for 22 runs. And this over, well, the first ball has gone for 10 with the couple of wides in there, plus the no ball and the free hit coming up. Not a bad comeback ball. A low full toss is not a bad option to bowl. They do manage to scamper through for 2. But this is exactly what we were saying, Nish. We were saying, okay, well, you try and stay somewhere near the run rate, and then you just hope for 1 or 2 big overs to really boost your run chase. And that's exactly what's happened here. Going for 22 in that 7th over, already 12 off what was effectively 1 ball here. Again, they're going to have to check this for height.
I mean, interesting to see the height on this. He's really struggling here. You have to say Yunus, and this could be the over that maybe just puts the Sharks back into contention to pull off a victory here. That one below the waist, no problem whatsoever. But Yunus is certainly a bowler they'll be looking to target. Could potentially be a supersonic over. They'll be looking to get over 30 from this.
This one's high up in the air. There's cause of catch hit. The bowler is delegated to the fielder, and it was the right choice in the end as Anwar Zadran, who must have hands the size of absolute buckets, the size of the man, who takes the catch. And suddenly the momentum built up by the Sharks is halted. Shahid Mushtaq goes for 1 big hit too many, and he has to depart. But still, this game is far from over, with the Sharks losing their 4th wicket, 92 for 4, with the equation now 39 needed in 15.
Could be in for a very interesting finish here. Mushtaq, nice little cameo by him. 17 runs of 5 deliveries. We'll take a look at that again. It wasn't the best ball in all honesty, and it probably should have been dispatched towards the boundary rope. In the end, he just hung one up, and the catch was taken well by Anwar Zadran. So they just managed to play themselves back into this game here. The Sharks have been helped by some rather ordinary bowling, you have to say, by Yunus. He's focusing a little bit more on accuracy than pace. Now you'd say he's starting to bowl a little bit slower, especially after that last no ball. But in all honesty, I haven't seen too much improvement in his accuracy. It's still been very wayward by him.
He's just going off a short run up here. This one again is a full toss. I think he'll get away with the full toss, and well, he doesn't go for a boundary either. That's some brilliant foot fielding by Nabil Tariq. It's almost a volley. He takes that off his boot. He must have been about half a metre in the air. Let's take a look at this one. I think the height is just about okay. He's very back in his crease as well. But, well, we'll leave that one to the match officials. But if we take a look at the fielding on the boundary, it takes a right turn off the side of the pitch, and a big boot is stuck out there by Tariq and stops what would have been a destined for a boundary. But again, this can be a costly over. They did pick up that wicket, but 16 runs coming off this over so far, and still 2 balls to come with those wides. And if these two, even one of these goes to the rope, you're suddenly looking at not even needing magical overs anymore. 36 now needed in 14. High up in the air, chance for a catch. There's a fielder belatedly getting underneath it, and well, it's dropped by Kashaf Iqbal. It's not the first opportunity he's missed, and on that occasion, he just looked a bit too casual. I think he thought it was coming straight into his hands, realised at the last minute that actually it was going to drop much shorter. He put on a little sprint. By the time he got there, the ball was already plummeting to the fall. Another missed opportunity. Raza Mughal is the new batter who's come in, and again it's a wide ball.
That might be the first one he's landed on the pitch, though. I mean, it's been a bit like a home run derby in baseball, hasn't it? He's just kind of tossing them up for the batters to hit. In all honesty, the fact that only 18 runs have come off this over so far is, well, something he's managed to get away with.
And, well, he's going to be punished again on this occasion. I think it just falls short of the boundary, but it's going to be 4 runs. And it's back-to-back magical overs again. It's another 22, so 44 coming off the last 2 overs, and this is exactly what the Sharks were on the hunt for. They just needed to stick around and hope that the pressure got to the mark or bowlers. That's pretty much what's happened here so far. Now need 30 in 12 deliveries. Certainly doable, especially with Ubaid Kiani still in there. He's 40 off 15. Raza Mughal hasn't done too much at the moment. He's just sticking on in there, ably supporting Kiani at the other end.
Arcor were 111 at this stage, so just 10 runs. The difference between these two sides. It's going to be a tough one now because, unsurprisingly, we're going to see Zadran bowl this penultimate over, but then who does the captain go with for that final over? He surely can't turn back to Yunus because Yunus got away with just 22 runs off that over. The way he was bowling, it just felt like he was destined to go for 30 plus.
Yeah, it will be interesting with Zadran bowling this 9th over. They've only used the 5 bowlers so far, so if they don't go to Yunus, as you said, Nish, then it does mean that they have to find a 6th bowler from somewhere. Also got a slight eye on the time with that marathon previous over with all those extras. Means he's just got over 2.5 minutes here. Does Zadran to bowl 5 deliveries? Should be okay, but certainly doesn't want to be hanging around. It's well bowled though, and you can see Marco trying to get the ball back to the top of the mark as quickly as possible, not only to keep an eye on that time, but also just to put the pressure right back onto the Sharks batters, giving them no time at all to think.
Yeah, the key just for him is not to bowl too many extras or get struck for boundaries.
Big nick on that, and they're going to go through. And well, Kiani was absolutely rooted to the spot at the non-striker's end. Raza Mughal at one point was standing next to Kiani, both of them in the crease at the striker's end. Take a look at this. They're both there, and then belatedly Kiani sets off. Again, a half chance goes missing for Marco. Kiani must be like a cat with 9 lives at the moment. And again, the extras are just killing Marco here, aren't they? That's the 9th wide to be bowled, and of course that 1 no ball was a 7-up. It's just really kills you when you're just giving 3 runs away. I suppose Sharks also gave away 13 extras. And both sides just been a little sloppy. That one's clubbed down the ground. Calls of catch it. It's taken comfortably by the man on the long on boundary. That's Wasim Majid. And it will be another wicket to fall. This time it's Raza Mughal who goes. So I suppose the good news for Sharks is that Ubaid Kiani is still there. He's 41 off 17. You'd imagine he has to face the vast majority of those final 6 deliveries to try and get his side home, but there's still 2 balls coming up in this 9th over, all important ones. And Safi Butt will be the batter coming in. And it's almost 3 hits for him. He's got to find the rope somehow and try and allow Ubaid Kiani to claim the glory in the final over. Anwar Zadran, though, brilliant spell from him so far. Picked up 2 wickets, conceded just the 5 runs. 2 balls left of this 9th over. It's been a brilliant over. 3 runs coming off it and that all-important wicket. Again, it will be a dot ball, not the right shot selection there by Safi. But yeah, if we just take a look at the extras, if we compare that to the mighty Tigers, who will of course see in action again in the next game, they gave away just 3 extras, and 2 of those were leg buys, so they bowled just the 1 wide, and that's what allowed them to keep the Sharks to just 115. And of course, we've already spoken about their batting firepower, so looking forward to that one. They run for the 2, and they had to go for it because they knew Kiani had to be on strike for the final over. And the result is, though, that Kiani runs himself out, and it was basically a do or die here as the throw comes in from the rope. From the boundary. It's a brilliant throw from Amir Hamza. Kiani knew straight away he had to go. In the end, though, doesn't even have to get the direct hit as the bails are whipped off by Anwar Zadran. Maybe, just maybe, the hopes of Sharks Cricket Academy depart with the departing batter there, as Kiani has to go belatedly and slowly. He marches off the pitch. I think the Sharks are cooked here.
Certainly looking very difficult for the Sharks here, but Yunus, surprisingly, is going to be given the final over. We saw him really struggle to even land the ball on the pitch during his first over. I was a little bit surprised he didn't go with Wasim Majid for this final over. Just had a quick look at some of his numbers. He managed to pick up 9 wickets, had an economy rate of just above 10 when he played for the Sultans over in the ECS in Spain. So this is a roll of the dice, I have to say, by the captain.
Well, they've certainly kept themselves in it here, have the Sharks. 26 needed off the final over. The first one does go for 4, so 22 off 5 is the equation. We've seen totals in the 20s chased in the final overs before. The one that sticks in my mind is Zemus Deploy sending the final over for over 30 in a run chase for Hungary over in Malta. But you're looking at batters 7 and 8 here for Sharks, who don't exactly have the longest of batting lineups. But you're against a bowler who's spraying it around at the moment. And it will be another 4. It bursts through the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. If he didn't catch it, he certainly should have tried to at least stop the momentum of the ball. He doesn't. Like Akhtar is the batter. His first 2 balls go for boundaries. 18 needed off 4.
It might just be game on again here for the Sharks. Once again, Yunus is just very familiar issues for him. Just keeps bowling full toss after full toss. I think he's had 1 legal delivery so far this innings that hasn't been a full toss.
As you said, Nish, it's a strange decision going to him in the final over. That's a better delivery. It's good fielding as well. There will be a dot ball. And the fielder does well to just hold on to that delivery. Don't risk any overthrows at this point. There's Kawar Kashid, the experienced performer, who just holds on to it a point. 6 is needed now, 18 off 3. And suddenly Ayas Yunus has found his stride with the ball, lands it on the pitch, and that's all they need at this point. It's like Akhtar can't do anything but club it down the ground for a single. Snooker's now needed for the Sharks, 17 off 2. Ayas Yunus just needs to get the ball onto the pitch, bowl a legal delivery in his side of home. Well, probably would have been a wide had Safi Butt stepped inside of it. Instead though, there'll be a run out, as it was a yes-no maybe by the two batters in the middle. In the end, Like Akhtar, who has to depart, not without a few choice words to his friend at the other end. I think Like Akhtar has a point. They had to run there. Everything is important here. In the end, it's the wicket that goes, and Sharks lose their 7th, 114 for 7 with 1 ball left.
He might just have been looking out for his average there. Thinking this game's done and dust. There's no point getting run out. But yeah, he's just finally managed to find his length here, hasn't he? I mean, the ball before this one, the sole dot ball of this over, was pretty much the ball he's been trying to bowl for this entire innings, and he finally managed to get that one right. Got one more delivery to go. That's much better there by Yunus, and it's been a good comeback by him after those first couple of deliveries, which were dispatched for boundaries. And, well, he got to credit the Sharks. Certainly gave this a good go, but they'll fall over here at 114. Very similar to the score we saw by them in the first match. So I think we've kind of found out what the par score really is for the Sharks side. It's about 115. It's in that sort of a range. And just a couple of things for this Sharks side to work on. Like maybe just giving up a few too many runs while they're bowling, and just going to have to find a way to maybe just get a little bit more explosiveness at the top of the order. You know, we've seen them play some very pretty looking shots, but do they have that power to go on and hit those big sixes that you need in this format? I think the maximo rate from their point of view just not high enough. Managed to strike just 5 sixes over the course of this innings. You compare that to Marquardt, who had 12 in the first innings, and that's ultimately going to be the difference between these two sides. Let's take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. So both the Mighty Tigers and Marquardt London will be taking on each other. Both these sides with 1 victory apiece coming up against the Sharks Cricket Academy. You can see Noman Javed with 140 points there for the Tigers. He was brilliant in the opening match of the day, and this should be a very exciting matchup. Of course, the Tigers, they got a bonus point victory. That is something worth keeping in mind, so they are currently above this Marquardt London side in the standings. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. There was a chance it could have been the end of Bhardwaj's inning very early. Almost got strangled down the leg side. Played some gorgeous looking shots. He's just a wonderful cricketer, technically so gifted. Plays a lot of aesthetically pleasing strokes, but I think the next stage for his development really just is adding that little bit of explosiveness, learning to play those big T10 shots, clearing the front leg and looking to get one over the rope. We saw Shafi getting dismissed a couple of highlights ago. He made 2 runs, 5 deliveries. Another fine knock by Kiani, 41 of 17. Did ride his luck a little bit though over the course of this innings. Was put down once, so he was very lucky not to get run out on another occasion, and then we saw one where he presented a difficult half chance as well. Bhardwaj, well, he loves to play those unorthodox shots, doesn't he? We saw him just paddle one around the corner for 4 runs. He attempted the reverse sweep a few times, was unable to execute it during the course of this match. There was a chance where Kiani was put down. Ultimately, though, Bhardwaj just getting a little bit too cute. He'd get bowled. Amir Hamza costling him. That'll be the end of his innings. Khan would depart for a golden duck. A good catch there by Khurshid. A very sharp catch off the bowling of Amir Hamza, who was involved in a number of wickets over the course of this innings. Mushtaq then would come in, and he just gave them a little bit of life, didn't he? Making 17 of 5, striking 3 boundaries over the course of his innings.
Yeah, and it was just a case of the Sharks not quite having the firepower throughout, despite, well, the best efforts of the bowler there, Ayas Yunus. They had those back-to-back magical overs, and we thought, okay, this could be on. The final 2 overs needed to go for 30 runs, but really, Anwar Zadran, he signed, sealed, and delivered that win for Marquardt, going for just 4 runs in that all-important over number 9, picking up 2 wickets as well, which meant that the Sharks were just facing an uphill battle. And when Ubaid Kiani went for this run out, well, they really had to go for it, because that was the final ball of the 9th. Kiani had to get on strike for the 10th. In the end, he watched the 10th over from the dugout, and the Sharks fell 16 runs short in the end, finishing again with a run out when pretty much all was lost as well. It was a run out at both ends, more or less. So it was 2 wickets to end the game. So the Sharks finishing 114 for 8, 16 runs short. And in the end, you'd say, well, it was a comfortable victory in hindsight. Certainly the Sharks put up a good fight in the middle overs, but they just lacked that firepower that Marquardt exhibited throughout their innings. Really, they were relying on the likes of Ubaid Kiani to try and fire them to victory. Shahid Mushtaq, when he was in 17 off 5, we thought, well, this might be the firepower that they need. Arjun Bhardwaj, as Nish was saying at the top of the order, he's a promising batter. He's only young. He just needs to flick that T10 switch to see if he can boost his strike rate up, because I think he can be a force to reckon with in this format. As for Marquardt London, they're certainly a force to be reckoned with. Only used the 5 bowlers. We were surprised to see Ayaz Yunus come back on to bowl his final over in that 10th, but hats off to him. He went for just the 9 runs, and also there was the 2 wickets at the end of the over as well, albeit run-outs. And certainly Anwar Zadran, he is an absolute star performer with the ball in hand for Marquardt, going for just 6 runs off his 2 overs and picking up 2 wickets. So there you have it. Match 2 is in the can. Marquardt London beating Sharks Cricket Academy by 16 runs. And that's the day done, actually, for Sharks. They finish with just the solitary point on the board after that 4-0 drubbing to the mighty Tigers. They do pick up that 1 bonus point in the game just now, but certainly not the start they would have hoped for to this ECS England. Well, speaking of the mighty Tigers then, we'll see them roaring back into action in just about 10 minutes time. A slight delay to the start of that game because that game just now just overran slightly. As for Marquardt, well, I certainly have a quick turnaround for them, but they won't mind going back out there on the back of that win. So 2 teams, both of whom registered wins in the first 2 games of this series, coming up in game 3. You don't have too long to wait, as that one's coming your way in just over 10 minutes time. So join me, Tina and Nish back in the commentary box for that one here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're well into day one of this ECS Hornchurch and into game 3. We've already seen a lot of big hitting. It's probably been a contest that so far has been won by the bat, but certainly the bowlers have been coming out in full force as well. We've almost had a fifer and we've had a few 2 wickets in 2 balls, so certainly it's hotting up here in the middle as we go into game 3, which sees the Mighty Tigers take on Markhor London. Before we talk about the 2 teams, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Tigers, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Markhor, the away team, you're going to call. There you go.
Heads it is.
It's been called heads. It's come down heads, you won the toss.
Yeah, we're gonna bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Markhor, who will bowl first.
Thanks, Ian. There you have it. So Markhor have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Markhor, they've got some players who have experience on the network. They've played a few games over in Spain in that ECS in Madrid earlier in the year, and certainly at the top of the order they have some firepower, and they demonstrated that in their first game today. As for the Mighty Tigers, well, they've really roared so far. That first game of the day, they picked up all 4 points. They chased down the total of the Sharks in less than half of the overs. I think it was 4.4 overs they needed to chase down a total which was probably below par, but certainly not an easy total to chase. So Tigers are certainly ones to watch out for in this tournament. Of course, Hornchurch will be playing later in the day as well. I'm sure they will have their eye on all of their competitors out there in the middle in Group A. But for now, we're into game 3, and it will be Nish in the commentary box taking you through the action.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Christina. And we're set for the start of match number 3 between 2 sides who've both had a winning start to this ECS. The Mighty Tigers, of course, picking up a bonus point victory in their opening match. They're going up against the Markhor London side, who are coming fresh off a victory, which they'll be very, very proud of against the Sharks. So that game just felt for a moment like it could get a little bit nervy for Markhor, but in the end they were able to hang on. They got the victory, and you've got to say they thoroughly deserved it. Meanwhile, for the Mighty Tigers, it was a bonus point victory for them, chasing a target of 116. They managed to achieve that with 5.2 overs to spare. So they made pretty quick work of the Sharks. They're currently sitting pretty at the top of the table with a bonus point win. And well, let's see what they're capable of doing up against this Markhor Cricket Club. Of course, the rate they were going at, they looked like they were going to clear 200, maybe even clear 240 in that opening match. This Markhor side, they do have some quality balls. You have to say Sidran, he was the pick of the bowlers. Brilliant figures at 2 for 6 in the 2 overs he bowled for him. But at times, though, you got to say Markhor maybe just got a little bit sloppy in the field. A few too many errors by them. There were some lapses in concentration, and occasionally you saw a few bowlers just struggling with their line and length. We saw Ayaz Yunus struggle mightily at the start of his spell, but then he got things right as it progressed. Here we go. First ball. Played with a straight bat towards cover, and that shot's identical to the stroke that Akram played off the very first ball of the first match. That time around, though, he was helped out by a massive misfield, and it went away for 4 runs. But yeah, Akram just likes to get some quick singles to start off his innings. A little bit of width on offer here, and this one is just played over cover. That's going to sail comfortably over the rope. for 6 more runs. Just give it a little bit of length over there, and he was able to get underneath it. A bit too much width by Khurshid as well. Chowdhury had a chance to just free his arms and got that one away for maximum result. We'll take a look at that, just right out of the screws. Powerful hit. Better, much better ball, just angling it around hip height. Played away towards the onside, and it's well fielded in the end. It's a good comeback here for Khurshid after getting struck for a boundary. Much improved by him. Here we go, the 9 runs off this over so far. Got a ball to come. You could just see that loud grunt by him when he was attempting that slower ball, and he just didn't quite get the length right. Just missed it by a fraction. Was looking to go for the Yorker. It was a trademark grunt as well, and ultimately it's just worked away towards mid-wicket. Races past the fielder and goes away for 4 runs. Now the Tigers get 13 off the first over. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European cricket. There is, of course, alongside us, we've got some great action over in Romania. We'll be here in Hornchurch for the next couple of weeks, and then we can look forward to some action in Czechia, Finland, Bulgaria, and Belgium. So got a bumper month of June coming up for you here on ECN, a massive summer of cricket on the network. Played away, and it's just going to fall short of the rope. It's into the gap, though, so that's going to go away for 4 runs. Both the fielder at long on, as well as the fielder at cow corner, were just kind of rooted to the spot. Didn't even make an attempt to get at that ball. But it was just in the gap between the two of them. Maybe just slightly better effort there by the fielder at cow corner, and would have been appreciated by Zidran. Brilliant bowling figures in the previous match. A 2 for 8 in the 2 overs he bowled. Goes shorter, goes wider. Not the ideal comeback ball there for Zidran. That's going to go away for a boundary as well. Just offering a little bit too much width to Akram, who isn't quite able to get this one out of the middle of the bat. It's a bit more of a toe ender. But that's still more than enough to get it away for 4 runs. Akram coming off a brilliant performance in the opening match of this ECS, making 35 runs of just 10 deliveries. And it just felt like there might have been a slight deviation, but I think our eyes might have just deceived us there. There's a fielder in a kind of, one could call maybe wide slip position. He's kind of almost a 3rd or 4th slip. Got excited as well, but clearly no bat involved. Massive shot. What a brilliant stroke. Just comes down the wicket and smacks that one away for a Maximo. It's hit right into that tree, and luckily there was a spectator just sitting under the tree for a bit of shade watching the game and was able to throw that ball back. Wonderfully struck. A nice high bat lift, Akram. He's a powerful hitter. Stands nice and tall as well. Played away. Does it have enough to go for a 6? Not quite. It's just going to fall short of the rope. It's going to be 4 runs. The umpire's having a word with the match officials table to confirm whether it was a 6 or a 4. To me, it just looked like it may have fallen short of the rope, but we'll be able to tell with this camera angle. Let's just have a look at that. Yeah, just in front of the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. Akram motoring along here, picking up from where he left off. This time he looks to go straight down the ground. It's actually heading towards the scorer's table, but it's going to clear the tent quite comfortably and go away for 6 more runs. So Zadran, after bowling very economically in the previous match, will end up giving up 24 runs in this over. A magical over, as we say on ECN. We'll take a look at the standings here. The mighty Tigers, well, that is an eye-popping net run rate, isn't it? When do you ever see a net run rate of plus 14 for a side? They, of course, made quick work of the Sharks Cricket Academy, chasing down a massive target, or I should say a decent target, with more than half the innings to spare. And they're off to a flyer of a start here as well. 37 for no loss after 2 overs. And very interesting move here to bring in Ayaz Yunus, who had a pretty difficult game. We saw him struggle to land the ball on the pitch on most occasions. I don't know if you can see the pair of shoes he's wearing. He's got a pink shoe on his left foot and a blue shoe on his right foot. It just reminds me of those Puma shoes that were really popular, I believe, around the 2014 FIFA World Cup. I think they had an edition which they released back then where had a pink on your left foot and a blue one on your right foot. Yeah, you can just have a look at them right there. Yeah, maybe some of our sneakerhead viewers can give us some insight into that. Yeah, I do remember seeing shoes like that quite popular around the 2014 FIFA World Cup. Up in the air, wasn't quite timed perfectly, but still got enough on it to get it away for 6 runs. 50-meter boundaries after all. Just need to get a decent chunk of the ball to get it away for a 6. That was kind of skewed away, wasn't it? Looking to go for the wide Yorker there, Yunus. Didn't quite get the length right. It was just meant the batter was able to get underneath it. And it goes away for 6 runs, so well, they've got to find a way to stop the bleeding here, Marcor. Oh, it looks to go short. It's miscued, top edged. Does have enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. When it rains, it pours. That's a bit unlucky there for Yunus. He's generally looked to keep things pretty full, but just try to surprise the batter with a bouncer over there. Does get a top edge, but it sailed away, and it's got no protection back there either for the shorter ball. So the batter gets any kind of bat on it, it's always going to go away for 4 runs. Struck away nicely out towards long off. That's going to be a single. Played away towards the onside. He'll pick up a single. Looks to go short again. It's a bit more stand and deliver here. Struck over cow corner for 6 more runs. Is advancing down the wicket. Gets underneath that one. Was given the length. And pummels that away for 6 more runs. Brilliant shot. Absolutely wonderful shot. Still got 1 ball to come in this power play, and the Tigers are already all the way up to 55. Well, that is another spectacular stroke. Once again, it goes the distance. 61 runs off the power play. They are motoring along well north of 20 and over, much as they were in the opening match of the day. And well, they're starting to just show all of our European cricket fans that this mighty Tigers side are going to be a team to be reckoned with over the course of this ECS. Marquardt London just they got no response. They really don't. And the Tigers, at the moment, as things stand, they'll be eyeing a score in that 180 to 200 range. I think I introduce some leg spin here. Tariq coming on to bowl right after the power play. And he's got him. The change has worked. They bring on a bit of spin, and they get the wicket. Beautiful bit of bowling there by Tariq. Oh, they so desperately needed that wicket. They really did. Gets that one to turn back in, right between the gap between bat and pad. Let's just take another look at this. Goes on to strike the off stump. A wonderful bit of bowling here by Nabil Tariq. Marquardt so desperately needed that wicket. Omar Akram making his way back towards the dugout. 27 runs of 10 balls for him. Another fine knock. He's really done a brilliant job opening the batting so far. Made a wonderful 35 of 10 in the previous match. And so given his son a solid foundation here as well. Yes, you got Jay from the office chiming in the chat saying that these are actually the Puma 24 FHs that came out a few years ago, and yeah, they're dual colored shoes as well, referring to Eunice's shoes earlier. And he had a pink shoe on one foot and a blue one on the other. Struck away towards square leg. That's going to go away for a boundary. So Javed opens his account with a beautiful shot. Let's just take a look at this. Plays that one with the spin, helps it along just behind square leg, races away towards the rope for 4 runs. Javed coming off a brilliant 60 of just 13 deliveries in the opening match of this series. Yeah, Jay, just going back to that, it just reminded me of those 2014 World Cup Pumas. Looks to go big once again, and he just gets outside the line of this ball. And, well, I think those spectators out in the deep have to be really careful because that wasn't too far from them. Let's just take a look at this. Gets underneath that one. Down on one knee, helps it away. You got to watch out. You got to keep your eye on the ball wherever you are. That cricket ball could easily be heading your way, especially the way these mighty Tigers are striking it. You're not safe no matter where you are. Tariq picks up a wicket off his first ball and then gets dispatched for a 6 and a 4 off the next two. Can he improve this over? Oh, comes round the wicket this time, just angling it in. And Javed is just able to help that one away, just getting a little too straight with his line over here. And with this field setting, it's a very puzzling tactic, you've got to say. He has a cow corner, a long on, deep square leg, long off, deep cover, and if he bowls there, just going to be helped away behind square leg every single time. There isn't a fielder stationed back there. There's no fine leg. And you just got to rethink this. I think he just needs to stick to over the wicket and look to bowl a lot fuller. Force the batter to hit it straighter. That's what this field has been set for. He's made a slight adjustment in the field. Gets the line wrong, so they've sent someone out towards deep fine leg. I think they've just brought in one of the fielders on the offside. They had a deep cover out previously, and they just brought him in and sent the fielder out towards deep fine leg now that a couple of boundaries have gone that way. It's better, much, much better by Tariq. That's really where he needs to be bowling it. And he looked at his field setting earlier, that it was set for exactly that kind of bowling. Took some pace off that ball too, which just made it a touch more challenging for Javed. Oh, lovely. Got plenty of turnover there, Tariq, really did. Got a ton of revs on that ball. And a good end, you have to say, to Tariq's over. Just struggled a little bit in the middle of that over when he got struck for 3 boundaries, but he ends it quite well. Still an expensive over, though, you have to say. As we'll take a look at the worm for this Mighty Tigers side, going at 19.5 and over. Solid start for them. Really is. Going to be Ayaz Yunus bowling the 5th over, his 2nd and final over of this innings. He's hit and miss, isn't he, Ayaz Yunus? He's either going to give you a full toss or he's going to get a Yorker on the money. It's a bit like you're spinning a roulette wheel. Oh, well, that was a shot and a half. Made a sweet, sweet sound off the bat. What a crack off the middle of the willow. That's gone away for 6 runs. Let's just take another look at this shot. Oh, absolutely brilliant stroke. It went high and handsome all the way for 6 runs. Gave that ball a real wallop, didn't he there, Chowdhury? Better, gets the length right over there, Yunus, and you can tell what Chowdhury was trying to do. He's just trying to get underneath that one and help it away behind point, but fails to get any bat on ball. Oh, it's a couple of nice comeback deliveries here by Yunus. That's the thing for Yunus. Can he just maintain that length? Can he bowl that length with more consistency? It's a similar shot attempted once again by the batter to no avail. Oh, well, this time he just pulls his length back a little bit, and it's slot bowling by Yunus. Just gives the batter a chance to free his arms. He's asking to be hit, in all honesty, just over pitches it. Off it goes for 6 more runs. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Lovely Monday afternoon here in Hornchurch. Got a couple of people out here enjoying a nice walk in the park. I was looking to go for the wide Yorker there. Just catches the toe end of the bat. You guys see the fielder's done a superb job to cover a lot of ground and get to that one. Let's just take a look at this. Comes off the toe end of the bat. Look for a moment like it might just race away for 4 runs, but credit to the man out in the deep for covering plenty of ground and saving his side a few runs. This boundary rider, it's just so much pressure on them, isn't there? Short 50-meter boundaries. Ball's motoring along at you. Each of these moments, you know, could save your side. 3 runs, potentially with a good bit of fielding. Here we go. It's going to be Tariq coming back to bowl his 2nd over. It's a bit of a mixed bag of a first over. Saw some beautiful bowling by him, but also struck for 3 boundaries. This time he's just tossed one up. That's going to be dispatched over long off. I think that's just gone over the commentary tent for 6 runs. Over pitches that one there, Tariq, and Chowdhury smashes that away for a 6 and brings up his half century as well. Gets to the half century and just 17 deliveries. It's been a fine knock by Chowdhury, and yeah, good to see some appreciation there by the Marcor London wicketkeeper Tahir Iqbal. Certainly deserves that. It's been a brilliant knock by Chowdhury. Second 50 we have seen so far this ECS, and both of them coming from members of this mighty Tigers side. Oh, this is high, but is it handsome? Has it gone all the way? Oh yes, it has. Massive 6. There wasn't too much that the fielder could do about that. Wasim Majid just watched that ball sail over his head. It hung up in the air for an age. It was absolutely skied, and well, with these 50-meter boundaries, it just about had enough to go the distance for maximum runs. Oh, goes big once again, and don't worry about that. That's certainly gone all the way for 6 more runs. Shawan Chowdhury now moving on to 64. We're just taking a look at his wagon wheel there, and you've got to say he's hit 6s all over the ground. Plenty of 6s on the offside as well as the onside. Certainly loves to hit it straight, as you can see from that wagon wheel as well. Oh, goes big, and the fielder just looks right back at the bowler and says, there's nothing I can do about that. It is raining cricket balls here in Hornchurch. Chowdhury moving on to 70 of 20. Oh, this is turning into a nightmare for Tariq, really is. We've seen 4 consecutive 6s so far this over. Will it be 5? And does that have enough to go the distance? Not quite. He's just trying to manufacture a little bit of room. Gets it away for 4 runs through cover. Now, wonderful batting there by Chowdhury, really was. 5 consecutive boundaries. Will he make it 6 consecutive? And does that have enough? You bet it does! Over the match officials table. Off it goes for a Maximo. And this over ends up supersonic. 34 runs off this over, the biggest over we have seen so far this ECS. He's again just created some room for himself. Struck that beautifully through the line, straight batted. And Shawan Chowdhury now just 20 runs away from potentially bringing up the 1st century of this European cricket series. It's been a brilliant knock by him. Tariq was just taken to the cleaners there. 34 runs off that over. The expected score now, it's up to 196, and yeah, the Tigers will certainly be fancying their chances of cracking that 200 mark. top-notch batting. Here we go, Hamza bowling the 7th over. Don't envy being in his position. Short, wide, cut away. Wonder if the fielder had a chance to just stop that, but it was just racing towards the rope at the rate of knots. Let's just take a look at this. Probably would have been wide if he'd left that alone, and got a hand to it, but just unable to stop that going away for a boundary. So that's now 7 consecutive boundaries. Just got to find a way to pick themselves up here. Really do. Marcor London, get a few dot balls in. Struck firmly towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, so a little bit of respite. Finally, that boundary hitting streak has been brought to an end. Chance to say good afternoon to a few viewers joining us in the chat. Got Paul Horn, Paul Kempen, Thomas Martinez joining us in the chat. And of course, Jake Stewart as well from Estonia. ECN superfan, he's in the chat as well. This is struck straight down the ground, and it's actually just struck the side of the commentary tent, which is why I may have just let out a little bit of a gasp. Well, right in the firing line here, and with the way the mighty Tigers are batting, probably wish our commentary position was in some other place. Want to get a nice view from here, but you're also going to be on the receiving end of a few cricket balls high up in the air. Has that gone the distance too? Just waiting for the umpire's signal. He didn't quite get this exactly where he desired, but he got enough bat on it. That's going to be a 4. As you can see, just short of the rope. 15 off this over now. My word, what a extraordinary display of powerful T10 batting. Goes big. Goes mighty, goes for another 6 runs. Chowdhury now just 4 runs away from a century. Wonderful stroke. This is just a punch. Take a look at this. Giving a little bit of length. And he's whacked that one away over long off for 6 runs. He needs a boundary to bring up the century. Will he do it in style? Oh, that was a brilliant ball by Hamza. He's going to have to wait a little more here, Chowdhury. Wonderful Yorker by Hamza. He will keep strike, though, heading into the 8th over. We're on century watch here on ECN. Tigers are 147 for 1. Take a look at the calendar for this year, and we have some fantastic events over the course of this season. The real privilege of visiting some wonderful countries, but just take a look at some of the other great events we have lined up for you. Back in England in the end of July as well for a series in Wimbledon. And has this gone the distance? Oh yes, it has. Chowdhury brings up his century in style. A fine knock, and the first century of this year's European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch. He has played a magnificent innings, bringing up this century in just 27 balls. Take a look at that wagon wheel. Where hasn't he struck it? It's been a brilliant display of brutality. A fine, fine knock by a magnificent cricketer. It's been a real joy to watch. And pretty miserable if you're the bowling side. Marcor London, they've just had no answer, no way to trouble Chowdhury, who has just been effortlessly finding the boundary over the course of his innings. Looks to go big once again. It's a short arm jab. Goes away for 6 more runs. They're into the 160s now, the Tigers. They're into the 160s, and, well, we've still got another 16 balls left in this innings. Very close to bringing up the century partnership as well. Let's take a look at that. I mean, Javit's batting superbly on 20 of 6, but Chowdhury's stealing all the headlines over here with his wonderful, wonderful knock. They just look completely dejected and demoralized here. Marcor London They already look like a defeated side. Looks to go short, and this is pulled away with real menace. Off it goes for 6 more runs. They just have no reply. Anything they've tried, anything they've thrown at Chowdhury hasn't worked. Magnificent stroke. Well, what do you do? What do you do now if you're Marquardt? Got to go Yorker. Rare occasion they've been able to execute. That's been about the only ball that Chowdhury has failed to get away to the boundary. No, it's in the slot, and it's going to be punished. That's another one that's been sent away for a 6. 121 now for Chowdhury. What a fine knock, and you can see that one's just gone into the car park. And, well, of course, is the car park for the leisure center that's right next door. 121 of 30 deliveries, a strike rate of 400 here for Chowdhury. Looks to go round the wicket here. Does that have enough to go for a 4? You bet. You bet. He didn't quite middle that one, Chowdhury, but it was still enough to go away for a boundary. They've got a very accomplished fielder in Wasim Majid position at long on, but he hardly had a chance to move before that ball had raced by him for 4 more runs. Well, even the ones he isn't middling are still going away for a boundary. That's a very scary thought if you're with Marquardt. Massive, absolutely massive. That one's been middled. Don't worry about the timing on that. 6 more runs. Clears the front leg. Crash bang wallop all the way for a Maximo. An excellent display of powerful hitting so far this over. It's been a fine, fine knock. 34 runs coming off that over. The second supersonic over we've seen so far this innings. We've seen 90 runs of these last 3 overs. Looks to go big once again, and Javed, who's had the best seat in the house while Chowdhury's been smacking it around, decides to join in on the party as well. And you gotta say, he's been stationed at the non-strikers end for a long, long time, hasn't he, Javed? But he finally gets to face a ball and dispatches it as well. Iqbal with a little bit of slot bowling. It's been brilliant batting, you have to say, by the Tigers, but they've certainly been helped by some subpar bowling by this Marquardt London side. It just really haven't got their lines and lengths right. A few too many slot balls, and they've certainly been punished for it. Just bobbles past the fielder. It took a slight Tortuga bounce there. Here's a look at the centuries we've had so far this year. We can now add a 29th name to that list. Isn't quite able to time that as sweetly as he likes. Kind of skewers that one out towards long on. Yeah, Kashif Iqbal, a couple of quiet deliveries here. High up in the air. This is skied. Is this going to be a catching chance? No, it isn't. And I think the fielder feels exactly the way I did. That was Wasim Majid. Wasim Majid just saying that, well, I thought I had a chance to take a catch over there. And it didn't come off the middle of the bat. It was top edged. for a 6 over long on. Really extraordinary. Oh, it gets outside the line of this ball and helps it away behind square leg for 4 more runs. Well, it's all gone rather quiet here for Marcourt. Well, at this point, I think they just want to get through these overs, get to their dugout, and put an end to the misery and pain they felt. And Iqbal, I'm sure he's in a rush to get through this over, but umpires is telling him there might be 1 ball left, but I think that the over has come to an end. Yeah, it's now going to be confirmed that the over has indeed come to an end. Boy, how miserable would it have been for Kashif Iqbal if he'd been told that there was another ball left in that over. I think he'll consider himself lucky that he's gotten out of that over with just 18 runs, considering what some of his teammates have had to go through. They're just going back to over 6 to 8, where we saw 90 runs scored over the course of 3 overs. So the Tigers now closing in on 200. They need just another run to achieve that. They've got 6 deliveries left. And well, who's going to be the unfortunate soul that'll have to bowl this final over? I certainly wouldn't be putting my hand up if I was out in the field right now. You just trying to look away from the captain, trying to turn the other way. Do the best you can to hide yourself somewhere in that field. Don't think anyone will be eager to bowl right now, and well, it looks like it's going to be Khurshid who's going to have to bowl this final over. Bowled the quietest over so far this innings, which was the very first over that went for 13 runs. And if he gives up 13 in this final over, I think he's going to be very happy considering what his teammates have had to go through. Massive, absolutely massive. This starts off with a 6, and that's been a fairly familiar sight, hasn't it? And was that catch taken on one of the spectators out in the deep? Let's just have a look at this. I think he might have. Let's see. Oh yeah, really well taken. Wonderful catch. Just gets a dot ball in there, Khurshid. It was a full toss, so yeah, Chowdhury very angry with himself that he's let the bowler get away with that. He's punished every mistake so far. Inside edges that one, and a little bit of frustration for the first time this innings for Chowdhury. Just timed everything to perfection so far. He's found the middle of the bat at will. Couple of dot balls snuck in here. I haven't seen back-to-back dot balls since all the way back in the 5th over. Down the leg side, doesn't quite get the line right. It's going to be a wide. Gets the Yorker in over here, so the 3rd dot ball of the over. That's more dot balls than we've seen in any over so far this innings. Yeah, dot balls certainly have been at a premium for this Marcourt side. 2 balls to come. Tigers on 206. 7 off the over so far. Looks to go for the slower ball, so there was a trademark grunt, and well, whenever he's attempted that slower ball, it hasn't quite worked out for him. We saw him put in a big grunt when he bowled a slower ball on the very first ball this over. That went for a 6 as well, so the only runs off the bat so far have come off these slower balls, which Chowdhury has managed to pick. It's on 144 now, Chowdhury. A Maximo will bring up the 150 for him. That would be a fine milestone. Bringing up 150 in a T10 game. Certainly no easy accomplishment. Just trying to make a quick fielding adjustment on the offside. I think it's just outside of my eye line, so can't quite see what they've done with the fielder there. I think they just moved wideish long off, a bit straighter. Looks to go big here. Is that going to be a flat 6? Yes, it will. Flat as a pancake. Goes away for a 6, and he brings up his 150. A remarkable accomplishment for Chowdhury. One of the biggest innings we have seen so far this calendar year on ECN. Chowdhury bringing up the 150 in just 40 deliveries. A knock for the ages. Shawan Chowdhury has added his name to the history books on the European Cricket Network. And take a look at him. Cool as you like. Don't think he quite appreciates just what he has managed to achieve. That is a knock for the ages. A magnificent innings. One of the very finest we have seen on ECN. And he's going to get a big round of applause from his teammates. And credit to Markor as well for congratulating him. Saw a bit of applause for them as well. I think they appreciate the fact that they've just come up against greatness. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. And, well, there's not too much in there for Markor, in all honesty. Just the one wicket that we'll see at one point in this highlights package. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult viewing if you're a Markor fan. Saw a great display, a magnificent display of clean hitting. Omar Akram making 27 of 10 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s over the course of his innings. Jawed, who came after Akram, was dismissed, made 37 of 10, 4 runs, 4 4s and 3 6s over the course of his innings. With a strike rate of 370 coming off that wonderful 60-odd innings in the opening match of this series. But the headlines are going to be stolen by Chowdhury, who made 150 of just 40 deliveries. A massive innings, an absolutely brilliant knock. He struck 21 6s over the course of this innings, 5 4s, batted with a strike rate of 375. And he sent the ball to all parts of the field here at Hornchurch CC's cricket ground. There's not too much the fielders could do most of the time other than watch the ball sail over their head. They really were decoration. These Markor fielders certainly feel for those who were standing out at long on and cow corner as they just stood there and watched the ball sail over their head, ball after ball after ball. And that's really what it felt like to be a member of this Markor side over the course of that inning. Saw a good crowd catch. That was a wonderful catch, a great take after Shawan Chowdhury struck a really beautiful shot. And there he is, Shawan Chowdhury, absolutely delighted after a knock for the ages. Hit a 6 off the last ball of the innings to bring up his 150. Here's a look at the scorecard. So 27 runs of 10 deliveries for Akram. Got to sign off to a good start, much as he did in the previous match. Noah Jawed with 37 of 10, following up a good performance in the opening match of this ECS. The headline act is Shawan Chowdhury with 150 of just 40 deliveries. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Markor, and well, there's just one word to describe it. Ouch. That looks painful, doesn't it, from their point of view? Very, very difficult viewing from Markor's perspective. Certainly didn't bowl at their best. I think there were a few too many slot balls by Markor, and their fielders were largely decoration for much of that innings as they watched the ball sail over their head, ball after ball. The one positive, I guess, from their point of view is that they only gave up 4 runs of extras, but otherwise, well, they've left themselves a mighty task in the second innings as they'll have to chase down a target of 219. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back on your screens for the second innings of match number 3.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch, where we've just been witness to an absolute procession by one man, Shawan Chowdhury, who finished on 150 not out off just 40 deliveries. It's a total that most teams would be happy with as a team, let alone from just one batter. And Noman Javed, well, he scored 37 off 10, coming in at number 3, vastly overshadowed by the opening bat, Shawan Chowdhury, who led his side to 218 runs in that first innings. So Markor, well, if they want to get the bonus point, they have to achieve 219 runs in 7 overs or less. As for the mighty Tigers, if they want to make it 8 points out of 8, they need to restrict Markor to 152 or 151 or less, which, well, it's just about the score that Shawan Chowdhury scored by himself. As I was having my lunch, Nish was taking you through that one, and my jaw barely left the ground because that was some supreme hitting by the mighty opener of the mighty Tigers. 21 sixes and 5 fours. Strike rate of just a casual 375. As the Tigers have certainly roared into this competition. Let's not forget, both of these sides won their opening game. Tigers, of course, winning that big 4-0 this morning in game 1 against Sharks. And it was then Markor who beat the Sharks by a more modest margin of 16 runs. But both these sides full of confidence from their exploits this morning. But Markor certainly have had their wings clipped just a little by the Tigers after that first innings demolition job. There's a mountain to climb here for Markor. 219 is the target, and it's up to the young figure of left-handed Usman Al-Haq, who again has joined out in the middle by Kashif Iqbal. Same 2 openers as did the job for them this morning. But certainly a tougher prospect here for Markor. Kashif Iqbal gets himself on strike. He'll face up the second ball. So it's a left-hand, right-hand opening partnership for Markor, who are actually one of the few sides with some experience on the network in this series. Not so much in England, but in Spain. That one's clubbed away through mid-wicket. Kashif Iqbal, as we mentioned earlier, he's had a brilliant 2025 season on the network, playing for the Sonseca Sultans over in Spain earlier in the year, in that ECS in Madrid. Scored 268 runs in that series, averaging over 50. A high score of 79. He didn't quite fire in that first game for Markor, despite the fact that they did get over the line. Well, it's going to be 1 and out for Kashif Iqbal, as that one's clubbed straight back at the bowler, Gurveer Saini, who takes a brilliant catch over his head. It was hit firmly, came at him at a flash, and Saini just threw up both hands, the left armour. Worth taking another look at this one. All 4 limbs up in the air as he takes that one, and it's the first wicket to fall for Markor, as the dangerous Kashif Iqbal just gave him the old talk up, and it's just the second delivery he faces. First one he hit for 4, the second one hits straight back into the hands of Gurveer Saini, and it's the dream start for the Tigers, as they can be pretty confident in their position at the moment. Great ducking there by the man in blue, the umpire, who was grateful to see that one go into the hands of Gurveer. 5 for 1 then. Kawar Kashid is the new batter. That's what I was saying then. Markor have a few players. There's 5 or 6 of them in the starting 11 who played over in Spain, either in this series or back in 2022. There's a few of them played for Madrid United in that year, and then played for Sonseca Sultans earlier this year. So certainly a side that has a bit of experience on the network, but they've come across a mighty Tigers outfit who, well, might not have experience playing this format in front of these cameras, but certainly shown just how accomplished they are as cricketers. Direct hit there would have been trouble for Usman or Hack. It was Gervier. Saini had to do the fielding off his own bowling. And Usman, well, he belatedly got the bat slide down. Direct hit, he might have been in trouble. It's the end of the first over, 7 runs coming off it, but a big wicket as well to fall in the form of Kashif Iqbal. Well, look away now if you want to see how many games we've had since at Golden Ball. And I fear for that number ticking over to 99. Of course, we've got the series going on concurrently in Romania as well. So we might get that dreaded 100 figure up, well, very soon, unless Marco can pull a extremely large rabbit out of that hat here. I think if you offered them right here, right now, a Golden Ball, they'd absolutely take it, because still 211 runs needed for the Golden Ball, 212 for the win, so that run rate up at beyond 23. As the Mighty Tigers here continue with a bit of spin in the form of Mirzia Baig. That's a nice stroke bomb. Usman or Hack, the young opening batter. Again, he's similar to the opening batters of the likes of the Sharks and, well, I suppose Tigers not so much, but the Sharks in particular. They have conventional opening batters who've probably plied their trade in the English leagues over the previous few years and play beautiful cricket shots, which is always lovely to see. It's not always the most effective tactic in this T10 format, especially if you go for the hit and the miss. As Mirzia Baig on that occasion comes back with a nice delivery which beats the outside edge of Hack. And then I suppose Chawan Chowdhury, the opener for the Mighty Tigers, showed that you can play in brutal and beautiful fashion at the same time. Some of those sixes he scored were nothing but timing and skill. Some of them were absolute brute force, but that's the kind of innings that most batters can only dream of. 150 not out, 40 deliveries. What was particularly telling in that innings as well was that most of the sixes he scored weren't just 50.5 metre sixes, they were 60, 70 metre sixes, certainly jeopardising the windscreens in the car park behind us. Kawakashi just missing out on that occasion. He's again someone who needs to fire and fire big if Marco have any chance of even getting the bonus point at this rate. Well, that one's nicely hit through the covers, 4 runs. Kashid scoring 36 off 18 in the win against Sharks in match number 2. But even that strike rate of bang on 200 is nowhere near enough for Marco here. They need to go at, well, it's almost 4 a ball, isn't it? 200 needed in 50. 204 off 51, so exactly 4 a ball at the moment. Just some readjustments here for the left-hand right hand combination. Hack and Kashid out there. Just as the scoreboard catches up. That is the end of the second over. 19 runs on the board. So in any normal game, you'd say 19 off the first 2 is okay. It's a steady start, but when you're chasing almost 220 runs, steady is just not going to cut it. Now a warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. I see Jacob is there, Thomas, Trip, Kroom as well I saw earlier, and Birdie, who I know is coming down to the ground as well. It's lovely to have you all with us, and I know I'm expecting, or we're expecting, some of the chatters live and in the flesh throughout the 2 weeks here in Hornchurch as well, so looking forward to meeting some of you. And if you can't make it, let us know where you're joining in from, wherever you are in the world. It's great to have you with us on this, for now, sunny Monday afternoon. I've looked at the forecast and I wouldn't say I wish I didn't, because it's not too bad, especially for England, but certainly today might be one of the best days we're going to experience in terms of the sunny weather. So Usman Haque clubs that one down the ground for 4 runs. Abid Nawaz is bowling this 3rd over, so the 3rd bowler being used here by the mighty Tigers, but maybe they see this as an opportunity to try out their different bowlers as well. And well, this one certainly works for Abid Nawaz, as Usman Haque walks straight past that one. He knows he's got absolutely no time to lose, tries to club that one into the next postcode. Only lands in the grateful hands of the wicketkeeper, Hassan Ahmed, the captain, who does the rest. Usman Haque barely back in the frame by the time the bails were whipped off, and that's the 2nd wicket to fall for Markor, 25 for 2. It was just dug in the ground a little bit, a slightly shorter delivery by Abid Nawaz. Haque, well, he's never going to die trying. 14 off 9 for him. Again, he's a young opener who's been given the opportunity at the top of the order for Markor, just 20 years old. His first experience on the network today. And a mixed day for him. He got 5 off 3 this morning and went slightly better, 14 on this occasion. Still room for him to grow, as Anwar Zadran, number 4, coming in here for Markor. That one's clubbed down the ground. It might not have the distance on it. This might be another wicket to fall, and it's a good take by the tumbling figure there of Osama Ilyas. Not the easiest of catches, as he was falling away to his left, running up the hill. Manages to hold on. It was right in front of me here in the commentary box. It almost popped out of his hands. As Anwar Zadran, he stood still as a statue after he hit that one. He knew, well, it's either going to go for a 6 or I'm going to be out, and it was the latter. Zadran then practicing the shot he should have played. In the end, he has to walk for a 2nd ball derrick. And Markor, they're just struggling here. It's difficult for them to know really what to do. 25 for 3. Take a look at this catching as he just about holds on in the fingertips. As Abid Nawaz picks up his 2nd wicket in the over. It was the end of the over as well. 6 runs coming off it, so 25 for 3 at the end of the power play. Even that equation for a point feels a long way off. 128 runs needed for that. As Waqar Zafar comes in to bat. Nice piece of fielding again by nice Abid Nawaz out there, who just did the bowling. Has been sent out to that hot spot and manages to do the tightrope dance. Flicks it away safely, I think, by the time. Yep. And comes back on, does the fielding. Saeed Aziz, who's come on to bowl this 4th over. This will be clubbed away by Kawar Khurshid, who I suppose he can use this as batting practice now. The number 3 for Markor London. I think the win is pretty much done and dusted. But if he can keep hitting like this, that bonus point mark, 18 runs and over, 120 off 40 needed for that. If he can just play with freedom, try to hit those boundaries, then that's at least a possibility for Markor. They need someone to stick around with him at the moment. Waqar Zafar at the non-striker's end. Hasn't faced a ball yet, but he went for a golden duck this morning. And again, getting a golden duck certainly doesn't mean the end of your day. Just ask Shawan Chowdhury. He scored a golden duck this morning. And we all know what happened in the first innings here. That's the joys and the sorrows of European cricket summed up in one performance there from Shawan Chowdhury. Big appeal from the bowler and the bowler alone. The umpire unmoved there. As Waqar Zafar again just takes a little walk across his stumps. That's exactly how he got trapped this morning. LBW first delivery, and this time gets away with one. He certainly knows where he wants to hit it, and that's to the leg side, but maybe he should start hitting the ball a bit straighter, because he hits that one cleanly enough. 6 runs straight down the ground. 15 runs coming off the over. They're going at 10s here, Mark, also 40 for 3 at the end of 4. But still, that big target of 219, just a mere blip on the horizon for now. As you can see, that gold line is not usually higher than run rate of 20. 200 is hit often enough, I suppose, but that was, it felt like almost a once-in-a-lifetime innings from Chowdhury to boost his side up to 218. And a team that will certainly be watching this game with interest is, of course, Hornchurch, the hosts, because they'll be playing against the mighty Tigers in the next game coming up in just about 45 minutes' time. And, well, Hornchurch probably thinking, we don't really want to come up against the Tigers in this kind of form, as this one goes down the throat of long off, and it's taken comfortably by Omar Akram. It's the 4th wicket to fall for Markle, 40 for 4. This time it's the danger man, Kawar Khurshid, who departs. 15 he scored before going one big hit too many, departing on his 9th delivery. As Mahmoud Hussain comes into the attack, joins the illustrious club. It's the 3rd one to date of those who've picked up a wicket on their very first delivery on the network. This one was comfortably caught there on the long off boundary. Mohammed Hussain didn't play the game this morning, come into the team, into the bowling lineup, and straight into the wickets. As Tahir Iqbal is the new batter, number 6 for Markle. It could be 2 wickets and 2 balls here. It's going to be a tough chance, but it's taken well. This time Gurveer Saini gets his catching boots on. And Mahmoud Hussain here finds himself on a hat-trick. This one was a big swing by Tahir Iqbal. There's absolutely no criticism of any of the Markle batters coming in and just swinging, because, well, realistically, there's nothing else they can do. That time, though, doesn't get the distance on it, especially against the wind, up that slope. And it's a nice grab by Gurveer Saini, taking it high above his left shoulder. Tahir Iqbal goes for a first ball duck. Mahmoud Hussain here. First 2 balls on the network, 2 hat-tricks. He's got a chance here to join the Hall of Fame. It'll be the 24th hat-trick of this 2025 calendar, but he has a bit of a rush of blood to the head. And we have what is known as a Danny Hudacek hat-trick, which is wicket, wide. Wide wicket would be a worse hat-trick. It's not the first time we've seen that, won't be the last. Mahmoud Hussain going for the glory, sees his name up in lights and sees a wide ball being delivered. Nabil Tariq is the new batter. We've been on a bit of traffic watch here in Hornchurch as well, with the traffic passing by the ground right in front of us. It's a beautiful ground here with the classic English cricket pavilion. Picnic benches out the front. I've heard rumours of a barbecue starting up as well, just in time for the final 2 games of the day, as that one is going to be a Baximo. And there's the traffic. And they might have a Grizzly joining the queue, as that one just about rolls to the perimeter fence. Nabil Tariq swinging and swinging hard, so hard in fact that he almost knocks himself off his feet. I suppose there's worse places to queue in traffic, isn't there? Sit in the traffic, just turn off your engines and enjoy the cricket. Especially we've seen some of the classic red London buses passing by as well. I reckon the top deck of those buses, you have a beautiful view of the pitch. And of course, if you're tuning in anywhere in the local area, do come by. Entry is free. We love saying hello to all of you. And what better way to spend a Monday late afternoon than sitting in front of the pavilion, having a nice cold drink and watching the cricket. Especially, of course, Hornchurch, the hosts, playing the final 2 games of the day. I imagine more and more fans will be camped out front there, enjoying the cricket unfolding. Hornchurch certainly will be a bit wary coming up against mighty Tigers, who are in absolute blistering form. As we can pretty much safely say, this game is all but wrapped up. Even for a point, Marquardt need to go at over 20 runs and over here, having already lost 5 wickets as well. That comes right off the cue end of the bat. And the batters, I'd like to say run through for a single, but more or less stroll through for a single. So that will be the halfway stage. Marquardt 49 for 5. Eventful over there from Mahmoud Hussain. Starts off with 2 wickets and loses it slightly from then on. A couple of wides and gets hit for a Baximo as well. Certainly the mighty Tigers absolutely in command here. They've already used 5 bowlers in the first 5 overs, and they can probably use another 5 if they wanted to. As we also take a look at what's happening at the same time over in Romania, where we're on day 2, and it's probably around now. It's the Bliss Warriors facing up against the Royal Eagles, as they're on a pretty similar schedule to us over here in England. Of course, Romania 2 hours ahead of England. Could be another wicket here, and will be. It's comfortably taken on the cover, deep cover boundary there by Gurvis Aini, who's proved himself to have a safe pair of catching hands. As Saeed Aziz comes back, he's the first bowler to come back for his second over, and he picks up a wicket on his first delivery. And it's the 6th wicket to fall for Marquardt, as Nabil Tariq departs for a 5-ball 7. Just the 1-6 in those 7 runs. They haven't quite got to the 50 mark here. Marquardt 49 for 6. Was chasing after a wide one there. It's a comfortable catch on the run there by Gurvier. Kashif Akbal comes into the attack, and first one goes for a 1-bounce 4. Says hello to some of the spectators sitting very close to the rope there on the boundary, certainly in the firing line. It's interesting to see Kashif Akbal come quite this low in the batting lineup. He came in at 5 in the first game. He's one of the few players with that experience I was talking about in Spain. But I suppose, given that the mighty Tigers have switched up their bowling, they've bowled 5 different bowlers. Marquardt can also argue, well, this game's gone. We can give a few batters a chance to have a swing, and certainly Iqbal tried to swing hard at that one, and he manages to squeeze it away for a single. Tim Harmer in the chat saying, is this cricket ground a roundabout? It looks like road all the way around. Well, it's certainly, as you're looking down the camera, there's a road behind the wicketkeeper. There's a perfect time to switch the camera. There's a car park behind the bowler's arm. But that's kind of the car park to the leisure centre, which is away to the left of the screen. So that one's gone away to the right of the screen, all the way to the rope. And that's the only part where there isn't a roundabout, or there isn't a road, so not quite a roundabout, but certainly roads or cars on 3 of the 4 sides of the ground. But it's a beautiful ground. Rico was in the chat earlier calling it a classic English cricket ground, and I'd agree with that. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It's like being home. As it's the end of the 6th over then, Markor 59 for 6. With just the 40 runs needed per over to chase down the target. Even that bonus point, almost 100 runs away. 94 needed and 24 for that point. Someone's gone high up in the air. Who wants it? Well, there's 2 fielders converging underneath it. There was no fielders inside the ring on the leg side. So it landed safely between the 2, herring in off the boundary, plus the wicketkeeper. It was in the air for so long that the wicketkeeper almost ended up just as close as the 2 boundary fielders. And somehow they managed to scamper through for 2 here, as Mohammad Hussain comes back on to bowl his 2nd over. So having used 5 bowlers, they have gone back to bowlers number 4 and 5 here. I will say the traffic has gone back to being pretty much stationary, and there's a bus in the distance, so the passengers on the top of that bus have got a perfect view at just about 3rd on the boundary. Must be wondering what on earth has happened as the ECN circus has come into town. Club down the ground, 1 bounce 4, despite the on-rushing fielder flying away from long on. Abid Nawaz could get nowhere near that one as it's hit firmly by Kashaf Iqbal. I will say on that road there is a speed camera, and I don't think a single car all day has got up past about 10 miles per hour. So if it's any consolation for the drivers of Hornchurch, you're not going to get a speeding ticket through the post, but you might be late for work. So maybe next time just stop off at the cricket ground and while away your time here. I promise it's worth it. And of course we're here for 2 weeks as well. We've got the ECS with Group A coming to you from Monday to Thursday. Then we have a little sneak preview of Group B on Friday before we have the ECSW on Saturday. Up in the air. Could be another chance, but it drops just beyond the rushing form of Mirza Baig, and they managed to scamper through for 2. So on Saturday then, the ECSW is split over 2 days. It's this Saturday and then the following Saturday. That's between Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury. But then the ECS men's Group B starts on Friday. We have 1 day before then. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week is the continuation of Group B. Up in the air again. Should be a chance for the keeper. More than a chance. It's taken comfortably by the man with the gloves on. And that's the 7th wicket to fall. As the captain, Hassan Ahmad, takes the catch. It goes straight up in the air. And Ahmad just scampering from behind the stumps manages to grab hold of that one. It's a comfortable grab there by the captain, who will be mighty proud of his mighty Tigers so far. As Kashaf Iqbal, the captain of Markor, has to depart 15 off 8. He tried to swing, got a few boundaries. Bit of a shake of the head there, as if to say, well, not sure what else we can do, lads. 68 for 7 is the score. That's the end of the over as well. So Mohammad Mahmood Hussain finishes with impressive figures of 3 for 18 off his 2 overs. as we take a look at what's coming up in just about half an hour's time. The Mighty Tigers take on the hosts Hornchurch, who, well, they're not going to be intimidated by any side, especially on their home turf, but certainly they'll have to keep their eye on the Tigers. Don't turn your back on a Tiger, because the mighty side are going to be powering to what is almost certainly their second 4-0 win of the day. The bat goes flying, the ball goes flying slightly further than the bat as the batter runs through for a single. Let's take a look at this one. Well, there's a definition of swinging hard, as I'm glad that the umpire was quite far back at square leg, otherwise he might have had a gunner more to the face. As that one goes further this time, the bat stays in the hands of Waka Zafar. It was Ayaz Yunus who sent the bat flying. He's at the non-striker's end, but Zafar finally gets a hold of one. He's certainly someone who wants to target that leg side boundary every single time. Manages to get hold of that one. Club down the ground, doesn't have much distance on it. Abid Nawaz comes herring in and manages to grab hold of that one. It's a brilliant take. He covered some 30 meters to get there. You can see he's pretty much level with the AstroTurf by the time he takes it. He was well back on this long on boundary. The ball was in the air for so long that he was able to take the catch comfortably inside the ring. Hurts his fingers in the process. It does well to hold on to that one as Emdad Tipu is bowling this 8th over. And he gets in on the wickets action. As that's the 8th wicket to fall for Markor, 76 for 8. Worth taking another look at this one as he comes tearing in. Just checking that his fingers are okay. It only ever hurts if you drop them. Zamir Hamza is the next man in for Markor. Tim asking what day of the week does the ECS finish next week? So next week we're here until Saturday, but Saturday is the ECSW. That's the final day we're here. Finals day of the men's series is on Friday. Well, I suppose we've got 2 finals days. Thursdays is the quarterfinals. Friday is the finals day. So we get to the end of the 8th over. 76 for 8 is the score. So on Thursday we have the quarterfinals, 4 of them. So it's the top 4 that go through from each group. 2 groups of 5, top 4 go through, and then it's first place of Group A against 4th place of Group B, and vice versa, and then 2nd and 3rd place of each respective group play each other. And then the winners of that go straight through to finals day. So it's more of a conventional kind of knockout tournament as opposed to what you might have been used to recently in some of the series with the double chance and the benefit of finishing 1st or 2nd. For this series we've gone a bit more cutthroat. So even if you finish top of your group, if you come across the team who finishes 4th in the other group and have a bad game, then that's curtains. So it's going to be a very tense and high stakes days next Thursday and Friday. And then that's followed up on the Saturday by the second half of the ECSW. And that one is more of just a round robin between the 3 teams, Hutton, Gunnersbury and Upminster. So that one's clubbed away for 6 runs. Amir Hamza takes 3 balls to see his iron. Hits the 4th one onto the tree stump, 6 runs. There's a bit of a misfire there from Omar Akram, who is the 7th bowler to be used by the Mighty Tigers. They put themselves in a position where they can experiment with a few bowlers, see who works well for them. That being said, though, they used 7 bowlers in that first game against Sharks Cricket Academy, so seem to just have the benefit of having a wealth of riches. And that one's been dragged down, and we're going to have to check that one. I think he seems to be under the impression that's a legitimate catch there. It's Syed Aziz on the boundary. It's a bit of an ugly drag down, in all honesty, by Omar Akram. He certainly bowled better deliveries, but wow, it looks to me that the foot is on the rope there. The batter's been asked to wait, see if we can enhance. It's a bit of a trick of the light there, but the umpire has called 6 on field, and I think that's the right call. You can see the boot there. Unless we get Snicko on the rope, there's absolutely no way of telling whether the ball or the foot has hit the rope, but human instinct suggests that that is a 6, and that's exactly what has been given. Well, he might have a chance next ball. That one's also clubbed away, but that one goes all the way to a rope, so it's back-to-back 6s for Amir Hamza. And just to clarify on the schedule, of course, everything is available on the European cricket website, but there's no cricket on, at least no European cricket, and that's really the only cricket that matters, let's be honest, this Sunday. So on Sunday the 8th, there's no cricket, because I've been reliably informed that Hornchurch 3rd 11 are playing at home here. So there's still cricket to be had, but not on the network. So this Sunday there's no games. So we have the women's on the Saturday, and then we have a day off, and then on the Monday it's the resumption of Group B. And then next Sunday, of course, as well, the 15th, we'll already have packed up and taken the show on the road again. So no cricket this Sunday, and then finishing with the finals day of the men's next Friday, and then the second half of the round robin of the women's on the Saturday. Oh, I hope that clarifies things, but as I said, everything is always available on all of our social media channels and our website. This one goes up in the air, and it will be a wicket to start the 10th over. It's the 9th wicket to fall. Amir Hamza goes for a big swipe, and this time it's comfortably taken in the covers there by Mirza Baig. It's 96 for 9. Can Marco at least get to that 100 mark? Ayaz Yunus is at the non-striker's end, and he's now being joined out there in the middle by Wasim Majid, the number 11. It's Emdad Tipu who's bowling this final over. Picked up 2 wickets already in the 7 balls he's bowled. And they certainly have a balanced bowling lineup, don't they? The mighty Tigers. You know, you've seen 7 of them bowl, but they've got spinners spinning it both ways. They've got a bit of pace, a bit of youth, a bit of experience, and certainly a side that we should look out for going into the latter stages of this tournament. Clubbed away past point, so it will be a 4 as the fans, well, that one came up quite invitingly and rolled up to the picnic benches. I think the fan zone is in a bit of trouble here, especially for any left-hand batters, but they're all watching the cricket eagerly. That one just bumped and said hello with the final ball to come. Marco do get to that 100 mark, 100 on the board for 9, and they'll finish just a single, so at least they don't get skittled out. DeMarco, 101 is the final score in the end, and they don't even manage half of the total that the mighty Tigers put on, as that target of 219 always looked like a very ambitious total, and as it proved to be, as Marco fall short by just the matter of 117 runs. Mighty Tigers showing all of their might in their opening 2 games, picking up 8 points from 8, and they put Marco to the sword here. As for Marco, well, they've won 1 and lost 1 so far on the opening day. But both of these sides will still be in action later today, playing against the hosts Hornchurch. As first, the Tigers, who will finish up their third of 3 games today. Can they make it 3 from 3? As we take a look at the sides. 2 changes for the Tigers as Shohail Ahmed and Mihad bin Maher come back in for Hassan Ahmed's side. As for Hornchurch, led by George Hankins, and a lot of familiar names there, including both Whitlocks, the flying bus and the minibus coming in. And looking forward to that one starting in just about, it's now 20 minutes time as we take a look back at the highlights. And well, it started with that brilliant grab by Gurveer Saini. That was the first of his 3 catches. That was off his own bowling. There was some resistance put up by Usman Al-Haq, the young left arm opening batter. Kawar Kashid, who's dangerous with the bat. He's proved that in game 2. Wasn't quite able to repeat the trick here, as Hassan Ahmed then put Usman Al-Haq to the sword with a comfortable stumping as you ever will see. Waqar Zafar, he tried his best, 16 off 9 he scored, but the chances just kept on coming. Mighty Tigers, they showed that they're not just explosive with the bat, they're also ruthless when it comes to taking catches. That was another one on the boundary that Abid Nawaz made look absolutely easy. And in the end, it was just a procession for the Tigers. There was 1 or 2 sloppy moments. That was Emdad Tipu getting nutmegged on the boundary, but in reality, Markhor were never likely to get anywhere near this mammoth total. In the end, the bat went flying, the wickets were flying, as Tigers used 7 bowlers in the end, were able to change things up. The likes of Emdad Tipu, he came in, had a bowl, picked up 2 wickets of his own, went for just the 13 runs. Mohamed Mahmood Hussain, he picked up 3 wickets for 18, including 2 in his first 2 ever deliveries on the network. Certainly Mighty Tigers have got power and precision throughout their ranks. This one not quite precise enough, as there was a flirt with the rope there and the rope won the battle. But in the end, the battle was won by the Tigers, despite a few little flourishes at the end off the bat of Amir Hamza. He, in fact, top scored for Markhor with 19 off 8 before he was caught out by Mirzir Beg. And the Grizzly had time to say hello to the growing crowd in the fan zone, who I'm sure are very much looking forward to their hometown heroes Hornchurch taking to the field in just a few moments' time. Hornchurch, though, will be coming up against a mighty force in the form of the Tigers, who have really stamped their authority on day 1 here in London. Markhor, well, it's not a pretty scorecard. It is, of course, caveated by the fact that they had to go, and they had to go big, with that total of 219 looking like, well, it'd be an impossibility, and impossible it did prove to be. Still, though, a tight bowling performance from the Tigers. Just the 3 wides bowled, impressive given that they did use 7 bowlers in total. Abid Nawaz, he only bowled the 1 over, but he picked up 2 wickets, only gave away 6 runs. It's good to see the likes of Mahmood Hussain and Tipu getting a bowl and picking up 5 wickets between them as well. So that's game 3. Done and dusted in the bag, and the second big 4-point win in the bag for the Mighty Tigers. Thanks to that man, Shawan Chowdhury, 150 not out off just 40 deliveries. Meant that, well, it's easy to say in hindsight, but this game was pretty much already done and dusted at the halfway stage. The Mighty Tigers beat Markhor by a big 117 runs. And the battles just keep on coming then for the Mighty Tigers. They're looking to make it 3 from 3 as they take on the home favourites Hornchurch in just over 15 minutes time. Hornchurch, they have 2 big games coming up, first against the Tigers, then against Markhor London. They'll certainly be looking to get some wins on the board to start their campaign. So join me, Tina Goff, and Nish will be coming back into the commentary box to join me and talk you through that match 4 here on day 1 in this ECS England. So don't go away, because we've got 2 big games coming up still on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're into game 4 here in sunny Hornchurch, and it's a big one. It's the Mighty Tigers against the host Hornchurch, who we're going to see in the middle for the first time. It's their first game in a double header to finish off game 1. I think they're going to have a tough task on their hands against the Mighty Tigers, who have roared into this competition. Before we chat about the sides, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Tigers, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Hornchurch as the away team, you'll call.
Heads.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We're gonna bowl first.
Okay, toss won by Tigers, who will bowl first.
Thanks, Ian. There you have it then. The Tigers have won the toss and they will have a bowl, and they've certainly roared into this tournament so far. They picked up all 4 points in game 1, where they knocked off the total of the Sharks in less than 5 overs. And in game 3 just now, we saw Shawan Chowdhury score 150 runs not out in just 40 deliveries. So the Mighty Tigers have certainly been mighty so far. As for Hornchurch, of course, they're the hosts, and they're going to want to put on a big show in front of the home crowd. The barbecue's on, the sun is shining, and they want to start off their first of 2 games today with a win. Joining me in the commentary box to talk you through this one is Nish. Nish, take it away.
You're going to see the hosts for the first time in this ECS. Hornchurch going to be facing the Mighty Tigers. Should be an exciting matchup. The Mighty Tigers have had a brilliant day so far. 2 wins out of 2 for them, and 2 commanding victories as well. They find themselves in a very, very strong position to start things off on this very first day of our ECS here in Hornchurch. The Mighty Tigers currently sitting at 2-0. Shawan Chowdhury there with 328 points. He made a brilliant 150 in the previous match, an innings for the ages. Nawan Jawed batted beautifully as well in both the matches we have seen so far. And here we go. We are ready for this ECS. That should be really, really exciting. It's match number 4 of day 1 here in Hornchurch. Looking forward to this game as we get to see home side feature for the first time this ECS. The Mighty Tigers, rightfully so, come in as massive favorites, 81% against Hornchurch, the host team, who are at just 19%. It'll be interesting to see what kind of a team Hornchurch field. And we know they have some quality players as a part of their setup, and how many of them feature over these next couple of weeks will certainly be an interesting question. There we go. Mighty Tigers making their way out onto the field. They won the toss, decided that they're going to chase, and they'll be looking to restrict this Hornchurch side to something reasonable, although the Mighty Tigers have demonstrated so far that they can chase anything with the kind of batting ability they have. Hornchurch probably won't even feel safe. They can somehow get to 200 with the quality of batting we have seen from the Mighty Tigers, but as this home team, they certainly have a lot to show. Some of their supporters have come in to watch this afternoon game. It's just about 3:45 local time. This is going to be an enormous matchup. Look forward to this. Got George Hankins, who's one of the players to watch in the ECS, making his way out to the middle. They're going to really need to rely on him to make a lot of runs. Kean Poskett, wicket keeper, is opening the batting alongside him. Saying he's going to bowl this first over. He's had a great series so far, been very tight with his bowling. And even though he's a spinner, he's often opened the bowling for his team and been very effective at it as well, you have to say. Looking to get his sign off to a good start here. Bowl really tight, and if he can pick up the wicket of Hankins, that would be massive for the Tigers. It's going to be a good matchup, a quality bowler going up against quality batter in Hankins. Here we go. First ball. He is about to come up, and a little bit of a false start there by Sandy, but we're ready. And he starts off with a terrific ball, really tight, right close to the stumps, and it just gets a little bit of bat on that, so he's going to get off the mark. Not quite the shot he would have been hoping for, but it's a run for him nonetheless. Goes a little bit wider over there. Gives a bit more air as well, Sandy. Beats the bat. Ian Poskett playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. Young cricketer, just turned 15 in January. Looks to go big, and this one's been skied. Should be a comfortable catch. Oh, it's been put down. It's been spilled. Rare mistake for the mighty Tigers. I think young Ian Poskett just needed that little bit of a luck in his first ever European cricket match. Omar Akram, well, we don't see him put down too many. Saw him fielding with a hoodie earlier this morning. Maybe he just needs to put that hoodie back on. Might have helped him with his catching. This time it goes to Akram again, and he makes no mistake. Well, he's been given an opportunity to make amends on the very next ball, and he's held on to the important catch of Hankins. We know Hankins is a really important player for this Hornchurch side. He hit that straight at Akram. Didn't really have too much time to react, but he reacted very well. So the second time of asking, he will take the catch. And it's a massive, massive blow here for Hornchurch to see the danger man, George Hankins, making his way back towards the dugout. Just the one run for him off 2 deliveries. Take a look at this once again. He's just picked out the fielder there. Very unfortunate, but smart bowling, you have to say, by Sandy, who's such an intelligent bowler. Produced a couple of chances already this over. Now Paul Murray. He's going to be coming in, the left-hander. That Sandy likes to bowl round the wickets at left-handed batters as well. Just likes to angle it across them. It's tucked off towards the mid-wicket region. And Murray will get off the mark. Poskett back on strike. He's given a little bit of width over there, and it's beautifully struck by Ian Poskett. Got a little bit of luck earlier in his innings when he was put down on 1. He's been given a bit of width. Just rocks back. Plays that one through cover. Away for 4 runs. Needed a little bit of good fortune, Poskett. And he's taken advantage of it there. So Hornchurch find themselves 7 for 1 at the end of the first over. Here's a look at the schedule for the ECC men's tournament coming up on the 25th of September. So we'll start off with the Premier Division this year. Of course, last year started off with the Challenger Division, and the Challenger Division will take place between the 7th to the 15th of October. And then sides will qualify for the championship group of the Premier Division. Will come back on the 16th of the month to take part in what should be an enthralling finish course, a great chance to welcome back Tina Guff into the commentary box. So, yeah, you got to say, good start once again for the Mighty Tigers.
Yeah, good start once more, and it's interesting. Omar Akram, he puts down the regulation chance, and then one comes at him quite hot off the bat of George Hankins. He manages to hold on to that one. It's always the way, though, in cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like he might have had too much time to think with that easier catch, whereas the second time around, just reacted to it, didn't he? And his reflexes and instincts took over. Managed to take that catch. Murray helped one away for 4 runs. Well, there he's going to have a big part to play.
Yeah, as you were saying before the game, Nish, you've got to imagine that there's no score here that Hornchurch could post that the Mighty Tigers will feel is out of their reach. Oh, that was just out of the reach of the man at mid-wicket. He threw up his hand. I think he tipped that one over the bar. Goes for 4 runs off the bat of Paul Murray. Take a look at this one, because it was going up the hill. It just about got the distance on it and the elevation, despite the sprawling dive of the man at mid-wicket. 4 runs to the score. Just a bit of a rebuild job required here by the experience of Murray and the youthful exuberance of just the 15-year-old Kian Poskett. This time he goes into the offside. That one again. He's timing it perfectly, is Paul Murray, just getting it over the sprawling fielders inside the ring. This time a bit of width on offer. It's the old reverse Malachi, and it goes for 4 runs. Bit of style from Paul Murray there. Back-to-back boundaries. 3 boundaries in a row now at the start of this Mirza Baig second over. You can see there Kian Poskett practicing the shot at the non-striker's end as well. He says, well, if Paul can do it, I'm sure I can as well. 15-year-old. They're practicing his hockey shots or his reverse sweeps, either way. That's a bit of a drag down, and it gets the treatment there by Paul. Mirza Baig just struggling here with the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. It's always difficult as a leg spinner, because often when it goes wrong, it goes properly wrong. That's 4 in 4 for Murray. 16 runs coming off the over so far. And that's in fact 5 boundaries in a row if you include the final one off the first over. The runs now beginning to flow for the hosts after a nervy start. A drop on the third ball probably should have been taken, and then the very next delivery, it was George Hankins who was the unlucky victim of the drop. He got himself on strike and then got taken by a catch at the very next ball. And it will be another boundary, despite the efforts of the fielder out there. Probably should have stopped it. It was hit firmly enough by Murray. And that's now 5 4s in a row. Magical over from Baig, 20 runs coming off it, still 1 to go. Can Murray go for 6 4s in a row? He absolutely can. And that's a perfect and symmetrical over from Paul Murray. 24 runs coming off it, all in 4s. And Hornchurch raced to 31 for 1 off 2 overs.
It's very rare that you see an over where everything was played along the ground and it still went for 24 runs, but just brilliant power play batting by Paul Murray. Knows the fielding restrictions are in place, just picks out the gaps, and he ends up bringing aside a magical over. Just had a quick look at the standings over there. As you can see, the Mighty Tigers sitting pretty at the top of the table. Gotta say, just dive into the chat. Paul Burdikin wishing us a very good afternoon. Paul, are you by any chance the father of Scott Burdikin? Inside edge, that one helped away towards fine leg. Talking about Scott Burdikin, captain of the Cyprus national team. That's going to go away for 4 runs as well. So that's now 8 consecutive boundaries. If you go back to the end of the first over, this one's slightly fortuitous, but they'll take them however they come.
Yes, Gurveer Saini back for his second over, and Kian Poskett clearly learnt from admiring that Paul Murray hitting exhibition from the non-striker's end. Wants a piece of that action. He's hit his last 2 balls to the boundary as well now. Good delivery though, good comeback, and finally the 4 streak comes to an end after 8 in a row. Dot ball, much needed one for the Mighty Tigers. clubbed away high and handsome off the bat of the 15-year-old. And he's putting in an innings here far beyond his years. In fact, one of, by my calculations, like 3 15-year-olds, 1 16-year-old in the lineup for Hornchurch. So we were saying before the game, it would be interesting to see what kind of team they put out. They're certainly looking at going for the youthful approach. But of course, when you've got the likes of Paul Murray in there as well, Mark Whitlock, Andy Roberts as well, they kind of bring the experience. Tommy Fletcher too. So they've got a nice balance to their side, to Hornchurch. So that one's just knocked away. They might look for 2 here. It's always going to be difficult though when it's running down the slope into the hands of the fielder. You've got your answer in the chat, Nish.
Here we go. So, Paul Burdikin. I believe you've also umpired a few games in Cyprus as well. I think you umpired a few T20Is as well. So, yeah, great to have you in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the game.
Yeah, he says he hopes the English weather behaves itself. Well, you can see there by the fans in the fan zone. They're behaving themselves and enjoying what they're seeing so far from their home players. There's that one again just dragged down by Saini. Paul Murray doesn't need a second invitation to knock that one away through mid-wicket. Yeah, the sun is shining, the barbecue is on, and we'll be teased, I think, Nish, for the next 2 or 3 hours with just the smells of the barbecue coming down the hill. So hopefully they're going to keep a few burgers for us. Yeah, the sun is out, it's beautiful. The forecast it's not perfect for the week, but certainly for English summer standards, I think we'll be able to get most of the games on, fingers crossed, but don't quote me on that. It certainly looks about right for the beginning of June here in the south of England. Get to the end of the power play then, 46 runs on the board for Hornchurch. They just lost that early wicket in the form of the captain, George Hankins. He went for 1 off 2. These two building a nice partnership. Kean 16 off 7 and Paul 29 off 9.
It's probably the first time today that we've also seen the Royal Mighty Tigers, I should say, under a little bit of pressure. Things have been absolutely perfect for them so far. They've hardly been troubled at any point with their first couple of victories, but Hornchurch, despite losing that early wicket of Hankins, which I thought would have put them in a real spot of bother, have rebounded really well, largely thanks to some brilliant hitting by Paul Murray. And then Poskett has taken full advantage of that second opportunity he's been given as well after he was put down early in his innings when he was on just 1 run.
End of the power play then, and the Mighty Tigers turning to Mihad bin Maher to bowl the 4th, turning to a bit of pace into the attack. I think that's a good move because the pace-off option hasn't quite worked for the Tigers on this occasion. Well, first one's been clubbed down the ground. Kean Poskett, he moves into the 20s. 22 for him off just 8 deliveries. And as you said, Nish, he's certainly making the most of his second life, batting well outside the crease and even attacking the bowler Bin Maher here. Swiping that one down the ground. Lovely shot.
Beautifully struck through the line there by Poskett, and he's just really starting to show us some of the big shots he has in his arsenal.
That one's flat and hard, and it's going to hit the sight screen on the full. We've been saying we're in danger today, Nish, and it hasn't quite come to say hello in the box, but I think with these two, we certainly got to keep our eyes out because Kean in particular looks like he loves that hit down the ground. Just sat up invitingly off the bowling of Bin Maher, who doesn't quite have the express pace, I think, to bowl that slightly back of a length delivery. I think he needs to get it up there, get Kean just feeling outside off stump. Comes around the wicket now. No ball called by the umpire, and Paul Murray does what any non-striker will do, and that's steal the strike for the free hit.
Yeah, smart work there by Paul Murray, just scampered across, ran as hard as he could to make it to the striker's end. Yeah, we have seen a terrific display of hitting early by Hornchurch. We've seen Paul Murray hit some very classy shots along the ground, and Poskett at the other end has had some of the more elevated, lofted strokes. Be a dot ball on the free hit though. Paul Murray unable to capitalise.
Poskett must be fuming at the non-strikers there. Not only does he have his free hit taken off him, and then Paul Murray swipes it in and it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. Still, it's not a bad start to the fourth over here as the first 3 balls go for 14 after those back-to-back sixes. Lovely shot. He comes dancing down the pitch, showing some nimble footwork, which wouldn't be out of place on Strictly Come Dancing. He just lifts that one through the covers. 4 runs. I think it was pretty close to being a 6. As Bin Maher tried to roll his fingers down the side of the ball, but it was picked by Paul Murray and too much width on offer there.
Gets to the pitch of the ball really well there, Paul Murray. Got that away for 4 runs.
Well, that one is again a slower ball. This time, Paul probably should have played the same shot he played on the previous delivery. He tries to swipe that one away to the leg side. Really, if you've just absolutely battered one through the covers on the previous delivery, just do it again. They have got someone out in the covers now. He was clearly eyeing up that vacant deep mid-wicket boundary. I think he's got the power, though, to lift it over any fielder on the boundary. This time he steps across. Just puts off the bowler just a little bit, who clearly saw Murray coming, tried to go even wider. Of course, despite stepping across there, the wide line doesn't move. And again, Murray just showing his experience. He knows, he's been on the network before, he knows these rules, he knows that the wide line is always kind of going to be in his favour. And he uses the depth of the crease to try and just put the bowler off. But not a bad end to the over from Bin Maher. Still does go magical though, 20 runs coming off it. And a partnership now between these two worth well over 60 as Hornchurch moved to 66 for 1 at the end of the 4th.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens to Paul Murray's strike rate as this innings evolves. He's obviously able to take advantage of those fielding restrictions during the power play, just picked out the gaps and was able to strike some boundaries. But now with the fielding restrictions lifted and up to 5 fielders allowed outside the ring, those opportunities aren't quite going to be there, are they? He's going to have to look to play some more lofted strokes, try to clear the boundary rope a few times.
The seam experiment didn't quite pay off there for the Mighty Tigers. So they're going back to a bit of pace off in the form of Abid Nawaz. In the first 2 games, though, the Mighty Tigers did use 7 bowlers in both. So they're absolutely not scared of throwing the ball around, seeing what works on any given game. As Paul tries to get funky again there, he sees that everyone on the offside is in the ring apart from that man in the deep covers. If he got a bit of bat on that, would have raced away. It's well bowled by Abid Nawaz. Not going to give the Hornchurch batter any kind of room outside off stump.
So Bharadwaj attempt that a few times earlier today.
This time it's dragged down, but not the worst delivery when you've got boundary riders out there mid-wicket. You make a really good point, Nish, that Paul just slowed up a tiny bit now. Maybe just conscious of the fact that now they can have 5 out on the boundary. So they know they can just protect those boundaries a little bit more. And it's now a bit more on the batters to see if they can pick those gaps. Cause of catch it here. And it will be the end of Kian Poskett. He probably should have gone in the very first over. He got given a life thanks to the drop by Omar Akram. But on this occasion, the fielder makes no mistake. And Poskett does have to depart, but it's a well-constructed 28 for him off just 11 balls. On his debut on the network, the 15-year-old, I think, can be more than happy with his contribution. Being given the responsibility of opening for the Hornchurch side, he will have the gloves behind the stumps in the fielding innings as well. But certainly a good contribution from him. Comes to an end, though, off the bowling of Abid Nawaz, and the catch taken by the centurion of the previous game, Shawan Chowdhury. Remember his blistering 150 not out off just 40 deliveries. Gets in on the act early in the piece here as Poskett departs and Hornchurch 67 for 2.
Andy Roberts coming in here at number 4, and with a name like that, I'm curious to see how he bowls in the second innings. It's be interesting here for Hornchurch. Can they just keep that run rate in that 14 to 15 region for these next few overs?
Club straight into the leg side by Roberts. There's a fielder out there though. Syed Aziz does the work on the boundary. Yeah, Roberts played 5 matches last year. High score of 25 on the network. So it's another one who has experience in this squad. We've got, alongside Kian Poskett, 3 players who haven't featured on the network so far for Hornchurch. Everyone else has been under the watchful gaze of the cameras here.
Okay, Murray, if you look at his career strike rate on ECN, it's 113.5. His 4-to-6 ratio is about 3-to-1. So he is more of a stroke player.
I think it's a good idea though, given that is the case, to have him bat in the power play. Of course, he was batting at 3, so the fact that he came in the power play was due to the fact that George Hankins departed early. But if you have a stroke player who, of course, he's got an awful amount of power as well, have him in the power play where he can get those boundaries, especially on this outfield, which is lightning quick, when there's fielding restrictions. I think that's quite a good move. He scored 8 fours so far in his 36. I think you'll find it more difficult later in the piece where he has to go big from the offset with those boundary riders out. So maybe even a consideration for Hornchurch whether Murray opens in games to come, where someone like George Hankins, who's got almost 1,200 runs on the network, I think you can put him anywhere in the order and he'd be able to score runs.
Or you could maybe argue that you push someone like Poskett lower down the order and he can be a bit of a finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this one's been clubbed away. Paul Murray must have been listening to us, because he said he likes playing it along the deck, and this time he hits his first maximo of the innings. Not quite off the middle of the bat, very much off the toe in fact. And the sprawling dive there of Omar Akram manages to get a hand to it, but doesn't stop it flying for a 6, which is signalled by his teammates there. And it's back-to-back 6s. This one's going flying into the fan zone. Dings off the window. It's the pantomime crowd there giving it the U's and the R's. As Paul Murray, he moves to 48 off just 19 deliveries. Shah Ahmed has come on to bowl this 6th over, and he's gone for back-to-back maximos to start off.
11th career 6 there for Murray, who's closing in on his first ever 50 on ECN.
And he might just have to wait a while longer. That one will be cut off on the boundary by Abid Nawaz. Moves Paul to 49. We had a 49 not out earlier in the day. It was in fact in game 1. And Paul Murray, well, he certainly has time here to get to his half century. Still only halfway through the 6th. But it's been a brilliant innings from him so far. Andy Roberts just faced the first ball so far. Does his job perfectly. Says, Paul, it's over to you. Yeah, it's high score before this, 43 not out. That was back in 2023. He's got the chance here to get himself a milestone. What better place to do it in your team's first game, in your home series, in front of your friends and family. Can he get there? He clubs it down the ground and he will get to his maiden half century. So well done, Paul Murray. He moves to 50 not out off just 21 deliveries. Fortunately, the crowd hasn't noticed, hasn't been given the memo. The scoreboard doesn't show the individual score. I'm sure when he comes off, he'll be more than happy with that effort so far. But the job is not done here. As we were saying before the innings, the mighty Tigers have shown just how mighty they could be in the batting ranks. Hornchurch moved to 84 for 2 off 6. But you think they'd almost want to double that score. They'd at least want to try and get to 150, do you think?
Even 150, you feel, against this mighty Tiger side might be below par, considering they've been batting with a run rate north of 20 for most of this ECS, but they certainly got themselves into a good position here. Fine knock by Paul Roberts. As we mentioned, his first ever 50 on the European Cricket Network, and it's been a brilliant knock, hasn't it? It's batted beautifully. It came in during the power play right when his side were under a little bit of pressure after Hankins, their star player and captain, had been dismissed cheaply. He just steadied the ship and put his side in a good position.
That's been clubbed down the ground, but it's not going to go all the way, so we'll be 50 and out for Paul Murray. He'll rightfully get the round of applause, though, as he departs. His 50 off 22 deliveries. He goes for actually what's a beautiful lofted drive, but manages to find the grateful hands of Abid Nawaz. And Noman Javed comes into the attack, straight into the wickets with his very first delivery. But well done to Murray as he picks up his maiden half-century on the network. He finishes on around 50. As Hornchurch lose their third wicket, 84 for 3. Don't blame him for going for that one, though. Just, again, doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. I think if he got hold of that one, we would have been talking about one of the shots of the day. It was a beautiful shape on that shot. Just doesn't quite get hold of it. That's why he's now sitting back in the dugout, and Andy Roberts has been joined out there in the middle by Ed Warren, one of the other debutants in this Hornchurch batting lineup on the European Cricket Network. So he just clubs that one away into the leg side. Well bowled by Noman Javed. Andy Roberts just manages to squeeze that one away off the pads.
He's really steadied the ship here. These last 7 or 8 deliveries have mighty Tigers. Haven't seen a boundary for the last 8 balls.
Yeah, this one could be another wicket, as it should be a comfortable catch for Omar Akram, and it is. And Ed Warren, his debut on the network, lasts just 2 balls as he goes 1 and out. Just doesn't quite get in the right position for that one. You could see he was trying to club it away to the leg side. Changes his mind at the last minute because it was wide outside off stump. Only manages to hit it probably about 30, 40 metres into the hands of Omar Akram, whose sunglasses went flying off, but manages to hold on to that catch. And you're absolutely right, Dish, that despite that flurry of 2 sixes at the start of the Shohel Ahmed previous over, since the 5th over, they've only managed those 2 boundaries and they've lost 3 wickets. So it's been a good comeback for the Tigers. For a while, it looked like this might just get away from them. Bear in mind, Hornchurch 66 for 1 at the end of the 4th. Now they find themselves 86 for 4, so they've lost 3 wickets for just 20 runs. And they need someone to stick around here. Could it be Mark Whitlock, a new batter? It's the flying bus, and he almost flew away on the very first delivery, as there was a bit of a yes, no, maybe in the middle between Whitlock and Roberts. Works that one away into the offside. He wants to go. Roberts says no. In the end, gets back safely. That's a dot ball. And this Noman Javed over has gone for just 2 runs. Make that 3. He picks up 2 wickets. So it's a bit of a turning point over here for the mighty Tigers as Hornchurch now find themselves 87 for 4 at the end of the 7th.
Great over there by Javed. He's just swung the momentum, hasn't he? Gives them just 2 runs in that over. Manages to get a couple of wickets. These last 10 deliveries have brought about just 5 runs for Hornchurch, and they've lost a couple of wickets. Here's a look at what's coming up in the ECSW on Saturday. Got Upminster Hutton, Gunnersbury taking on each other in what should be a very exciting league tournament. Of course, got day 1 on the 7th, which is the upcoming Saturday this week, and then our final day here in Hornchurch, we'll have day 2 of the ECSW.
Very much looking forward to that. It's good to have both men's and women's action here. As that one squeezed away by Mark Whitlock. This again shows just how quick this outfield is, especially anything on the leg side for the right-hander. Just keeps on rolling and rolling, despite the chase of the fielder, Emdad Tipu. Syed Aziz has come on to bowl this 8th over. So still the Tigers more than happy to use a variety of bowlers. In fact, all 3 games so far, they've used 7 bowlers. Club down the ground to big cheers from the fan zone as the flying bus sends that one flying up and over the tent. 6 runs. It takes Hornchurch, the local team, up towards that 100 mark. 98 for 4 now.
Brilliant stroke there by Whitlock. That ball was over pitched and he dispatched it. Oh, nice comeback delivery over there. Just a whisker away from the off stump, but it's going to go away for some runs of by. So when it rains and pours for Aziz, that one just getting past the keeper. And off it went for another boundary.
Whitlock playing the shot he should have played. In the meantime, he already French cut one for 4. Well, every dog has his day. Mark Whitlock, he's had a few lives here. As that one whistles past off stump and goes for 4 byes. And he gets himself to the safety of the non-striker's end after a few streaky deliveries, of course, either side of that glorious 6 pummeled over long off. So again, it's the 7th bowler used by Mighty Tigers. It'll be interesting to see who they turn to in the final 2. You've got Abid Nawaz, who went for just 3, picked up a wicket. Noman Javed went for just 2, picked up 2 wickets. So you'd imagine those 2 surely must come back, given that Mirza Baig, he went for 24 off his 1 over. Bin Maher went for 19. Even Shohal Ahmed, usually quite reliable, he went for 15. So they've got 2 overs to come here. Hornchurch, 103 on the board. They've kind of had a few flashes of overs where we think, okay, now they're going to go big. And the Mighty Tigers have always wrestled back the momentum. So you imagine these final 2 overs are big ones to see where the momentum will lie at the halfway mark of this game. And it will be, unsurprisingly, Abid Nawaz who comes back to bowl the 9th. Left arm around bowler. It's a lovely 12 by the umpire. I wonder if we have that one on replay. At first I thought he was the fielder, and I was wondering why on earth he's twirling away from the ball. We'll keep it on this camera. Look at this for a pirouette. A full 360. 180. Gets out of the way, and luckily for the Mighty Tigers, the fielder on the boundary does the job. So it's a single. I'm just chipped into the covers, and Abid Nawaz again proving himself to be such a valuable bowler for the Mighty Tigers. Picked up 2 wickets in the first game and 2 wickets in the second game. In that second game, they only bowled him for 1 over. Gave away 6 runs, picked up 2 wickets, so they're letting him bowl out here. Well, this time he gets pummeled away for 6 runs. Down the hill off the bat of Mark Whitlock, who's certainly leading the charge here for Hornchurch. Andy Roberts at the other end, struggling just a little. Someone again who has to get used to this format. He has played 5 matches last year. But certainly not someone who's got heaps of experience in this T10 game, and 3 for 7 so far. It's good for him that he can just anchor this innings as Mark Whitlock at the other end going well. 19 off 8 for him.
Yeah, brilliantly struck there by Mark Whitlock, who's playing the role of the aggressor. Gotta say though, with Roberts, needs to get a move on. Maybe give him 1 more ball, and then he might even have to consider retirement at that point.
Clubbed down the ground, doesn't have the distance on it though. Might land safe. It's a brilliant one-handed stop by Saeed Aziz. I thought maybe he was even within a chance of catching this. It would have been one of the all-time catches on the network. Let's see how close he gets here. He sticks out his right hand and he almost kind of pats it into the floor, but does a good job nonetheless. Puts in the slide as well. And Roberts here, he's got 2 balls. Yeah, imagine one of these has to go to the rope. There's a big swing and a miss. And now he's pretty much got the definition of a free hit. It's the final ball of the 9th. He doesn't want to get to the other end because he wants to give Mark Whitlock strike in the final over. He's got to go 4 or 6 here. And he does get a hold of it, and it will go all the way for 6. So somewhat belatedly, Andy Roberts does get in on the act. And that's exactly what Hornchurch needed. 118 they have on the board now. 1 over left, but let's not forget it was 115 that the Sharks put on in that match 1, and it was the very first game this morning. We thought, okay, well, maybe it's a slightly below par score, but you never know. And the Mighty Tigers knocked that off in 4.4 overs. They scored 118 in those 4.4 overs. Hornchurch are on exactly 118 now. They still at least have 6 balls to add to that score, but you'd imagine here they need a magical over and then some to at least try and keep the Tigers at bay.
Just wondered if the bowler just went a little bit straighter to Roberts at the end of it there, talking about beat Nawaz. Just hoping he'd get bat on ball and maybe just pick up a single up that last ball, but in the end, Roberts managed to smash that one away for a 6. And, well, it works out perfectly in the end for Hornchurch as they get a boundary off that last ball, and Whitlock's on strike.
That's not a bad delivery first up from Noman Javed. I'm sure he didn't expect Whitlock to leave it. He just kind of put himself in a bit of trouble there, did Whitlock. Tried to give himself room outside the leg side. Only manages to put the ball outside his own reach. Noman Javed, unsurprisingly, given the ball for the final over. Given his first, went for 2 wickets, only 2 runs, and Whitlock might be the end of his innings, and it absolutely will be. It's a nice catch taken by Gurveer Saini, who's yet to drop one on that boundary. Second time he's come flying in off the deep cover boundary, taking the catch on the run. Mark Whitlock's entertaining innings comes to an end. He scores 20 before he departs. And Hornchurch here, they just need to try and scratch their way up to 125, 130 to give themselves something to defend. The Mighty Tigers again have shown that they have strength in the depth of their bowling lineup, and also, more often than not, take the chances in the field.
Yeah, important wicket to get rid of Whitlock over there. Well held on to by Gurveer Saini. Very impressive so far this series. His bowling has been exceptional, and now takes an important catch as well. So Clark is a new batter coming in at number 7.
Slaps it down the ground and gets it all the way through. Somehow it was almost like a slow motion boundary there. It looked like the 2 Hornchurch batters had committed to running the 2, but just look how the ball just skips away, almost defies the laws of physics and accelerates as it goes. It's a much needed boundary. George Clark hits his first ball for 4.
Yeah, he's been one of the hosts for us here in Hornchurch, and certainly been very helpful and kind, and a lovely host so far.
Tries to go to the same region again. This time the fielders of the Mighty Tigers are wise to it. And George just gets himself to the non-striker's end, and Andy Roberts, well, he hit his previous delivery for 6. He needs more of the same here with 2 balls left of the innings, 123 on the score. Well bowled as, again, Noman Javed just sneaks one through the right side of the wide line. It's the 2nd dot ball in the 10th over, and any time you can rack up dot balls in the final over, you're doing well as a bowling side. 1 ball to come. This 10th over gone for just 5 runs so far, and that wicket of Whitlock. Can Roberts find the boundary one more time? No, he can't. And 3 of the 6 final balls in this over go through to the keeper for a dot ball. There's another brilliant bowling performance from Noman Javed. He finishes with figures of 3 for 7 of his 2 overs. Again, shows that he's one of the key bowlers for Mighty Tigers, but in fact, they've used so many bowlers throughout the couple of games, or 3 games they've played so far. It really shows how much firepower they have in their ranks. As Hornchurch finish on the old Mambo number 5. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As we take a look back at the highlights. And it started, well, not so promisingly for Omar Akram, who absolutely couldn't believe that he shelled that one. Didn't have too much time to worry about it though. As the very next delivery was fired straight off at him. And that was George Hankins, the captain, departing early in the piece. Then it was Cian Poskett and Paul Murray who put on a little fight back, their partnership worth 65 in the end. It was youth and experience combining. The left hand of Poskett, the right hand of Murray. Poskett in particular, impressive, just 15 years old, and showing that he's certainly one to watch. That one almost hit himself off his own feet with so much power. 3 6s and 2 4s on his way to 28. In the end, he departed with 1 big hit too many, as the Centurion from the previous game, Shawan Chowdhury, took a nice catch in the outfield. But Paul Murray, he managed to plunder his way to his first ever ECN half century. We thought maybe if one of these batters can go big, Hornchurch can sneak up to that 150 mark, but in the end, they fall quite short of that total.
Yeah, they do fall short ultimately here, Hornchurch, and well, gotta say, it's a fairly respectable total, but it just comes down to the fact that the Mighty Tigers, you know how strong their batting lineup is. They've had a run rate of about 20 in the 2 matches they've played so far. Really strong lineup, so it's just gonna come down to how Hornchurch bowl. Just feel like any total is gonna be enough against a sign of the Mighty Tigers' quality. They certainly put on a good show. Hornchurch, the hosts, batted really well. Saw some good hitting by Poskett right at the top of the order, 28 of 11 for him. Paul Murray making half century, 50 of just 22 deliveries for him. Whitlock came in, batted beautifully, making 20 runs off 11 deliveries. You might see his son bowl later in the second innings. Of course, both father and son, Mark and Billy Whitlock, play for this Hornchurch side, so looking forward to that in the second innings, as Hornchurch end up with 123, which is about par for the scores we saw during last year's European Cricket Series. Want to take your mind back to that one. The par score was 126. Here's a look at the scorecard for the first innings. George Hankins, star player for this Hornchurch side, made just 1 run of 2 deliveries. He struck one straight at Omar Akram and took a rather sharp catch. Cian Poskett was put down when he was on just 1. And then he was able to capitalize by making 28 off 11 deliveries. Paul Murray with a brilliant half century, his first ever European Cricket Series 50, as he would get there in just 21 deliveries. As for the bowling figures, well, Noman Javed, another spectacular bowling performance for him. He ends up with figures of 3 for 7. Exceptional bowling for him. Abid Nawaz 1 for 18 in the 2 overs he bowled. Misra Baig, a little bit expensive, going for 24 in the sole over he bowled. That was the most expensive over of the innings, and we saw 6 4s hit in 1 over. So the Mighty Tigers need to chase down 124 runs in the second innings to, of course, pull off what would be an incredible start to the series for them. 3 wins out of 3. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the second innings, match number 4.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny Hornchurch, where the hosts have finally got their tournament up and running. And they've put 123 runs on the board against imposing mighty Tigers, who have won 2 games out of 2 so far, and in quite some commanding fashion, picking up all 8 points. And certainly they'll be trying to make it 12 out of 12 here, as they chase down a total of 124. If they do it in 7 overs or less, it will be 12 from 12 for the Tigers. But Hornchurch, I'm sure, will have a word or two to say about that. The hosts, in front of their fans here on this glorious Monday evening, will certainly want to get their tournament up and running with a win. That's the equation, though. Mighty Tigers looking to do it in 7 overs or less. Hornchurch, they've got a tough task on their hands if they want to restrict the powerful Tigers batting lineup to 86 runs or less, which would enable the hosts to take home all 4 points from their very first game in this series. But you'd imagine at the halfway stage, certainly the Tigers will be happy with their afternoon's work in the field. It was Paul Murray who top scored for Hornchurch, scoring his first ever 50 on the European Cricket Network, finishing though 50 and out of 22 deliveries. Kian Poskett, the 15-year-old, opened the batting for Hornchurch and contributed 28 off 11, despite being dropped early in the piece. And it was a nice little cameo from Mark Whitlock at the end, 20 off 11, which boosted Hornchurch's score to the old Lou Bega, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Joe Ross, 16-year-old, has the ball in hand, gets the second innings going for Hornchurch, and well, Omar Akram squeezes that one away for 4 runs. It's always so punishing to bowl in the power play, especially if you have any pace about you, because the batters can just swing and swing hard and know that pretty much it's gonna go for a 4, especially down that slope away to the right hand side here. That's exactly what happened on the first delivery off the bat of Omar Akram, who's joined out there in the middle by Shawan Chowdhury, who's had what you'd call a mixed day after he departed for a golden duck in his first game. That was against Sharks Cricket Academy this morning, but he came back in some style as he got 150 not out off just 40 deliveries, including a mammoth 21 sixes, which I'm sure you'll see on social media on all of our channels sooner rather than later, because it was an absolute sight to behold. Chowdhury, 150, well, that's more than Hornchurch managed as a team in that first innings. So he faced up his first delivery here. And he squeezes that one, but it's a brilliant diving stop there in that backward point region. Would have been a brilliant boundary, actually. It's the goalkeeping stop put in there to stop any runs, and it's a dot ball. So Shawan Chowdhury, well, he doesn't go golden duck 150 golden duck, but he still hasn't got off the mark. And he has now, as that's absolutely pulverized straight down the ground. Maximo, number 22 in 2 innings for Shawan Chowdhury. As well, we've been talking about the cars in that car park all day, and they're in trouble when Chowdhury's at the crease. That one went high and long, and we're just approaching rush hour here in London, and I'm sure those car owners are rushing to get back to their cars because they're in a bit of trouble here. Next delivery goes top of leg stump, and it's a brilliant ball from Joe Ross. It just clips the top of leg stump, and it's the teenager who dismisses the Centurion. Shawan Chowdhury on this occasion, the highs and lows of European cricket, goes 6 and out, as that's worth taking another look. Oh, just pitches on middle stump and just nips in. Chowdhury plays all around that one. What an important wicket that might be for the hosts. As Shawan Chowdhury departs for 6 and ruining what could have been there. Hornchurch, meanwhile, they're celebrating as they know that could be an all-important wicket for them. Brilliantly bowled by Joe Ross, so pinpoint accurate that it didn't even take the second bail off. It just flicked the top of leg stump, flicks the bail off, and doesn't leave too much work for the umpire. It just has to pick up the bail, plop it back on top, and says, let's play. As Noman Javed comes out, number 3 for the Tigers. He's had a brilliant game day so far. That one is going to be chipped away for 4 runs. As mid-off is in the ring, in the power play. Mixed over there for Joe Ross. Goes for 15 runs, but picks up that all-important wicket. And at the end of the first over then, Mighty Tigers 15 for 1. Just a low full toss from Joe Ross. Noman Javed reaches for it, just gets it right on the bottom of the bat. But enough to send it to the rope. So they're firmly on the run rate here are the Mighty Tigers. I think if Hornchurch have any chance of defending this total, they certainly need to pick up wickets and pick them up quickly. Just as it's a crash, bang and a wallop here from something going away to our right. I welcome Nish back into the commentary box. I mean, the wind's picked up a little. I don't know what that was. Hopefully everyone's okay.
Yeah, that was quite a way to come back into the commentary tent. And, well, interesting first over. Of course, saw the Centurion Chowdhury depart after hitting a 6. A huge wicket for Joe Ross. First ever wicket on the European Cricket Network. Big congratulations to Joe Ross. But the thing about this Mighty Tigers side is they're just blessed with so much batting depth. And, well, there it is, the figure we really didn't want to hit. 100 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. It's a kind of milestone you don't want to achieve. We did say that if we didn't get a golden ball by late afternoon today, we'd be in for seeing that figure. Of course, we had some European cricket action over in Romania as well. So no golden balls here in Hornchurch or over in Romania. So we're now at that 100 matches since a golden ball mark. Here we go. Clark coming into bowl the second over. Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball for height, you'd imagine. Just waiting to see the square leg umpire's signal. Yeah, almost chest height there. Certainly is a pretty big no ball, and yep, the signal has been made now, so free hit coming up. Pretty poor delivery, you have to say, there by George Clark. Let's see if he can get this one right. Much better. Much, much better there by George Clark. He's just going to want to keep it at that kind of a length. This one's just helped away behind square leg. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Just getting outside the line over there very nicely, the batter. And he's able to just help that away behind square leg. Clark maybe just getting a little too straight with his line on that occasion. He gets punished by Javed. Going up against players of such high quality, the margin for error is absolutely minute. So Javed bat superbly in both of the last couple of matches. Had an undefeated 60 of 13 in the opening match against the Sharks, and then an undefeated 37 of 10 against Marcor. So he's yet to get out so far this ECS. This time he goes big again, and that's going to go the distance. It's another 6, and you can just see a couple of kids attempting some catches out in the deep, and ball landed well beyond their grasp. Let's just take a look at this. Over pitch delivery once more. Just a bit of slot bowling. He's going to get the treatment for that.
Yeah, the Mighty Tigers have such a deep batting lineup, don't they? I think Hornchurch probably delighted to get Chowdhury out. But the batters just keep coming. Noman Javed gets another boundary. And the kids are doing most of the fielding here because the Hornchurch fielder is getting nowhere near the deliveries.
He's not quite able to find the length at the moment. Is George Clark. That's another full toss. He's bowled a couple of full tosses so far this over.
It does go magical, that over. 24 runs coming off it. Despite 2 dot balls in there, there was 3 sixes and a 4, as well as that no ball. The mighty Tigers race to 39 off just 2 overs, sitting pretty at the top of the table. And as things keep going this way, then they're going to have a perfect day 1 to start off this series. 3 wins from 3. Remember, it's a double round robin. Top 4 sides of 5 go through. Raynham, of course, we haven't seen. We'll see them tomorrow. They'll be coming with 3 games in the morning. As that one's worked away, as it's Billy Whitlock, the minibus, who's come on to bowl this 3rd over. Gets that one a bit wrong. Would have been a wide ball, but instead Omar Akram helps himself to 4 easy runs.
Let's get the line right there, does he, Billy Whitlock? It was very, very wide down the leg side, and Akram's eyes just lit up when he saw that. If he probably left that one alone, would have been a chance for wide along with a few runs of buys, but very tempted to get himself some runs, especially with no one back there. Required now has fallen to just under 10.4, so they're in a commanding position once again. The mighty Tigers have become very accustomed to them getting off to these flying starts.
And pretty much dealing just in boundaries at the moment are the mighty Tigers. Not even bothered about trying to run when they can just keep knocking it to the rope. This one is a brilliant comeback ball by Billy Whitlock. First one went a bit wrong, but he absolutely holds his nerve. The second delivery gets his man. So Omar Akram has to depart for 15, and it's Billy Whitlock, the minibus, the 15-year-old, who picks up the 2nd wicket for the hosts. The mighty Tigers go to 43 for 2. And just brilliant flight on that delivery by Billy. As I imagine the batter's eyes lit up there. He thought he was able to again pummel that to the leg side, but only saw his stumps rearranged. Akram departs for 15 off 6. Whitlock gets his 1st wicket.
What a feeling for Billy Whitlock, his 4th European Cricket Series wicket. And just the 7th over he's bowled on the network. It's a fantastic strike rate for the young man. A moment he will cherish. Gets rid of a player of Akram's quality. Superb bit of work. And that is just the way to respond after getting struck for a boundary. The new batter is Osama Ilyas, who's coming here at number 4. Can they go bang bang here, Hornchurch? A few more wickets, and all of a sudden the momentum swings back in their favor.
Going around the wicket to the left-handed Ilyas, who just dismisses that one over the deep cover boundary for 6 runs. Ilyas again, he's someone who can just get going in the blink of an eye. Doesn't even need to eye up Whitlock there. Probably just a bit too wide from the youngster. The left-hander is able to play that one over the covers with minimum risk. Mighty Tigers now just 1 short of the half century, 49 for 2, halfway through the 3rd. Again, good comeback ball from Whitlock. Went for a 4, then picked up a wicket, went for a 6, and comes back with a good delivery outside off stump. That one's been pummeled away over wide, long off, 6 runs. And again, the kids are chasing after that runaway Grizzly as the mighty Tigers just keep on roaring here. Now just need the 69 off 43. So you imagine the only way Hornchurch are going to win this one is if they bowl the Tigers out. Tigers have just got such a powerful batting lineup that, well, we saw in that previous game, if they bat the 10 overs, they can do some damage. 218 for 1 in that 1st innings against Markhor London. And the runs just keep on flowing here. So that one One bounce four to end the power play, end the third over. It does go magical. Billy Whitlock goes for 20 runs, does pick up that big wicket though of Omar Akram, but the mighty Tigers still very much in the driving seat here, 55 for 2.
Once again, going at that rate, we're so accustomed to them going at just around 20 and over for the mighty Tigers. It's been a very impressive start for them, and as things stand, they're looking to make quick work of this Hornchurch side. It is interesting though, I mean, they've hardly even lost a wicket over the course of these first few matches. Lost just the 2 wickets over the first 2 games. They're 59 for 2 here as well. Their batting depth really hasn't been tested by any side, so you wonder what their middle and lower order are like, because we just haven't had a chance to see them. It's going to be father replacing son. Mark Whitlock is going to bowl the 4th over.
That one's been clubbed straight towards us, and it's going to bang right into the sight screen to the right of the commentary tent. I think that's probably the closest the ball has come so far today, Nish, as the flying bus gets deposited over the rope. 6 runs. It's a family affair at the moment for Hornchurch. That one's a better delivery. It's been picked up though, and it's been almost brilliantly taken by Paul Murray, but he does absolutely everything right. As he realises he's not going to catch that one on the rope, manages to just keep the ball in play, goes over the rope, saves 6 runs, doesn't quite get the wicket, but manages to stop the boundary. Brilliant work in the field there.
He's done superbly, hasn't he? Just having that presence of the mind to know where the rope is at. How often have we seen fielders just take the catch and allow their momentum to just carry them over the rope, but not the case there for him. Just let go of the ball, steadied himself.
Rare dot ball there, bowled by Mark Whitlock, who's coming through and around to the left-handed Ilyas. That one's been heaved away. The fan zone's scattering, but it's comfortably to the right, and well done to that man with beer in hand, making sure to not spill a drop. As I imagine throughout this week, Nish, we might be treated to a few crowd catches as the crowd builds there. Certainly liking what they're seeing so far. Maybe not liking the fact that their Hornchurch players are getting a bit of a dusting. That's a brilliant piece of fielding on the rope here by captain George Hankins, who saves a boundary, probably saves us as well, as that one was destined for the 10.
He's covered some ground really, really quickly here. George Hankins just came flying. None of this sign of our vision, and manages to grab that one.
Decent over then from Whitlock, 15 runs coming off it. But that's probably what you'd call a quiet over for the Tigers, despite the fact there was 2 Maximos in there. They managed to plunder a few runs. Still, that shows just how mighty they are. 74 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Well and truly above that run rate. They're still surely eyeing up that bonus point as well. It's 50 needed in 18 for that. 50 and 36 for the win. As Ed Warren comes on to bowl the 5th over here.
It's important that Ed Warren's trying to steady the ship here. Couple of quiet overs for Hornchurch, and maybe they could just drag themselves back into this game.
Low full toss has been dispatched to the boundary, and oh, it's almost a brilliant catch by the kid out there who gets his hands to it down the hill. Doesn't manage to hold on as Ilyas picks up another Maximo. He moves to 29 off just 8 deliveries. Brilliant effort though by the boundary fielder. Just spills out, and his mates are fuming with him. But Ilyas getting into his work here. Again, it's a full toss. This one has gone into absolute orbit. Hasn't actually got the distance on it. It could be a catch here, but it bursts through the hands of Billy Whitlock. It was a tough task. It was in the air for an absolute age. Came down with snow on top. Billy wasn't able to hang on.
Bonus points certainly on here once again for the Mighty Tigers. They need to go at around 11.5 and over, I'd say, maybe even less than that, to go on and pick up the bonus point. And yeah, the graphic has come up. It's actually 14.8 and over, so got that one badly wrong. But yeah, very, very doable for this Mighty Tigers side. That is high, and it's handsome, goes all the way for 6 more runs. And well, I think the fielders beyond the boundary rope have had more work to do than the fielders inside the ring, who are now just decoration.
Yeah, absolutely, and everyone is being subjected to this absolute punishing performance by Osama Ilyas. The kids come fresh out of school, full of energy. They're able to run it off beyond the boundary here as the devil comes out. 6-6-6. Good comeback ball by Ed Warren. That one flashes past the stumps into the gloves of Kian Poskett, the 15-year-old wicketkeeper. It's less than a runner ball needed for the Tigers for the win. 31 off 13 for the bonus point victory. Final ball of the 5th. He gets the wicket. Osama Ilyas steps all across that one, and he departs for 41. I don't think that was really the right shot selection. Well, I suppose it's easy to say when his stumps are rearranged, but he's been hitting it so well down the pitch. 6 sixes in that 41. I don't think he needed to quite get that creative. In the end, Yorks himself. It's a good comeback for Ed Warren, who finishes the over with a dot and a wicket. Still though, 19 runs coming off it, and Ilyas puts in a good performance for his side. 41 off 12. Run the strike rate heading towards 350. Halfway stage then, Mighty Tigers 93 for 3. At the moment it seems more of a question of will they get the bonus point rather than will they get the win.
The wicket does remind me a lot of that Bardwaj wicket we saw earlier today when the left-hander tried to play a funky stroke as well and ended up getting dismissed. I think he was just overthinking it slightly there. It's important that the Mighty Tigers don't muck about too much, because they will want to get all 4 points from this game.
It's new batter in, club straight down the ground, and it will be 4 runs to... in fact, it will be to Noman Javed. That was the end of the over. So Gurveer Saini is the new batter. He just admires that one from the non-striker's end as Javed moves along to 33 of just 11 deliveries. Billy has come back to bowl his second over here. That one's dragged down, and despite the fielder out there, Joe Ross, he's not able to reel that one in. So it's back-to-back boundaries for Noman Javed, who's been sticking around while Osama Ilyas was doing the damage at the other end as well. Partnership between the two of them was worth 50 before Ilyas lost his wicket on the final ball of the previous over. But now the Tigers needing just 21 off 10 to pick up that bonus point win. And what would be an almighty performance for them on day 1 of this series. Hit hard down the ground. Good piece of fielding there by the captain, George Hankins, making sure it's just the 1 and not the 4. That came hard off the bat of Noman Javed. George manages to get his hands in the way, and importantly as well, get his face out of the way. And that's a full toss. It might be checked for height here. Certainly has enough distance on it to go all the way for 6. Just comes out of the hand wrong here from Billy. We're going to have a look and see where this one lands. Yes, probably a no ball. I'm glad I'm not making the call. It's one of those 50-50 ones, but it has been called a no ball. I think that's probably the right call. Benefit of the doubt to the batter. And it's clubbed down the ground, so it's a 7-up for the Mighty Tigers. They're now just a couple of hits away with the free hit coming up. It goes funky, and that's a brilliant shot. It's the old switcheroo from Saini, and he hits the free hit for 6 runs. And they're in a hurry here are the Mighty Tigers. 7 needed off 8. They might even finish it off in this over.
They'll certainly be looking to another dominant showing by this Mighty Tigers side. We're closing in on bonus point victory number 3 for this European Cricket Series. Whitlock, just fortunate for him, isn't it? He's a young cricketer right at the start of his European cricket career, and he's having to bowl against a really, really strong Mighty Tigers lineup.
Down the ground, 6 runs, scores a level, and now just 1 run away are the Mighty Tigers, and they might even do it within 6 overs here, having won earlier in the day within 5 overs. They might do it in 6 here. It's not too often that a team starts a series with 3 games and 3 bonus point victories. That's exactly what the Mighty Tigers are going to do here. They do finish it off with just the single. Did they turn down the single there?
They turned down the single. Really, really interesting. Wonder why that was the case, especially when they need just the 1 run to win.
Well, that's bizarre. The 1 run would have needed it, would have sealed it. And in the end, it's a dot ball for whatever reason. So the scores are level at the end of the 6th over. Surely it's just a case of knocking the ball into the gap and running, which is exactly what should have happened on that previous delivery. There you go. Maybe Gurveer Saini just said to Noman Javed, no, you can have the honours of scoring the final runs, the winning runs. And there they are. 6 runs. Clearly they just didn't want to finish on a single. They wanted to finish in style. Noman Javed does exactly that. Clubs that one away as Joe Ross has the pretty unenviable task of coming back onto bowl when the scores are level. And Javed makes sure that he doesn't have to bowl more than just the 1 delivery, as the Mighty Tigers roar on in this series and beat the hosts Hornchurch by a comfortable 7 wickets.
Another cruising victory here for this Mighty Tigers side. 3 bonus point wins out of 3 on the opening day of this ECS Hornchurch, and I think we can already pencil them in for quarterfinals next week. They put on a dominant showing here, already find themselves at 12 points, so this side look firmly in command of this group to start things off. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game, our final game of the day between Hornchurch and Markhor London. Got Richard Bird playing in this match for Hornchurch. Meanwhile, for Markhor, a number of players to look out for, such as Khurshid, who's had a pretty good opening day so far, made the impact with both bat and ball in hand. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and you've got to say it's a very entertaining innings. And from the Tigers' perspective, saw some great batting over the course of this innings. Some fantastic display of hitting. We saw Joe Ross get a little moment as well where he was able to dismiss Chowdhury's coming off 150. Billy Whitlock managed to pick up a wicket to get rid of Akram, as did Ed Warren to get rid of Ilyas. But all in all, whoever came out of the middle with this Tigers side just attack and attack and attack, and made sure that run rate never quite dipped. Akram made 15 of 6 deliveries. Jawed with 46 of 14. Jawed is yet to be dismissed so far in this ECS. 3 innings, 3 not outs for him. On each occasion, he's made a very handy contribution.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a sign of a good side that even when one batter doesn't fire, someone else comes in and does the business, and that's exactly what's happened here. Shawan Chowdhury scored 150 not out in the previous game. He departs for just 6 in this game, and we think, okay, they might be in a bit of trouble here. But Noman Javed, the undismissible man, comes in, scores 46 off 14, ably supported by Osama Ilyas, 41 off 12 for him. It's just a really comprehensive performance by the Mighty Tigers. Even had time to get a bit funky, even had time to turn down singles when the scores were level. Such was the dominance that they displayed, and in the end it was down to Noman Javed, who slapped the winning runs through mid-wicket for 6 runs, and well, maybe it was justified that the Tigers finish in style with a flourish to take 12 points from their 12 available points on offer in day 1. So we'll certainly, I'm sure, be seeing them on finals day, barring some absolute collapse in the second half of their group stages. As we take a look at the batting scorecard, And even the likes of Mirza Baig and Syed Aziz, who we both know can both hit it, weren't used because it was the top 5 that did the damage for the Mighty Tigers. In all honesty though, it wasn't the worst bowling performance from the Hornchurch side. A young side used Joe Ross and Billy Whitlock, both teenagers, and it was good to see them get a go. And well, Ed Warren, he went for 19 off his first over, only over, did pick up a wicket though, and I'm sure Hornchurch will want to come back firing. Good news for them though is that they still do have the opportunity to pick up points, get themselves on the board, as they'll be coming back against Marcourt in just about 35 minutes time. But match 4 is in the can here as the Mighty Tigers keep roaring on. Their job is done for the day. They've got 12 points. They'll be more than happy as they have a day off tomorrow, so they'll be sitting pretty at the top of the table, waiting and watching to see the carnage unfold from the comfort of their own living rooms. And of course they'll come back then on Wednesday with another triple header. But we'll be coming back in just about 35 minutes time for the final game of the day. It's the hosts Hornchurch who'll be wanting to come back and mount a fight back against Marcourt London, who themselves have a bit of a point to prove. Remember, they were on the end of an absolute pummeling, a mauling at the hands of the Tigers, losing by over 100 runs, so they want to come back and notch their second win of the day. So we'll be coming back in just about 30 minutes time. I'd advise you do the same as we go into the final match here of ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny London, where we're already in the final game of the day, which sees the hosts Hornchurch play their second game of the day against Markhor London. It's going to be a tasty game. Both of these sides have got explosive batting firepower and some tricky bowlers, so it's certainly not one to miss. The barbecue is on, the sun is shining, and it's the final game of the day. Before we talk about the teams, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Markhor is the away team, you'll call.
Heads.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss. Okay. Toss on by Hornchurch, bowling first.
So there you have it, Hornchurch have won the toss and they are gonna have a bowl. The fans are out in force here and they certainly want to put on a show to finish this day one. As for Markhor, well, they've had a mixed fortune so far. They absolutely dominated that first game, picked up a win, and we thought they're certainly ones to watch. But then they were on the end of an absolute pummeling, and it was Chowdhury who scored 150 not out off just 40 deliveries, which meant that Markhor fell over 100 runs short in that run chase in game 3. So they've got a bit of a point to prove here in game 4. As for Hornchurch, well, they absolutely want to finish day one with a win and send their fans home happy. I've been having a great time today with Nish in the commentary box. We've got one more game to bring you. It's an absolute festival of cricket here in London, and the result from the toss is that Hornchurch have won the toss and they will have a bowl.
Well, we're set for our final match of the day between the hosts Hornchurch and Markhor London. Hornchurch succumbing to a massive defeat in the previous game. They suffered a bonus point defeat at the hands of the Mighty Tigers, who won 3 games out of 3. All 3 of their victories have been bonus point victories so far. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Markhor London, of course, picked up a win earlier today against the Sharks, but then were defeated by a side who've been on quite a hot streak to start off this ECS in the Mighty Tigers. And let's see who wins this game between Hornchurch and Markhor. Saw some nice bit of batting by Kean Poskett. Made a brilliant 28 runs of just 11 deliveries. Paul Murray, though, he was a standout performer. A half century of just 21 balls for him. Played some lovely strokes along the ground. He was very effective during the power play. The win predictor has Hornchurch as favorites heading into this game. 63% to Markhor's 37%. So should be an exciting game to round out the day. Hopefully a real close and riveting encounter. Gotta say, had a few lopsided games today, largely thanks to the mighty Tigers, who've dispatched whatever opposition has come their way quite comfortably. Markhor against the Sharks did at one point threaten to become a rather exciting encounter, but the Sharks just weren't quite able to keep the run rate going at the end. Tiani just didn't have enough support when he was looking to chase down the target of 131 that Markhor had set. And maybe hopefully here we can round things off with a close encounter. It's going to be Joe Ross to bowl this first over. Picked up a wicket in his very first European Cricket Series over in the opening match. Got a nice, long, flowing run-up. A exciting bowler, one of many terrific youth prospects in this Hornchurch side. Oh, just gets the line slightly wrong there, but the keeper has done a terrific job. That's Paul Murray diving to his left, and he somehow able to save his side some runs. Should say diving to his right. Excellent bit of work. That would destined to go away for a few runs off byes. Played away towards cover for a single. Hawk gets some bat on that, and he's off the mark. So first runs off the bat coming over here. Big battle, massive battle. I mean, this is going to be a huge encounter. You just feel like the mighty Tigers will probably run away with this group. So the rest of this group will just have to take all their non-mighty Tigers encounters as shortened delivery there by Ross. Take another look at this. Just catch a little bit of that wide line along the way. Leaves this one alone as well here. Iqbal, and there's no question that one's going to be a wide. Ross just needs to get his line right. He's getting some real good bounce, pace, and carry. A nice hard length. If he can just get that line right, he could really trouble these batters. Well, it catches a little bit of the outside edge of the bat along the way. That was a good ball there by Ross, just a little bit unlucky. Wonder if they'll just put a fielder all the way back at deep third. The kind of length he's bowling, wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe have a deep third and a fine leg in place at the moment. Got a long on in the cow corner. Just going to keep bowling this heavy length. Might want to have someone back there. Oh, this is struck away firmly. Very nice shot there by Iqbal. He has negotiated that one beautifully. Real stroke of genius there by Iqbal. Such fast hands as he plays that away. Off it goes for 4 runs. It's a power play 4, you'd say. Usually feel that after the third over, that'll probably just be a single. But he gets this one away, and this is gonna go all the way just beyond the boundary rope. 6 more runs. Let's just take a look at this. I just watches the ball rather closely. He just slaps it away, and oh no, it's actually gonna be a 4. So it's inside the rope, and yeah, the correction has been made. It's now been signaled 4 runs. Just catches a little bit of thigh pad along the way there. End of the first over. Markhor are 15 for no loss. Good start for them. Ross just a little bit wayward at time with his line in that over, but as he gets better and better, his lines will improve. You can certainly see that there's plenty of talent there. A very exciting bowler. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in Romania. It's day 3 of 4 of the European Cricket Series over in Bucharest. You got Phoenix against the Gladiators in the opening match, and the Gladiators come back to take on the Royal Eagles. What a busy afternoon, though, for the Royal Eagles. They got 3 games in a row. They play the Bucharest Gladiators and then back-to-back matches against Phoenix. We did see the Bliss Warriors do something very similar earlier today when they had to play 3 consecutive games in the morning. So a very cramped and tight schedule that's really going to test all those sides. This is played away beautifully. Old Huck just waits on that one and just gently caresses it away for 4 runs into the gap. Absolute masterstroke. Just have a look at this. Got to wait quite a bit for it. It's into the gap, and it's just such a fast outfield that it's raced away for 4 runs. Such a tiny margin for error for our bowlers here in Hornchurch. They just decided to keep a fielder out at deep cover. Brought mid-wicket into the ring. And there's a long on in place as well here for Hankins. Oh, this one's just going to be tucked away towards square leg. A big chase over here. And he's done quite well in the end, you have to say. Billy Whitlock covers a lot of ground. And straight to the fielder, but put down. That's Ravi Joshi. And the last person you want to drop catch off is your own captain. Batter just had to wait for it, and he struck it straight to the fielder. And this is just going to fall short of Whitlock at mid-off. He's a good hands by him there. Doesn't let the ball get past him. He will pick up a single, though. Well, it was a wider delivery. Probably could have just been left alone, and they would have got a run because of a wide and then an extra delivery as well. But needlessly pokes at that one, Iqbal. Gets straight to the fielder at cover, and it's Whitlock once again. He's a pretty safe pair of hands. He's not going to let anything get past him. Markhor London find themselves 22 for no loss at the end of the second over. Very entertaining start to this. A lot happening in these first couple of overs. Here's a look at the Group A standing. So the Mighty Tigers sitting pretty at the top of the table. Just take a look at that net run rate. Really is extraordinary. 11.02, 3 bonus point victories in a row. So all these matches for these other 4 teams that don't involve the Mighty Tigers, just going to count double because they'll probably be the only matches where they'll actually get an opportunity to get some points. Just gets his line slightly wrong there, loss. Just once again, too far down the leg side. A good chance to welcome Christina Goff into the commentary box. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag of a start for both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad they've turned back to Joe Ross. I think it's easy when a pace bowler gets hit a bit in the first over to call it 1 and out. But it's all about rhythm for a bowler like this, and he's given the opportunity here. And they're interested in this one and the stumping. And certainly Paul Murray behind the stumps is more than interested. It was a brilliant take. Bounces high, manages to get his hands there. And we're going to have to rock and roll that. The bat swivel comes down relatively quickly, and it looks like he's just about safe. It's hard to peer past the figure of Mark Whitlock standing perfectly in the way, but it looks like there's certainly not enough evidence, surely, to give him out there. He does well, actually, Usman Ul Haq, Tries to hit the ball so hard, but in the end, actually, he's been given out. And has he been given out? Let's have a look. Yep, he has been given out. Usman Al Haq. He doesn't want to leave, but the finger has been raised. Nope, the finger has not been raised. It is not out. After all that, I was slightly surprised. I thought there the bat is grounded, and you can see that actually the keeper still has the ball in his hands there, and it's the next frame or two. You just see the bails dislodged around there, at which point the bat is very firmly on the ground. So the right decision is reached in the end.
Play across the line here, Ol Haq. Yeah, there's plenty of indecision over there, wasn't there? Just a little bit of yes, no, is it out, not out? Finger was raised and it was taken back, but the net result is it just ends up being a dot ball.
A very eventful dot ball, but the right decision was made in the end.
High up in the air. This has been skied. Does it have enough distance on it? Certainly looks like it does. It's gone all the way for 6 runs, and it's in the slot over there by Ross, and he's been punished.
Big old walk down the pitch there by Usman Al Haq. I'm glad they've stuck with him at the top of the order, have Marco. It hasn't been the best of days for Al Haq so far. He scored 5 off 3 in the first game, and then followed that up with a 14 off 9. He's a young player, a promising player, and he'll only get better in this format with time at the crease. And this time gets another boundary. Streaky one, but he won't mind one bit as he posts now his highest score of the day and still counting.
Couple balls left in this power play. Marquardt, you can see their run rates about 12.4. Give you the bowling side, and the opposition get about 12 runs in the power play. You can call it even Stevens. Just gets a little bit of bottom edge on that. Or was there something? Let's just take a look at it. Yes, no, it's been given by, so no bat involved whatsoever. It's just come off the keeper's glove. You'll probably just feel like he might have missed out there. Ol Haq. Oh, clubbed away. This is a flat 6 right over deep mid wicket, goes all the way, and what a way to end the power play. 40 runs coming off it, 18 off the over, and you gotta say Marquardt off to a flying start.
Yeah, that was a big shot by Kashif Iqbal, who again hasn't had the best of days. We gave him the big talk up after having such a great 2025 so far, playing for the Sonseca Sultans over in that ECS in Madrid, scored over 260 runs, averaged 53.6. Hasn't quite found the middle of the bat on too many occasions so far. He did score 31 off 12 in the first game, to be fair to him, but someone of his quality would really want to kick on and get to that half century and then some. Didn't quite manage it in that second game. He fell for 4 off 2. It was a 4 and an out after that brilliant piece of caught and bowled by Gavir Saini, but he's got a chance here to go big. But meanwhile, it's Usman Al Haq going big at the start of the 4th over as he swipes that one away. Well, that man not interested in the slightest in the cricket. He's like, oh, was that a ball? Did I almost get my head taken off? Well, he didn't. Usman Al Haq moves into the 20s, 24 off just 11.
It dances down the wicket there. Ol Haq gets to the pitch of the ball and gives it the full wallop. Goes all the way for 6 runs. A rough start for Billy Whitlock. Gets hit for a 6 off his very first ball, and they're closing in on the 50 here. Marquardt London. Once again, beautiful use of the feet, and that's going to go away for 6 runs as well. Just getting to the pitch of the ball beautifully, isn't he here?
Yeah, rueful smile on the face of the bowler, Billy Whitlock. It wasn't a bad delivery, but he just made it into a half volley, did Usman ul Haq. It's the 20-year-old batter against the 15-year-old bowler. It's exactly what we like to see on the network. Both their ages combined, still a few years younger than the non-striker Kashiv Iqbal, who himself, he's not an old man, but these two young'uns really putting on a display here.
Pushes one down the leg side there, Whitlock. Just that little bit of pressure after getting hit for back-to-back sixes. Oh, looks to go big once again, and it looks like he certainly managed to get hold of that. Make that 3 consecutive sixes. 19 off this over already.
Looking like it could be a costly over here for Hornchurch. Just the 3 legal deliveries. 3 sixes plus the wide. Usman ul Haq moves to his highest score of the day. By definition, and the highest score on the network for him. Ably supported by Kashiv Iqbal at the other end, 18 off 8 for him. This partnership now worth 59, opening pairing for Marquardt London, who have a bit of a point to prove after they were absolutely mauled by the Tigers in Game 3, losing that one by 117 runs.
Nicely struck along the ground towards long off, and Cian Poskett is going to have a big part to play in the second innings when the bat in hand is there to field that one.
Interesting that Cian isn't keeping in this game. He kept in the previous game, but the gloves have been given to Paul Murray on this occasion. He put in that brilliant one-handed diving stop in the first over, making sure he's warmed and ready for this game.
Struck firmly once again to Poskett. It's going to be a busy man out there at long on. Couple of singles here.
Nice little comeback here from Billy. Just the 2 singles, having been hit for 18 plus a wide in the first 3 deliveries. Can he get out of this over?
Struck hard, struck firmly. It's going to beat the fielder in the deep, though. No way Poskett was going to get to that. Nicely along the carpet, and it's another boundary to end the over. Another brilliant over for Marquardt. They end up getting 25 runs off it. They are flying.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate one for Billy. Looked like he maybe would have got away with just a single off the final delivery. But in the end, it was struck firmly through the covers. And again, just a little reminder that you do have value for shots along the deck here on this lightning fast outfield. The end of the 4th then, Marquardt 65 for no loss.
Line away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, so it's Billy's father, Mark Whitlock, who's following up in this next over, and he's just going to want to try to sneak in a quiet over. There's far too many expensive overs from Hornchurch's point of view. The only good over they've had so far was when George Hankins gave up just 7 in the second over. Bit surprised the captain didn't come back to bowl a second, saving himself for later in this innings. Struck firmly down the ground, and that's going to clear the rope. Got a hold of that once again. He's just so good at using his feet, isn't he, ul Haq? Once again, dancing down the track, getting to the pitch of the ball, and dispatching it all the way.
Hit hard, hit firmly, and ul Haq now just 3 runs away from his maiden half century on the network.
Hit towards extra cover, and that's going to have enough to go away for 4 runs. You could just see he was just threatening the bowler with a reverse sweep. But he hits this one nicely along the carpet, brings up his half century, and it comes in just 17 deliveries. A wonderful knock for ul Haq. His first 50 of this European cricket series. Just picks out the gap, and there was no way that Keane was going to be able to get to it. And this is a nice looking shot, but gotta say a lucky break here for Hornchurch that ends up striking the stumps. Worked away, and does that have enough on it? Not quite, but it's still got enough to go away for another boundary. It was a good effort by Richard Bird on the deep. It's just a touch too short, and he's able to work that one away. Takes a bounce or two, and just over the rope, and got a lot of the Hornchurch CC faithful out there. They got a pretty clear view of that. Last ball of the 5th over. Whitlock once again just looking to dance down the wicket, and a good adjustment by Whitlock to end the over. 16 coming off it. Markhor going along very nicely at just above 16 and over. They are 81 for no loss halfway through the innings.
Yeah, they're just managing to score boundaries in every single over. So even if Hornchurch just have a couple of deliveries where they think, okay, we've reeled this in a bit, then bang comes the boundary, which means, well, the previous 3 overs gone for 18, 25 and 16. Despite the fact there's been 4 dot balls in those 3 overs, but they've just been hitting so many boundaries. There's already been, do the quick maths, I think it's about 12 boundaries so far in this innings. That's why Markhor at the halfway stage looking like they're threatening to post a big total here.
Imre's been introduced into the attack. I'm a little bit surprised that captain George Hankins hasn't brought himself back just to try to maybe break this partnership. He's the only bowler who's had any success so far for Hornchurch, giving up 7 runs in the over he bowled. Just wondering if maybe bring himself in for a second over and try to break this partnership. Pulled his length back a little bit here, Imre, and oh dear, well, Andy Roberts just kind of took his eye off the ball a little bit there. It was really traveling at the rate of knots at him, and he's let that one slip away, go past him, and it's gone for 4 runs.
It's unfortunate. It's a bit bobbly, the outfield, especially down that slope. It's unforgiving when the ball's crunched at you. And Andy Roberts on that occasion only able to deflect it over the rope before.
Is this going to be a catch? It's taken. Well, he will be one of the most relieved men, won't he, Ravi Joshi? We saw him put down a catch earlier when Ul Haq was just on 7. And just take a look at that. He isn't even really celebrating it, is it? He's just glad he's managed to hold on to this. Takes that one very nicely. Fairly comfortable catch at chest height. And a brilliant moment here for Imre, who picks up his first wicket of this ECS.
Yeah, good moment for the teenager. Again, it's the 3rd teenager that Hornchurch have used in their opening 5 bowlers. I'm glad to see Lewis get given a chance here. It's a tidy catch by Ravi Joshi on the boundary, but you can see the hangdog expression by him as he realises, well, that catch probably should have been taken about 50 runs ago. Better late than never, though, and it's the first wicket to fall as Hornchurch get their man. And Markhor 85 for 1 halfway through the 6th.
Way towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. Khurshid off the mark on the very first ball, and, well, not a bad idea at all for him just to get the danger man Ul Haq back on strike. He's motoring along, isn't he, Ul Haq? Fantastic strike rate. 275 for him. Struck 10 boundaries so far this innings. Out towards mid-on. Didn't quite get the timing on that he would have liked. Ol Huck, and got to credit Lewis Imre. He's really brought himself back into this over really well after what was a misfield out at deep mid-wicket. He's bowled superbly, hasn't he? It's the best over we've seen since the second over of this innings.
Yeah, but for that misfield, he could have escaped this over without a boundary. Still 1 ball to go though.
Get behind this one, Khurshid, and block it out. End of the 6th over. Terrific over for Imre. This has been the quietest over we've seen so far this innings. Just 6 runs coming off it, and he picks up the first wicket of this innings.
Yeah, well done, Imre. Just 15 years old and making sure that everyone knows, doesn't matter how old you are, if you're old enough, if you're good enough, you're old enough, and he's showing exactly that in that 6th over is Imre. Unfortunate to concede that boundary, but comes back, picks up the all-important wicket of Kashif Iqbal, breaking that partnership. They ideally want this 2nd wicket though, don't they? Usman Ul Haq still there, 56 off 21.
Firmly for a single, so Whitlock comes back for his 2nd over. Was a touch expensive in his first, went for 25. Most expensive over of this innings. He'll be looking to make a comeback in this over. I'm sure he'll relish the opportunity of bowling to the right-hander Khurshid. Get some nice turn away over there and beats the bat. Oh, nice fuller length here, and it's just gonna fall short of the fielder for a moment. I just wondered if he'd lift that one straight into George Hankins' grasp. Nice bowling, you have to say, so far by Whitlock. And this is just what a wicket can do to the momentum, can't it? They're just trying to claw themselves back into this game the last 7 deliveries of Hornchurch. You could see Ul Haq was just backing away, looking to create some room, and then Whitlock rightfully decided to just push it towards that wide line, but just ends up getting a touch wrong, and it'll be a wide. Oh, gets to the pitch of the ball beautifully once again. Ul Haq, he's just so good at using his feet. I think you made a Dancing with the Stars reference earlier. That certainly applies to Ul Haq.
He's not afraid to use his feet, is the 20-year-old. That one, oh, he's full of confidence now. He dances down the pitch. He was threatening in the first 2 games. We said we like the look of him as a batter. He's certainly been able to cash in this innings. He's still going strong here. 61 now of 23 deliveries.
Up in the air, Joshi's underneath it. Will he take it? Yes, he will. Well, it just feels like every catch is going towards him, isn't it? Holds on to this catch, and well, it was Joshi who dropped Ul Haq when he was in 7. And he does have an opportunity now to make amends 54 runs later. Ul Haq's done the damage, but at least Joshi's taken his catch.
I think we need to tell Joshi that this is supposed to be fun. He looks like he's absolutely hating every moment out there. I think he's probably still thinking about that earlier drop. Feels like he's got some making up to do, but he's taken 2 catches here, and it was the textbook commentator's curse as well. Usman Ul Haq, he does depart, having looked so good for his 61 off 24. Comfortable catch for Joshi. Come on, smile. It's Monday evening, the sun's shining, we're all enjoying the cricket. And Joshi, well, he gives a pat on the back to Billy Whitlock, who has been on the end of a few punishing overs today, but he's kept on chipping away and fully deserves his first wicket. He's still got 1 ball left of his spell. Anwar Zadran is the new bat.
Nice fuller length here by Whitlock, as Zadran will pick up a single. He's done a good job these last couple of overs, Hornchurch, of just dragging themselves back into this game. Only 14 runs of these last 2 overs, and they've managed to pick up a couple of wickets. So Hornchurch put themselves in a fairly interesting position here. If they can keep things quiet these last 3 overs, then they'll give themselves an opportunity of chasing down the total in the second innings. They're going to continue with Lewis Imre here. You expect the captain, Hankins, to bowl one over as well. Question then is, who bowls the third over? Do they go back to Mark Whitlock? This one just helped away towards fine leg. Just getting a touch too straight there, Imre, and it's clipped away for 4 runs.
Just slightly straight down the leg side, and a bit of a dismissive flick there by Zadran. Goes over the flailing fielder there on the 45, so just one shy of the 100 now at Marcourt. Still the best part of 3 overs, so they've got a good platform here to push on. We thought at one point they might be threatening that 150, 160 mark. It's been a decent recovery job from Hornchurch. The last 2 overs from the 2 teenagers going for just the 6 and the 8. A good start to this 8th over by Marcourt, with the boundary coming off the first ball.
Up in the air, catching opportunity, fielder underneath it. Oh, that's really well taken. What a superb catch by Kian Poskin, running in from the boundary rope. Kept his composure extremely well there and holds on to a vital catch for this Hornchurch side.
Yeah, I think he knows the cameras are on him. Here does Kian. He gets there comfortably, gets the grab, and then goes into the dive and immediately throws up the photo side, smiles all around, and why not? You don't have too many chances to play in front of the cameras and make the most of it. Anwar Zadran didn't quite make the most of his innings, just the 1-4. Because he departs for 5 off 3. Kian, I think he wanted this one on camera, and he absolutely gets it with a nice tumbling dive. He had the gloves in the previous game, but shows he's no slouch in the field as well. As Lewis Imre picks up his 2nd wicket.
And back towards Kian Poskin again, who's been very busy out at long on. Massive turnaround these last 2.5 overs. Got to say that first wicket of Iqbal has proved to be a bit of a turning point in this innings. Hornchurch have been in control these last 15 deliveries. Oh, he uses his feet there. Just side foots that one, Imre.
Oh, in the land of cricket, also in the land of football, and he doesn't show any pain. Oh, it might have hurt as he pops up and hits him on the ankle. Bit of a grimace on his face, but he's still a teenager. His bones are made of elastic. He'll be fine.
High up in the air. That will clear the rope comfortably. Some catching practice for some of the kids who've just come back from school. Oh, what a magnificent shot there by Khurshid.
Higher rather than longer, and that's why the kids have a chance to catch it, but he runs away in absolute shame, covers his face with his t-shirt. He also knows he's on the cameras, doesn't manage to pick that one up. But a good hit off the bat of Khurshid.
Oh, superb, absolutely exceptional there by the captain, George Hankins. Saves the side 3 runs. Brilliant bit of fielding. He has been electric in the field so far. Very athletic. Take a look at this. Covers so much ground rapidly and then puts in a great slide. And make sure that it doesn't get to the rope and not into our commentary tent as well, as they come to the end of the 8th over. We've seen just 26 runs of these last 3 overs, and Marcourt have lost 3 wickets as well. So Hornchurch is trying to drag themselves back into this game. Well, interesting move here. They're going to go with Kian Poskin to bowl this penultimate over, the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, as we say on ECN. Just wonder if that means Hankins is going to bowl the final over. Straying too far down the leg side, and that's going to go away for a boundary. Not the best ball there by Poskin to start off.
Well, he's showing that he wants to do it all, does Kian. Saw him with the gloves, open the batting, and also having a bowl here. That one though, just maybe a loosener, misfires down the leg side, and Khurshid just has to help it on its way to the boundary. Comeback ball needed here from Kian.
Oh, magnificent stroke. Just pulls his length back a little bit, which allows Khurshid to get underneath it. And he has absolutely flat batted that one into the trees.
Yeah, just a bit of a hit me ball there from Poskett. He tries to zip it in. It just sits up on this brand new AstroTurf. And Kushi just leans into that one. Big boundary.
Rough start for Poskett. Couple of poor deliveries by him, in all honesty, to start things off. Let's see if he can get it right. Struck away, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Andy Roberts gave that a good chase, but there was no way he was going to get to that. Just straying a little bit towards the leg side, and the captain, George Hankins, is just gone to have a word here with Cian Poskett. He's not quite getting his line and length right here. Looks to go big, and this is mighty. 6 more runs. Superb shot, just a chance for Khurshid to free his arms, and he's walloped that away for 6 runs.
Big crunching 6 down the ground, and well, the choice to go to Cian here for his first bowl of the day slightly backfired here for Hornchurch. 20 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries. 4-6, 4-6. Still 2 balls to go. Khurshid looking to deal out some more damage here.
Massive stroke once again. 5 consecutive boundaries in this over. The third 6 we have seen in the 9th. Well, we did say that it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and a lot is happening in this over. 26 runs off the over so far. It's threatening to go supersonic. And he misses out on that one there. Poskett just taking a little bit of pace off that. Could have a stumping chance here, though. So will Poskett get a little bit of respite? Let's just take a look at this. Paul Murray has been very sharp with his glove work. Is there anything behind that crease? Yeah, I think he might just have got that bat down in time by a split second. Let's take a look at this. It's going to be tight. And he's probably just going to be safe.
Yeah, I think if he hadn't got his bat down, he would have been struggling, because I don't think much of that foot, if any of it, is behind the line. Luckily for him, though, it was a big old swipe from Khurshid, which meant that his bat was pretty much already back on the floor by the time it had the bails whipped off. Lucky escape, though, but a precious dot ball at the end of that 9th over. Still a damaging one for Hornchurch. 26 runs coming off it. And interestingly, it won't be the captain, George Hankins, to bowl out. He's thrown the ball to Mark Whitlock, who went for 16 off that first over. Coming back to bowl the 10th here.
Really well fielded on the deep by Joe Ross. Yeah, it's puzzling, isn't it? Because this is such an important match for Hornchurch. They want to pick up their first win of this ECS, and Markhor is the kind of opposition they're going to have to beat. And they would have expected that the captain would come on and bowl this pressure over. He gets a wicket here. Whitlock just full and straight at the stumps. You miss, I hit. Khurshid swings all around that one. And his stumps have been shattered.
Well, the gamble has paid off for now, with just the one and the wicket in the first 2 deliveries of the 10th. Clearly thinking that a bit of pace off will help here.
Yeah, I think maybe we would have expected Mark Whitlock to bowl 1 over and then Captain Hankins to bowl the other. Instead, he went with the gamble to go with Cian Poskett in that 9th over, and ultimately didn't quite pay off for Hornchurch. That over ended up going for 26 runs. Yeah, right between the gap between bat and pad, just playing all around that one. Markhor, though, have already got a pretty good score on the board here. 134. Can they get into the 140s? Outside edge, that's racing away toward deep third. Going to be a big chase here for Lewis Imre. He's not going to be able to catch up in time though. 4-2 it is boundary for Iqbal.
Iqbal had absolutely no idea where that one went. He just swung and swung hard. That's what you got to do, especially in the 10th over. Just hope that the cricket gods are on your side, and they absolutely were there for Iqbal.
Is this away towards square leg, and are they going to push for a second here? I mean, they might as well. Bit surprised they haven't pushed for the second run. It is the second last ball of the innings after all, and I think there were a few calls in the dugout as well to push for that second run, but Zafar will absolutely wallop this. So that's why they didn't push for a second run, because they were confident that Zafar would club it away for a 6. Once again, great use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and he has smacked it all the way.
Can they get to that 150 mark? 145 on the board. Still one ball to play. Certainly a psychological barrier they want to break through here to Marco.
Oh, crash, bang, wallop. That's gone all the way for 6 as well. And talk about threatening to get into the 140s. They get into the 150s. Incredible score here for Marquardt. They'll end up on 151. Massive, massive total for them. And as things stand, you have to say, I certainly feel like they're in front in this game. Big task coming up here for Hornchurch. Going to need one hell of a batting performance in the second innings, and look at how delighted they are. Marquardt will feel like they are firmly in front in this game as things stand. A lot of work for the hosts to do in the second innings. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a terrific start for Marquardt. They got an 85-run opening stand thanks to some beautiful batting by Usman Ul-Haq and Iqbal. Usman Ul-Haq making 61 runs of 24 deliveries. Iqbal with a nice 24 of 13, and that was a terrible moment for Joshi. He was pretty much rather depressed, you'd say, rather melancholic for the entire course of the first innings, because he put Ul-Haq down when he was on 7, and Ul-Haq would certainly take advantage of the opportunity that was granted to him. He'd go on to make another 54 runs, ending up with 61 of 24, striking 11 boundaries over the course of his innings. He was ably supported by Iqbal at the other end. 24 of 13 for him. Joshi would get a chance to make amends. He took a catch to get rid of Iqbal off the bowling of Lewis Imre, who picked up his first wicket of this ECS. But then see Khurshid come in at number 3. He'd bat superbly as well. And Iqbal would sky one. Ravi Joshi would get a chance to make amends, and that's certainly what he did. Well, just take a look at his expression right there.
Yeah, well, he knew maybe the ship had sailed, because that drop did prove to be costly, with all 3 of the top 3 for Marquardt contributing with runs. 61 was the top score. Usman Ul-Haq finally coming good after threatening to do so in the first 2 games. There's a drop there by the kids in the field, who were getting a lot of the action there as the balls were flying to all parts. Good fielding that man, and good fielding that man as well, this time inside the rope, as Joe Ross slid away to his left. And, well, a little flourish towards the end as Mark Whitlock dismissed Kawar Khurshid. But certainly Marquardt will be more than happy with the number of runs they've posted, 151 of them. Given that Hornchurch, well, they lost the previous game in some fashion, 4-0 defeat on that occasion. Marquardt, meanwhile, they'll certainly be wanting to get back to winning ways. I think for Hornchurch at the halfway stage, they need one of their big experienced players to stand up and get a big score here.
Take a look at the scorecard. Usman Ul-Haq top scoring with 61 of 24 deliveries. And Khurshid with a brilliant knock as well, 35 of 14 for him, until he was cleaned up by Mark Whitlock in that final over. Zafar striking 14 of 4. He helped the side finish off spectacularly when he struck a couple of 6s to round out the innings. We're all a bit puzzled that Hankins didn't come back to bowl a second over. He bowled superbly in the second over of the innings. He gave up just 7 runs inside the power play, so I think it would have been good to see him bowl once fielding restrictions had been lifted. Instead, he went with Kean Poskett in that penultimate over, who ended up going for 26 runs. So terrific total here from Markhorst's point of view. 151 runs is what they end up posting on the board. And Hornchurch certainly have a mighty target at hand in our final match of day one here in ECS Hornchurch. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for our second and final innings of the day.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're set for the final innings of the day. Marquardt posting a target of 151 on the board. And Hornchurch really have a pretty steep task at hand in this second inning. We'll take a look at the bonus point equation over here. Highly unlikely that Hornchurch will be able to pull this off in 7 overs or less. They'll need a Herculean effort to achieve that. But if Marquardt London are able to restrict Hornchurch to 105 or less, they'll be able to pick up 4 points and make up for that point they lost earlier today to the mighty Tigers. Players are making their way out onto the field. And Marquardt will feel they are in a commanding position here against Hornchurch. They're going to need a big performance here, Hornchurch, under captain George Hankins, as well as the likes of Mark Whitlock and Paul Murray. Of course, Christina and I, back during the previous match, were talking about how Paul Murray could potentially open the batting for this Hornchurch side. Batted beautifully, didn't he? He was really, really good at just picking out the gaps during the power play. He had that over where he managed to strike 6 consecutive 4s. And I wouldn't mind seeing him open the batting alongside George Hankins. And then someone like Kean Poskett could be really good at number 3 or even number 4 and 5, where he could just strike those big shots, hit those big 6s and play a role of a finisher. Let's see if these two, George Hankins and Kean Poskett, can get this Hornchurch side off to the start they so desperately need. They'll probably need at least 40 to 50 runs of these first 3 overs. Just keep things pretty interesting. Anything under that would be a major disappointment from Hornchurch's perspective. Got a whitish long off in place. And the second fielder outside the ring. We're just trying to take a peek at, well, he's out at deep extra cover. Here we go. First ball of the second innings. And that is walloped. A great shot there by George Hankins. Just angling into him. Gets underneath that ball so well and elevates it over the fine leg boundary for 6 runs. That is just the start the doctor ordered for Hornchurch. Brilliant bit of stroke play. Absolutely wonderful cricket, and let's see if they can continue to motor along here. Hornchurch, that's just the start they needed. How's he going to readjust here, Khurshid? And he overcompensates it a little bit there, going a bit too wide. Gets the line wrong. A little bit of pressure here on Khurshid. So important that Hornchurch start well. Put some pressure back on this Marquardt side. Oh, goes big once again. Hankins, has he got enough on it to go the distance? Oh, he most certainly does. That goes away for another 6. Back-to-back 6s to start off here for George Hankins. Just able to get underneath the ball. Gets an angle of elevation, which helps it go away for 6 runs behind point. Such an important player, George Hankins is. Part of that Hornchurch side, which won ECL 24. One of the few members of that side who is available for this tournament, and he's got a major part to play for Hornchurch if they are to enjoy any success in this tournament. They've just brought that fielder a deep extra cover in and sent long on out, but they're going full and straight. Oh, struck straight down the ground. He gets enough on that to split long on and long off. Goes away for 4 runs. Tried to go a little bit fuller and straighter here, but not straight enough. And not full enough either. Just gives Hankins a chance to free his arms. He strikes it straight down the ground. And it goes away for 4 runs. Fielder along on now has gone a lot straighter. Attempted Yorker, but it ends up. No, just a little bit of pressure here from Marquardt, who were, well, smiling as they made their way onto the field. They were delighted with their first innings performance. Now Hankins is giving them something to think about. Hankins goes big. This is massive. Enormous 6 to end the first over. Hornchurch off to a dream start. And we still got a ball to come in this first over. It's been some brilliant batting, but you have to say, it's been helped by some rather subpar bowling here by Khurshid. Just not got those lines and lengths right, has he, so far? Last ball of the first over. Is going to be struck away into the gap. Off it goes for 4 runs. Races towards the rope. A supersonic over to start off here for Hornchurch. 31 runs coming off it. And it's game on in our final match of the day. This is a wonderful time to, of course, welcome Tina Guff into the commentary box. And, we were talking about how this Hornchurch side needed a big performance from their skipper, Hankins, and they've gotten that so far. Wonderful start.
Absolutely, what a start. And 101 matches since the Golden Ball. So we have ticked over into triple figures. George Hankins has got off to an absolute flyer here. 30 runs coming off his bat, plus the wide as well. It's a supersonic over to start, and exactly what the home fans were after here. There's Cian Poskett, the 15-year-old who was involved in pretty much everything in that first innings. He bowled, he took a catch. He's now facing up to the bowling of Anwar Zadran, who bowls a heavy ball. He's a big lad, is Zadran, and that one flies through into the keeper's gloves.
So given the 1 for the over, let's just take a look at this. Was this a legal delivery? Yeah, just about. Just about. That's a good ball in the end. Yeah, of course, a little milestone as well for Hankins in that previous over. He's now crossed over 1,200 career runs in ECS T10 cricket. Has he got enough on that? Yes, he has. Just about to get it over the rope. And Poskett will open his account with a boundary. Take a look at this. Just kind of flat bats that one. Wasn't quite able to get it right out of the middle of the bat, but got enough on it to clear the fielder and get it away for 4 runs. Brilliant shot by Poskett. Looking to hit this one across the line. He'll scamper across, though, for a quick single. Nice running between the wickets here by Hankins and Poskett. Hankins did mention that managed to get over 1,200 ECS T10 runs. He's now up to 1,223 for his career. And he's managed to achieve that with a strike rate of 220. Very impressive figures. As Zadran looks to dig one in short here. Just want to check the height on this. He's already bowled his 1 for the over, and Hankins is asking the question. Let's take a look at this. Is it under shoulder height? Oh, that's a tight one. Very tight one. Touch and go, really. Hankins is a tall man, which certainly doesn't help his case here either, but he was just about legal there for Marquardt. Shorter, wider delivery, and Hankins is a bit disappointed. He'll feel like he's missed out on that one. Just important that he doesn't let that frustration seep in a bit too much. It's been a good over, though, for Marquardt. Oh, just straying down the leg side here. It's going to be worked away for 4 runs. It's a boundary to end the over, and there's a couple of spectators who've come over to watch the game. Just gets the line wrong here. And all Hankins has to do is get a little bit of bat on it, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. So that slightly spoils the over. 9 runs off it, which isn't the worst really from Modcor's perspective.
Still going exactly, or even more than the run rate required. 14 is the required rate. They're going at 20s here, Hornchurch, mostly thanks to that supersonic over, but that's kind of what you've got to do in this shorter format. You've got to just wait for those big overs and try and cash in when they do come. Take a look at the standings, and certainly Hornchurch, they don't want to leave their home turf this evening having not picked up a point. Certainly they want to get a win, and if they're going to do that, they've got off to the best possible start here. The captain leading the charge, Kian Poskett, just anchoring for now, but he proved that he can chip in with runs as well in that previous game. Of course, on the wrong end of it were Hornchurch, but Kian showed just what he can do, and he could do with chipping in with a few runs here as well.
Oh dear, well, his Yunus, he's a little bit hit and miss as a bowler, and I think Poskett would have just been better off getting out of the way of that and letting it go wide. We've of course seen Yunus bowl, well, a full toss pretty much every other ball so far today. We did see him bowl that 1 over where he gave 6 straight full tosses. He gets the line wrong over there, Yunus. That's the thing with him, I think. Just got to play this right here, Hornchurch. This could be another big over for them. Yunus hasn't had the best day so far. He has got the odd ball right, but in general, he's given a few too many full tosses and pushed a few too many wide. Struck down the ground, out towards long off. It's dealt with quite well. Just a single here. Oh, gets a little bit of inside edge on that. We've seen Hankins play some absolutely glorious strokes early in his innings. This time it's the old French cut. Gets a little bit lucky there.
Hornchurch haven't always had the luck today, and that was one of the better deliveries actually from Ayers Yunus. Almost the perfect Yorker right on the tram lines, but George just gets a bit of an under edge on it, flies away to the rope. 38 off 10 for him.
Funny how cricket works sometimes. That's the best ball Yunus has bowled this over, and it goes for 4. There's a full toss, and Hankins doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it's still going to go away for a boundary. It was just a little bit too hot to handle for the fielder. I think that might have been Tahir Iqbal, or was it Nabil Tariq? Yeah, I think it was Nabil Tariq. Wasn't quite able to stop it from going away for a 4. He got a hand to it, but still went away for a boundary.
Again, shows just how quick it goes down that slope. Absolutely punishing for any bowler there. Gets a half stop on it, but doesn't stop the ball racing away to the rope. This partnership now worth 50 off just the 16 deliveries. Exactly what Hornchurch needed in this big run chase.
Nice ball there. Nice comeback ball by Yunus. Could just see the batter advancing and gets there. I think Hankins just asking the question of whether it was a wide or not. That wasn't a problem. Oh, looks to go short over here. He does like to bowl the odd bouncer, doesn't he, Yunus? As a surprise in the end. 10 runs coming off that over, which is a good over from Markhor's perspective. Take a look at that required rate. It's all about that first over really in this power play. 31 coming off it, but yeah, they've done well, Markhor, to sneak in a couple of quiet overs after that.
Yeah, they're still really riding the wave of that first over, aren't they, Hornchurch? Still on the rate. It's just below 15, and they're going, well, just above 16. So certainly on the rate, but they can't afford too many slim overs. As you said, Nish, the last two going for just the 9 and then the 10. And they can't really rely on any more supersonic overs. They just need to keep chipping away at around 12s, 13s. As we were saying earlier in the day, you don't have to have the run rate bang on all the time. You just need to keep yourselves in contention and put the pressure back on the fielding team, who have turned to Nabil Tariq here to bowl the 4th over. Turned to a bit of spin. It's Kian Poskett on strike. He's just going at a runnable 5. And he finds the middle of the bat on this occasion, more than doubles his score. That's a big Maximo from the teenager. He's seen most of the damage done from the non-striker's end. So the captain has been leading the charge. Kian there charging down the pitch himself and starts the 4th over off with a Maximo.
Gets that beautifully with the spin, doesn't he, over there? Poskett, Tariq, the left arm wrist spinner, gets dispatched for a 6. Now we know Poskett's capable of making some big runs. Saw him bat beautifully in match number 4 against the mighty Tigers, made 28 of 11. He can get motoring along here as well. Really will put Hornchurch in a good position. Oh, he goes big once more. That's going away for a 6 as well. See you later. Massive strike. Back-to-back 6s right after the power play.
This is exactly what Hornchurch need to do. They just need to keep targeting those boundaries, keep playing positively. It's the only way you're going to chase down a big total. You can't afford to just go in your shell. And Kian Poskett, he's done exactly that. Having just seen himself in for the first 5 deliveries, a runnable 5. He's now gone bang bang, 6-6 to start this 4th over.
Just gets a little bit of inside edge on that. Strikes his pad. This is going to be a nice little cat and mouse here between Tariq and Poskett. Tariq just changing the angle now, coming round the wicket. Being a enthralling battle between these 2 talented cricketers. It goes big once more, Poskett. That one has been absolutely launched into the trees for 6 more runs.
Brilliant hit by Kian. And he just misses out on the previous delivery. Friendly fires into his foot. It's the 3rd Maximo in just the 4th delivery. He knew as soon as he hit that one, that was for the birds. And the only creatures near that one are the crows. As Tariq here just needs to find an answer to this big hitting.
Struck towards long off, and that's going to be a single. Picks up a run over here, so a good over so far for Hornchurch. 19 coming off. They got a ball to go. Captain Hankins facing the final delivery of the 4th over. Oh, this is a massive stroke. This is absolutely huge. That might be one of the biggest 6s we've seen so far today. Hankins sends that away for maximum result.
This is turning out to be another big, big over. 25 runs coming off it. And the gamble of turning back to spin doesn't work for Marco as Hornchurch. This partnership now worth 75 off just 4 overs. And you can see, well, it got off to an absolutely supersonic start in over number 1. They've settled down slightly in the ensuing 3 overs, but again, magical over number 4. Hornchurch more than on the rate here.
Well, they get back on track after a couple of quiet overs. Hornchurch, 25 runs coming off that over. Required's now dipped to under 13. They're bringing Yunus back here. They're going to bowl him out in over number 5. 1 for 10 in his first over. Poskett, after a run-a-ball start to his innings, is now batting with a strike rate of 240. And that's a nice ball there by Yunus. Poskett just looking to swipe across the line, and you can just see his captain going to have a word with him. I think he's just telling him, open up the offside on a ball like that. Don't have to swipe at everything across the line. It looks to get a little bit funky over there. It's going to be a wide. Keep in mind that wide line doesn't move. It stays exactly where it is. Let's just take a look at this. Attempts an innovative shot. Fielder at third is inside the ring, so if he managed to get a good amount of bat on that, would have gone away for 4 runs, but take the wide. A run off buys, and also Hankins getting back on strike. Oh, that was a full toss, and Hankins will feel like he's missed out on one there. There's been a couple of deliveries by Younes where Hankins has been a touch disappointed with himself, where he hasn't been able to capitalize on them.
A bit of information coming through in the chat from Paul Bird. Can get to that at the end of this ball as it's clubbed away into the leg side. It will go all the way for 4, and that's George Hankins, half century, 52. Comes up in pretty speedy time as well, just the 16 balls required, showing what a class act he is. And that's exactly why he's been signed up to play for the Duta Stars in Melbourne in the winter. Thanks to Paul for that information. And you can see why clubs are keeping an eye on George Hankins, because he's an explosive batter. Brilliant all-rounder as well. That one's flicked away, and again it's one of those trademark full tosses from Ayaz Younes. This time it just gets flicked away dismissively from George Hankins, as he certainly won't be happy with just the half century to his name. He wants to see his side home to their first win of this series.
It's a beautiful shot there by Hankins. Younes going for the Yorker, just misses it by a couple of centimeters, and it's just a little flick of the wrist there by Hankins to help that one away behind square leg for 4 runs. Top ball. 1 ball to come in this over. 10 runs off this over so far. 10 runs certainly don't hurt Marquardt. Need overs of at least 13 from here. Hornchurch. Oh, he looks to go short. This one's skied. Could be a wicket-taking chance. This is an enormous moment, and it will be taken. Huge catch. Absolutely massive. This is the mammoth wicket of Hankins. Younes does have a tendency to just dig one in short every now and then to look to surprise the batter, and it's certainly worked a treat there on George Hankins. Oh, he probably just reached out of that one. Take a look at this. Fielders underneath it. This was a huge moment. A massive catch there for Khurshid. This really could have an enormous impact on this game. George Hankins, who was batting superbly with a strike rate of 295, will have to depart. He set a great platform for his side here. But keep in mind, this Hornchurch team don't have as much T10 experience in the rest of their lineup. Got plenty of good stroke players, but do they have that batting power to keep motoring along at 13 and over?
He just went fishing for that one, didn't he, Hankins? It was not really one he had to play out. I suppose you can say he thought if he just got anything on it, it would flash away to the boundary, but only managed to really just paddle it up into the air. And it was a comfortable catch in the end taken by Kawar Khurshid. Still a brilliant opening partnership by these two. 85 runs on the board. It's the halfway mark as well, as Paul Murray comes to the crease. We'll be watching at the non-strikers end though. Of course, Murray on the back of his first ever half century on the network in game 4. That came off 22 balls, so if he goes at a similar rate, you'll see a side home here. Meanwhile, Kian Poskett, he's still out there. And he's a real prospect as well. He's actually played for Essex County since the age of 8. He's on the EPP program there, so the Emerging Players program. Certainly one for the future. But Hornchurch need him in the here and now at the moment to see them home here.
Just looking to get their field setting right here for the left-handed batter. Got a long off in place, a deep cover, and a very, very fine, deep, fine leg. They're just bringing cow corner into the ring, and they've got deep square leg back, as well as a long on. Oh, tucked away beautifully, and we know that Murray, he's just such an expert at finding those gaps. Just angling this one into his pads, and it's a nice little flick of the wrist, and it goes away for 4 runs.
Beautiful touch for a big man there as he just flicks it around the corner, all wrist. He's not really about bludgeoning the boundaries as Paul Murray. He'd much rather find a gap, and he does that expertly on that occasion.
So taps this one straight back to the bowler. Nice comeback ball there by Hamza. Good bit of fielding as well off his own bowling, and Cian Poskett have to stay alert at the non-striker's end. Slower ball, and it has deceived the batter. Bowler's underneath it. He'll take the catch off his own bowling. Huge wicket here. Paul Murray, coming off a brilliant half-century in the last match, will have to depart. And we've seen the momentum just swing these last 5 deliveries. They've picked up 2 quick wickets, Marcor.
And it's another big wicket. Full of confidence was Paul Murray on the back of that half-century, but it's 4 and out for him as he showed again what a fine player he is. This time he's undone by a well-deceived delivery there. Amir Hamza picking up his first wicket with the slower ball. As he does his own fielding, it's the way to do it as a bowler. No one else to blame, and this time Hamza takes all the plaudits from his teammates.
Here we go then. Roberts coming in at number 4. He struggled a bit at times during the last match. He's going to need to play a big innings here. Works this one away, and that is a superb bit of fielding. That is a sign of a side who just feel like they're back on top in this game. It's just little moments like that that can lift an entire team. Brilliant work there by Waqar Zafar. Saves the side a few runs. Oh dear. Well, that is certainly going to be a no ball, and it's helped away for a 6, so that's a 7 up. Really well dealt with by Poskett in the end, you have to say.
It's not easy when the ball comes flying at your face. Not something you're necessarily expecting. He does well. Just pivot around on that one. It's a big Maximo. And again, it could be one of those turning points as it swings this way and that. As the signal goes up for 6 runs, and it'll be a 7 up as well. As the bowler has been given a real finger-wagging warning there from the umpire. Just being told it's also 1 for the over, of course. And the free hit coming up. Can it be double danger here for Cian Poskett? Can he cash in on this free hit?
Another boundary here to end this over would be wonderful for Hornchurch. It just mean that they'd really get that momentum heading into those last 4 overs. Things were just swung back in favor of Marcor, you'd feel, these last 7 or 8 deliveries. This is struck away towards mid-wicket. We'll take a single here. Poskett will keep strike heading into the 7th over. Looks like we're in for an exciting finish here in our final match of the day. As we'll now have a look at the scorecard. The captain Hankins with a brilliant knock of 56 runs of 19 deliveries. Really set the platform for his side until he was caught by surprise when Leaz Yunus bowled a bumper to him. Cian Poskett, though, he's still out there, having made 32 of 14. Paul Murray struck a nice-looking 4, and it was dismissed shortly afterwards when he was just beautifully deceived by a wonderful slower ball by Amir Hamza. So it looks like they're going with Usman Malik to bowl this over. The 6th different bowler that Marcor have used. Struck hard. Out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's dealt with well by Anwar Zadran. Oh dear, well, let me helped out there by a slight mishap. Pick up a 2nd run, and I think the more important thing from Hornchurch's perspective, it just means that Poskett can get back on strike. Yeah, the keeper just letting that one get past him, and there was no one backing up either. They give away a run. And they allow the danger man to come back on strike. Poskett goes big, and he wallops that away for a 6. So that mistake not only cost them the run, but it might have cost them this boundary as well. A beautiful stroke there by Poskett. Just flat bats this one straight down the ground. That is a baseball swing in a cricket match.
It doesn't matter how it goes to the rope. We'll take baseball swings, we'll take cricket hits. Well, that one into the car park, I think, rolling away. And Poskett putting in a great shift here, picking up exactly where his captain left off, 40 off 16. Andy Roberts just needs to stick around with the youngster.
Has he got enough on this? There's a fielder underneath it once again, and it's gone to the same man, Khurshid, who took the important catch to dismiss Poskett's opening partner, Hankins. Oh, he's held on to a couple of really important ones. He cleared the front leg there, was looking to go for the big shot, just wasn't quite able to get a hold of it, was unable to clear the inner ring. Oh, good catch there by Kawar Khurshid. And well, this is a massive, massive wicket. Is this potentially the wicket that maybe just takes this game away from Hornchurch? Do they still have enough hitting left in that dugout? Just going to take a look at that catch one more time. Well taken there by Khurshid, and you can just see the frustration for Kean Poskett, who batted superbly. A magnificent knock by him. Now it's Mark Whitlock making his way out to the middle. He batted very nicely against the mighty Tigers in match number 4, made 20 runs of 11 deliveries. Gonna need something similar from him, maybe even a little bit more in these next 21 deliveries. This one is struck out towards the offside. It's going to be a single. Exceptional run rate so far for Hornchurch, 16.2, but can they maintain it? Oh dear, well, they'll certainly be able to maintain it if Markhor continue to make mishaps like that. Seen a couple of errors here from Tahir Iqbal behind the stumps. This is going to go away for 4 byes. Did see Roberts struggle earlier today. Wasn't quite able to get bat on ball. But it doesn't matter there for Hornchurch. Goes away for a boundary nonetheless. These little errors make such a huge impact, don't they? They managed to get the 13 runs they needed off this over. Still got a ball to come. We're in for a really exciting finish.
They just need someone to stand up and be counted here to Hornchurch. Either player, I mean, it could be both of them. Just a little partnership. 40 is what's required.
Looks to go big, Roberts, and he's cleared the rope. Gets a hold of that. Sends it away for 6 runs. And just 34 runs needed now for Hornchurch out these last 3 overs. Clears the front leg. Smashes that one away. 6 runs for the hosts.
Just a bit dragged short there by Usman Malik, and it was almost a decent over from him. 13 runs coming off until that big 6 at the end. Of course, the 4 byes certainly didn't help matters. Hornchurch now needing 34 off 18. The run rate is down below 12, so you'd say really they're favourites at this stage, but they just need one of these two or both of them to stick around. Andy Roberts, though, showing good signs on that delivery. Absolutely crunched it for 6.
Keep in mind, this Hornchurch side failed to win a single game during last year's ECS. And will they get a win on opening day here in 25? Beautifully played away by Whitlock. That's going to go away for 6 more runs as well. 28 needed now of 17. They're in a commanding position, the hosts.
Exactly the start they wanted at the start of this 8th over, Hornchurch. Zamir Hamza comes back into the attack. Went for 14 off his first over. Goes for a big 6 at the start of his second.
Looks to go big. He's got plenty of height on this. Not sure he has the distance. There's a fielder underneath it. Oh, and he spilt it. Never really looked like he was in a good position, was he? It's been a difficult innings for Tariq. Went for 25 runs in the sole over he bowled, and just had no balance whatsoever when he attempted that catch.
His hat just came tumbling off just before he wanted to take it as well. That can't have been any good for his concentration, and the big chance goes down.
Swipe across the line there by Roberts. They need 10.8 here. It's important that they don't look to overhit everything, Hornchurch. They run hard between the wickets and just hit the odd bad ball for a boundary. They will win the game from here. And out towards long on, and it goes towards the man who, of course, put down that chance.
To be fair, Nish, I don't think Mark Whitlock is necessarily built for running hard between the wickets. I think he just wants to pummel it to the boundary. He's on strike here. A few big hits, and they're almost over the line.
Oh, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to run when he can strike it that cleanly over the European cricket banner and away for 6 more runs. $20 runs needed now of 13 deliveries. Hornchurch closing in on their first ever ECS victory. The ECL 24 champions, we know that they've not been able to bring their full strength squad to their home ECS. They were unable to do that last year as well, which is why they failed to register a victory. But they could get one here on the opening day of ECS Hornchurch 25. Out goes big once again. That's another 6. That's another 6. And Hornchurch are closing in on a victory. Just 14 runs needed off the last 2 overs. And if you just take a look at the field right now for Marquardt, there's plenty of dejected looks in double teapots.
And I'm not surprised, given that, again, it's a magical over with 3-6 coming off it. The game just seems to be going out of Marquardt's grasp here. 14 runs needed in 12, just over a run a ball. I think Hornchurch probably eyeing up doing it in this 9th over. You don't want to take any game into the 10th if you're the batting side chasing. Certainly Mark Whitlock in particular looks in no mood to hang around. He's 20 off 5. Andy Roberts 8 off 5. He cracked one to the boundary at the end of the 7th over.
That's going to be a wide there by Zadran. Doesn't quite get his line and length right. Just go back to that match we saw earlier today. Match number 2. Anwar Zadran bowled the penultimate over. He ended up with figures of 2 for 6 in the 2 overs he bowled. And, he managed to bowl a just 3-run 9th over, which pulled the game away from the Sharks. He's going to need to do something similar here. It's going to be another wide of it. Got to find his radar first of all. It's down to just a run a ball for Hornchurch. It's worked away towards square leg. Pick up a single here. Singles will do the trick for Hornchurch. You just wonder though, if you're a Marquardt, would you not just bring the field up here and make this a little bit more challenging for them, because they can just knock the ball around with this field?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, but I think both of these batters, they only have one way to play. So they're going to go over the rope, so you probably need the fielders out on the boundary to at least try and take the catch if the opportunity comes their way. At the moment though, Mark also just giving Hornchurch a few freebies. That one's another wide, drifts down beyond the offside wide line.
That's a dot ball there. They really needed that dot ball. Marquardt gonna need plenty more of those just to make this interesting. All Hornchurch need from here is just get bat on ball and pick up those singles. Struck away, and it's going to take one bounce and go towards Amir Hamza out in the deep. Gets a single over here. 9 needed of 9. Struck away beautifully towards point, and just a gorgeous cricket shot there by Roberts along the ground into the gap. And now they are one big hit away from registering their first victory of this ECS.
They've been playing cricket shots all day, haven't they, Hornchurch? They have got some big hitters, especially the top of the order, George Hankins and Kian Poskett, but the trademark of theirs is just playing proper shots as well. It's lovely to see.
This is going to be clipped away. It'll take a bounce and go over the rope. 4 more runs. The scores are now level. Hornchurch closing in on a victory. Magnificent stroke there by Roberts. A beautiful use of the wrists as he helps it away for 4 runs. So Hornchurch need just the 1 run off 7 balls that are left in this inning. So it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag of a day for Marquardt. They won their first match against the Sharks, who I think we're going to see as big underdogs in this group. But since then, well, they were humbled by the mighty Tigers, who pretty much humbled whoever they've gone up against. And now they're going to succumb to a defeat against Hornchurch. And they're just going to have to wait a little bit longer here, Hornchurch, to pick up the win. Looks like we're heading into the final over. Hornchurch need just the 1 run off it to win this game. Zadran wasn't quite able to come up with the same heroics we saw from him back in match number 2. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Marquardt. And Khurshid went for 31 runs off the opening over of this innings, and that really set the tone, didn't it, for this chase? Hornchurch have never looked back since.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the perfect start off the bat of George Hankins. 30 runs coming, plus the bonus wide as well. And that allowed them to have a few overs in the meantime that went for just the 9 and the 10 overs, 2 and 3. But since then, they've just been scoring consistently. 2 more magical overs after that one, which means that they're only 1 run away now. It's just a case of who's going to bowl this final over. It looks like it will be Waqar Zafar to bowl it. Thrown the ball in a pretty miserable situation for him. He can make himself a hero, but it would be the unlikeliest of heroes here.
Oh, struck away. Ends this with style. Whitlock helps Hornchurch get their first ever ECS win. Huge moment for this cricket club. Huge moment there for Whitlock. A fine innings by him. 27 runs of just 8 deliveries. And the hosts have their first win.
They do it in absolute style. Mark Whitlock, he finishes 27 not out off just the 8 deliveries. And it's fitting that we end this action-packed, run-filled day with a big Maximo, as Hornchurch, while they don't go home empty-handed, they do pick up the 3 points on the back of that 4-0 chastening defeat against the mighty Tigers. But they've got something in their back pockets going into tomorrow's play. As for Marquardt London, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, as Nish said. They won the first one against the Sharks by 16 runs. But on the wrong end then have a mauling by the Tigers, and again, wrong end of this result, as they will go home with the 1 consolation point. And the good news for both of these sides is they get to do it all again tomorrow.
Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up tomorrow. So we'll see Raynham for the first time in this ECS. They have a triple header taking on this Marquardt side in the morning. Marquardt will have to win at least one of those first couple of games. They'll certainly fancy their chances against the Sharks. Will be interesting to see how Raynham fare. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And well, you've got to say the skipper, he really set the tone, didn't he, for this Hornchurch side. A magnificent half century for him. That opening over went for 31 runs, 56 of 19 for Hankins. He was seeing it like a football and smacking it all over this field. And he was certainly helped by Poskett at the other end, his partner, who made 40 of 17. The two of them got Hornchurch off to a flying start. The opening partnership was worth 85 runs. It was really overs number 1 and 4, where we saw 31 and 25 runs scored respectively, that put Hornchurch in a position to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the two openers that did the damage, and then even when Hankins did depart in the end for a brilliantly constructed 56 off 19, it was the young gun at the other end, Cian Poskett, who just carried on ticking away. The bowling wasn't the best, to be honest, by Marquardt. They just gave Hornchurch just a few too many freebies as George Hankins brought up his half century, 8 4s and 4 6s. In the end, he went for a big old tennis swipe and was caught by Kawar Khurshid. Cian Poskett kept chipping away as that one was chipped up in the air by Paul Murray. He was 4 and out. He was caught and bowled by Amir Hamza, but Hornchurch were able to just keep plugging away at the total. Cian Poskett showed just what a rising star he is as well.
Certainly did. We're taking a look at some of the fine strokes Poskett played. He struck 5 6s over the course of his innings. So good when he clears that front leg and plays those enormous shots. That would, of course, eventually bring about his downfall. He just hung one up there for Kawar Khurshid. It took 2 very important catches to get rid of Hankins and Poskett. We just wondered if maybe this Hornchurch side would wobble a little bit. Murray would depart shortly afterwards as well. And then there was that very costly drop by Tariq out in the deep. And that would pretty much spell the end for Marquardt London Cricket Club, as Roberts and Whitlock would see their side over the finishing line. And Whitlock, well, what a spectacular way to win it for his side. Ends it with a 6 into the European cricket banner. And congratulations to Hornchurch CC on their first ECS win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy for them as well, the hosts. They've put on a great show. They've looked after us wonderfully. Not that we're open to bribes, but certainly I'm happy for them in front of their home fans to pick up their first ECS win. And they did it in some style. We said that 1-5-1, the total by Marquardt, was certainly going to be a competitive total against a Hornchurch side who are missing a big number of their first team players. But they stood up and were counted, the top 5 all contributing. Paul Murray was really the only one that didn't get going, but he'd be forgiven as well, having scored his maiden half century in the previous game. As for Marquardt London, 7 bowlers used again. We've seen that tactic used a lot by the teams today. No one was really able to escape a pummeling. Ayaz Yunus, the man with the slingy action with the full tosses, he picked up a wicket, went for 20 runs, but otherwise there was a lot of bowlers there who were hit to all 4 corners of the ground.
Take a look at the match summary for our final match of the day. So Hornchurch win this one by 7 wickets with 5 balls to spare. Marquardt fall to 1 and 2, just the 1 victory for them against Sharks Cricket Academy. They've got a big day coming up tomorrow. They're going to have to find a way to get at least 1 or 2 more wins tomorrow just to get their campaign back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a big day coming up tomorrow with Raynham, who we haven't seen yet. They will play the triple header first thing early in the morning against Marquardt. So it's a tough schedule for Marquardt playing the final game of today. They've got to dust themselves off and get going early tomorrow morning. Hornchurch, they're playing matches 9 and 10 on every single day, and they'll want to finish off in style again in match 10, this time against Sharks Cricket Academy, who of course have got some making up to do after today as well.
Certainly do, and well, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you today's games. It's been great working alongside you here, Tina, as well, and look forward to tomorrow's games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the start of a beautiful partnership. It's Tish in the building, and Tish are making their way home now as well, and it's been brilliant having you all in the chat. I hope you'll join us again in the morning, where we're bringing you another 5 games here from sunny London. Hopefully the sun will be out again in the morning. We'll be here. We hope you are too. In the meantime, enjoy some of the highlights. See you soon again on the European Cricket Network.
My body back and forth, move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.